Good morning, everyone. So we are starting the day, resuming public testimony on C2. We have 85 people left signed up. We will have to be very diligent on time limits. I would like to, as much as possible, still accommodate extra time for elders, but for everyone else, I'm going to have to be very firm. If you do go over, we will not be taking questions. I think that's a unfortunate trade-off that we have to make today. And we'll be, again, judicious on questions from council members. So I think we'll be running through tomorrow afternoon, and likely we'll begin deliberations Wednesday morning. We need some time to consider public testimony at the completion of public testimony tomorrow. And I will be making a call whether or not to drop staff tasking at lunch today. So I'll make that around noon, or when we resume for lunch after I get the chance to talk to some council members. So with that, we will begin with Harry Alexi, followed by Brooke Woods. Is Harry online? Okay, and just a reminder for the public, if your name is called and you're not available, we will do one call back after our mid-afternoon break, and then your name will be removed from the list. So Brooke Woods is up next. Okay, so Brooke is also not available. Eva Dawn Burk.
Good morning. Good morning, council members, Madam Chair. Good morning, all the chiefs in the room, elected leaders. Again, I just want to remind folks at the table, it's been said several times that over half of the tribes are united in Alaska on taking action, really wanting to limit the amount of Western Alaska bycatch in this fishery. In my graphic, I wanted to point out some of the uncertainties around the AEQ and also some uncertainties around how much Sauyaq is taken in Area M, and maybe in this analysis, I feel like the AEQ is really oversimplified and it's not looking at possible migration routes. It's not looking at the feeding areas. And, the older fish, they'll teach the younger fish where to travel, where to migrate, where to feed, at what time of year. And what we believe is happening is in Area M, you have a significant chunk of Sauyaq chum taken out, but they are traveling very closely with sockeye. And we feel that they are coming in through False Pass. We have a group of people working on that. That's what tagging studies show. So we feel that a big chunk of chum and sockeye are moving northeast along the peninsula up into Bristol Bay. We know that the Alaska coastal current kind of goes straight up. That's that black arrow that heads straight up towards Kuskokwim. And then what we think may be happening in this fishery is, it's down in the slides. I'm not going to go through every slides, but I wanted you to have the backup data to kind of show maybe the next one. This is the Western Alaska Chum Salmon Index from the Stock Status Report. And this accounts for all of those stocks. And if you look at the numbers here, and then you go down one more slide, you can see that the Yukon River chum salmon component of that Sauyaq is quite large. And what we're concerned about, if we go back up to my first graphic, is that our Yukon fish are coming in through False Pass and they're moving down in front of Unimak. And then we've been told through traditional knowledge that the Yukon chum passed through the east side of St. George, going to the Yukon. And you can kind of read that throughout the DEIS the draft environmental impact statement, that there is, in the past couple of years, hitting more upper mid-Yukon or more whack chum along the shelf edge. I think in 2023, it was along the eastern part of the shelf edge. And what you're seeing in the genetics of Area M is that most of the Western Alaska fish are the older fish. And what you see in the pollock fishery is the fish in that there are about 4 years old. And so you really could have a migration route of Yukon chum. I think it's going Chinook, Western Alaska chum, and then upper mid-Yukon. So they travel like that into the water. Kings first, mixed in with summer chum. Sometimes the summer chum been getting there the same time as the kings lately. And then the fall chum is mixed in with that summer chum. And we believe that could be happening going along the arrow on the east side of St. George, especially in the shelf edge. And I think today, what we're trying to figure out is which areas to protect. And the top 5 stat areas that have the highest amount of overall Western Alaska chum bycatch are also in the top 7 of the statistical areas that have the most pollock catch. And so how do you balance that? And I think, we really have to think about the rolling hotspot system and the abundance of the rivers. The rolling hotspot system had a lot of high bycatch rates, and that's, when the chum salmon savings area was initiated, it didn't include a lot of these other areas that had these higher rates. And so it made sense at that time to have this rolling hotspot system. But in fact, when the salmon tried to rebound in 2004 to 2006, that's when you saw a lot more bycatch in the fishery. And so I really think that shows right now you're not seeing as much bycatch, but there's also a lot less Western Alaska chum, especially the Yukon chum. So I really think you got to take that into account when looking at this. And then on the next slide, I kind of put, what's happening, where are the upper mid-Yukon being caught? Because it seems like small numbers, but honestly, the run size is so poor right now, we really should be watching this component. And it looks like on the Pribilofs and shelf edge is where you do see a lot of the upper mid-Yukon, and that's in line with the traditional knowledge. So I'm just trying to point out that we don't really know the migration routes and that we could be having a disproportionate impact on Yukon chum, both summer and fall. We don't really know that from this analysis. And I think it really is important to look at these areas along the shelf edge and along Unimak as areas that need to be protected at all times during low abundance. And I think that can be done with a rolling hotspot system, but I think there needs to be limitations within these statistical areas because the low abundance isn't going to show up the way you need it to. And I didn't even really introduce myself. I just kind of jumped into it. So apologies for those that are listening online. Could we go to my pictures? I was trying to leave more time, but I didn't today. They're down like 2 slides. I'm the executive director of Claude and Eldell Community
Ms.
Group.
Burke, just for the public, so we're
Yeah.
just doing this in reverse, so this won't count towards the timing. Thanks.
Sorry about that. I messed up a little. I got excited. I'm very tired, y'all. I'm the executive director of Claude and Eldell Community Group, and we're building a farm in Nenana. We're working to adapt our food security. We work on workforce development and training opportunities, small business entrepreneurship. We really focus on land and water stewardship, food sovereignty, cultural regeneration, and community wellness. And in these pictures, this was the first time we got to fish in 6 years. We were limited to 25 fall chum. As you can see, those boys right there, they're putting up reds mixed in with the pale chum. That's how we cook chum over the fire. We make half dry and we cook it over the fire for the elders. And as you can see, when we're checking our nets and we're showing our grandma, that's a bringing only, when we're checking our net, that's all we're getting in one check is one chum, one whitefish. And we are sharing this widely. These few fish served 4 days of potlatch and hundreds of people in our village. So we really shared these widely. I just wanted to share a little bit of my personal work outside of this. Thank you. And I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burke. Are there questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Burke, for your testimony. And I really appreciated the visuals that you provided, the photos here and the previous information. And I wanted to follow up on your point about the really key stat areas that, yes, seem to have low chum PSC rates, especially in terms of Western Alaska, but that's because pollock CPU is very high in those areas too. And so I think you said maybe there's a way through the rolling hotspot program to really protect these key stat areas where there are large numbers of Western Alaska chum PSC caught. And I know you've been getting really familiar with the rolling hotspot. Maybe you're not the right person to ask, but can you expand on what you're thinking there in terms of incorporating those specific areas into the rolling hotspot program?
Yes, I'm thinking that there needs to be a limit within these areas for Western Alaska bycatch. And that the way to stay under the limit would be to use the rolling hotspot system and looking at historical data from the previous year, but also what folks are seeing in season. To me, if folks were able to stay under a 200,000 cap, if they were able to keep their bycatch under 200,000 for the past 3 years, it shows me that they are able to move around on those grounds and that they would be able, I think, to minimize Western Alaska bycatch. I'm a little concerned about last year's catch, the 150,000 chum. I think the reason why there was a lower WAC component was because of the poor runs on the Yukon, not so much that they were moving off areas that had historical high spots of Western Alaska chum. So what I'm thinking is, I mean, you don't have in-season genetics, so you'd have to use like something like 20% of whatever you're catching and kind of move yourself out of an area. I think that's how you would be making those decisions. But I think that's about what we're thinking there.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Burke, for the testimony and the graphics. I was looking at your later graphics, which you didn't get to. I'm wondering if you can briefly describe the relevance. It looks like it's looking at a spawner per recruit ratio and the importance of that. Can you speak to that briefly?
Thank you, Ms. Goen. That's an excellent question. There's been a lot of discussion about the health of our spawning grounds, and I think we really need to look at the Chinook and Chum stock status reports. I've pulled up what I can for the Yukon. This is from November 2025, and it ranges the return on the chum, and this is why the state of Alaska thought 1.8 million summer chum were going back to the Yukon, because previously in times of low runs, there was a higher return rate. And the other thing to really understand within this graphic too is the management that was happening in the late 90s, early 2000s. So not only did you have low returns, but you did have restrictions both in Area M and in this fishery. And so by letting some fish go through and by letting some fish go through at this time when there is a lower abundance, those fish could come out and they're going to have less competition for food because there's lower numbers in their early marine life. So I think that's why we're seeing that increase. And we do know that marine competition is an issue.
Thank you.
I had another.
Oh, sorry. I thought I saw Ms. Kimball's hand and then Mr. Lahabdi.
Thank you, Ms. Burke, for your testimony. And I wanted to ask on the, even just in your last comment about mentioning it, it seemed like it was going to be a better year and then it wasn't. Can you let me know the timing of when kind of that revised forecast might come in, or when at least for the Yukon, you realize we're not going to be near the forecast? I think, is the timing in our July timeframe when that's very apparent, or is it some other time?
For the summer chum, I think they're looking at like the quarter point or the midpoint of the return. And so on the Yukon, they start coming in June, and so they'll be coming in through July. I would even say summer chum come all the way in through the beginning of August, like at the mouth. And then the fall chum, those start coming in at the end of July, but you'll see them coming in the river all the way throughout the season, till like October. So yes, Nicole, or sorry, Miss Kimball, it would probably be about July. Yeah, mid-July, maybe late July. And I also wanted to add another point. I'm thinking about a lot of things and how to most effectively communicate that. We do feel that we're at the beginning of a new cycle, because people have mentioned floods. Well, those floods, they muck out the streams. They get all the debris. And before, when we spent more time on the land and less time in a job, we'd be the ones helping muck out those streams in between these larger climatic events. And then we just had this really extreme deep freeze in the interior, and that creates an ice pack. So we'll have nice spring water melt. We'll have cooler water because of those ice packs. I believe the Bering Sea ice extent is a little more closer to average. All of these things are indications that it's a new cycle. And so if we can create safe passage in this new cycle, we might have a chance of really seeing some healthy returns for the Yukon River. And like I said, I really feel that a good chunk of the chum sea-wet component is coming from the Yukon in this fishery. I'm very concerned about that, and there's a lot of uncertainty around that.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Burke. And that on your first slide, I mean, I guess we have pretty blunt tools in the regulatory realm, but it seems like that timing and the areas that you're identifying are a lot more refined. So what do you have ideas on what type of communication could happen between, I guess, people like you or people on the river to potentially the Pollock fleet that's trying to run the rolling hotspot program to be a little bit or a lot more refined on avoiding Western Alaska chum, in particular, your concern about Upper Yukon? Is there anything that could happen in season, is what I'm asking, that would be helpful to that group? And I can ask that group as well, but I want to see if you feel like that capability is possible.
Absolutely. Through the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, we have a Tuesday weekly in-season teleconference. And so all the salmon users and the fishery managers are talking each week and updating what are we seeing, how close is it to the forecast. So we would be updated within those meetings, and I believe they start in June 1st, I heard from the chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Lahavdi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Burke, Ms. Golan asked my question on those final two graphs. And so I don't really have anything else, but I wanted to say thanks for your work on the AP, and I can talk to you offline about those graphs some more.
Thank you for your testimony. So I think Brooke is online now. So we'll go to Brooke Woods and then we'll go to Steve Martell.
Good morning. How is my audio?
Good morning. We can hear you.
Is my audio okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Brooke Woods. I am a traditional fisher person, mother and BA fishery student. For thousands of years, Alaska Native people have stewarded salmon through governance systems grounded in sustainability. Our children inherit ancestral lands where we teach them our way of life and embrace their strongest identity, but Western management is failing them. My testimony is speaking to why reducing bycatch matters. Even at a recent low percentage of bycatch, the runs are at historical lows, and this is exactly when dual management systems have the greatest influence on recovery. On the Yukon River, families are prohibited from using salmon gear that sustained us for generations. We are told to use pike nets, 4-inch nets, spears, hook and line, gear that does not meet our needs, as pollock continue to kill the same salmon. Fish and Game Subsistence 30/70 rule shows that 30% of households in many villages are responsible for harvesting roughly 70% of the community's wild food. When these primary fishing families are shut down, an entire food sharing network collapses, leaving elders and households without boats or gear with nothing. These are not cultural losses. They are measurable food security impact recognized by the very agency that holds a voting seat on the council and is mandated to uphold subsistence priority. My oldest daughter went to college, came home, and hasn't fished for over a decade. My 2-year-old son has never fished with his parents. Their siblings have had the chance to help their grandmother learn to cut, hang, and share, a life that has now been taken away. How do I justify that loss? We gave up everything to protect these salmon as bycatch continues. The bycatch numbers are not misguided public information. It is experienced on the river. Under Alaska statute, subsistence is not a privilege. It is a statutory right and legal priority that must come before all other uses. These priorities exist on paper, only on paper, when families are prohibited from fishing. In most recent seasons, Western chum bycatch has been 55,000 per year, with a small reduction in 2020. Each of these salmon represent active fish camps. When you fail to protect the people they are written for, it weakens the foundation of trust and responsibility between the state, this council, and salmon-dependent tribes. The alternatives are not meant to harm coastal fishing communities. They are safeguards and investments in long-term stability, not threats to livelihood. The Fish Commission, tribal orgs, leaders, and members representing 118 federally recognized tribes and the oldest governance system support Alternative 2, Alternative 4, and Alternative 5, Option 1. These are not closures, they are risk management measures grounded in stewardship. The council has a legal obligation under MSA to use the best available science, prevent overfishing, protect fishing communities that depend on these resources. The rebuilding plan that excludes the pollock fishery cannot succeed for the salmon that spend most of their lives at sea. The council does not represent the pollock fleet or any single sector. It represents the public trust in federal waters. You are mandated to uphold federal law and regulation, comply with national standards that require minimizing bycatch and equitably protecting communities that rely on these fisheries. Subsistence communities have carried the harshest sacrifice, something our ancestors fought to avoid. We now do the same so our children never have to be in these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your time. So next up is Steve Martell, followed by Angela Totemoff.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rubnica and members of the council. For the record, my name is Steve Martell. I work directly with the vessels in the Bering Sea pollock fishery on real-time salmon bycatch avoidance. My point today is not that caps are inherently good or bad. in the abstract. My point is that when the objective is bycatch avoidance, incentives matter. Caps may offer short-term certainty, but they can also create long-term risk if we incorrectly assume how it changes behavior. When avoidance incentives are weakened, the long-term cost is most likely borne on native communities that depend on chum salmon for their way of life. I want to illustrate this with a simple example. If you could please move the timer so the audience can see. Thank you. Consider two areas with the same average chum bycatch rate, 50 chum per 300 metric tons of pollock. From an analytical standpoint, these areas are identical in a statistical sense. But when you look at the haul level history, they are not. In one area, only 1 out of 6 hauls catches 0 chum. In the other, 4 out of 6 hauls are clean. From an avoidance perspective, a captain would reasonably prefer to fish in an area with more clean hauls, even though the average rate is the same. Now, here's the key point. If that same vessel is operating under a cap of, say, 40 fish, the question is no longer, where do I go to avoid chum salmon? The question changes to, where do I go to avoid exceeding my cap and ending my season? Under a cap, areas with, how do I change slides? Next slide, please. Under a cap, areas that are frequently clean hauls become riskier, not because the average bycatch rate is higher, it's because a single bad tow can end the season. This shifts behavior away from areas that are safe. Sorry, next slide, please. This shifts behavior away from areas that support active avoidance towards areas with more predictable and moderate bycatch, even if those areas include higher proportions of chum salmon from Western Alaska. These effects don't show up evenly across the fleet. Smaller vessels hit their effective cap first and bear a disproportionate share of the conservation costs, while larger vessels respond to risk by avoiding variance, not by avoiding Western Alaskan chum salmon. The maps I've shown here illustrate that point, the same point I made in the example data with real data. As a cap becomes more and more binding, the definition of unacceptable risk expands spatially, even if the biology doesn't. That's why in a mixed stock fishery where spatial decisions matter, caps are not neutral tools. They can redirect effort in ways that weaken the very avoidance behavior that has helped us reduce the chum salmon bycatch in recent years. Given that progress, the Council should be cautious about adopting measures that unintentionally undermine it. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share how Sea State manages risk in this fishery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martell and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Martell. Can you please just explain to me in clear language what we're seeing here on this last one? Like, how is this helping you manage the fishery under the rolling hotspot program?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Can you back up to 2 previous slides? This permits me time to explain what you're seeing here on the figure. Ms. Kimball, this map shows a heat map of basically the probability of catching 0 chum salmon in a tow. So as an individual captain, when I go out there and I'm assessing my risk, I want to find the areas that have the cleanest fishing. So the hot white areas you see there in the horseshoe, roughly 50% of the tows catch 0 chum salmon. And then as you trend out towards the black areas, the tows are now going towards 100% chance of catching a chum salmon. So this is why the fleet naturally wants to aggregate in the horseshoe, because most of the time they don't catch salmon there, period. So by changing as we go to the next slide, what I'm showing you here is basically the probability of a lightning strike. And in this case, I've defined a lightning strike as 300 chum salmon in a single tow. So looking at the last 25 years of data that we have for this fishery, these are the maps we've been able to build up using that data to look at the probability of a lightning strike. So if I have a cap that's say 300 fish, I don't want to fish in any of these red areas because there's a high chance that I could end my season on a single tow. We go to the next slide. Now I'm just overlaying the 2 maps on top of each other. And the intention here is to give the council a sense of if there was a cap in place, where would the fishery go to avoid the cap? And so if I can proceed down to a few more slides, I have next one, next one, next one. I have this general question here. How does the perception of risk change as the cap becomes more and more binding? Where should our fishing vessels go? So if we show the next slide, please. This is the one we just showed you. If I start off my season and say I have 1,000 fish in my cap and I go out and I do a trip, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to call up Sea State and look at the data on the map and they go, oh, where's the probability of me, having a 0 chum? And they go out there and they might get lucky or they might not. And say they catch 500 chum on their first trip. Next slide, please. This is how their risk perception changes on their next trip. Now they only got 500 fish left in the bank. And so that footprint of area gets bigger and bigger. Next slide. So now I've only got 100 fish left. I'm now forced to go fish way up into the far reaches up on the shelf where I'm likely to encounter Western Alaskan chum salmon and not the hatchery chum salmon. The dark red areas you're showing there are the areas where we have a lot of encounters with hatchery fish. 80 to 90% of those fish that we catch in those red areas are non-Western Alaskan fish. The incentive plan agreement 5-6 years ago was sort of designed to kick vessels out of those areas and into other areas. And what we're learning from the genetics is that the highest proportions of rushing fish are in these red areas. And that's where I would prefer to send the fleet rather than putting them in areas where we know there's a lower percentage. The other issue I have with the genetics data is that it's actually very precise when you're estimating higher proportions. When you have a lot of Russian chum salmon there, our confidence interval is very, very precise. When you're trying to measure the confidence interval, a very minor portion of that stock, the uncertainty is huge. Just 1 or 2 fish can change your perception of how risky an area is. So through the years, how our incentive plan agreement has been changing is that Carl and I have started looking at how the genetics data, shown here by these 2 red colors. So in the red area, that's cluster 1, we see that the Western Alaskan chum salmon bycatch rate in there is 0.24, basically 24 fish per 100 tons of pollock. In the green area, cluster 2, which is all part of this area, the bycatch rate of Western Alaskan chum is 1/2 of that, about 12 fish per 100 metric tons. So the policies we're putting in place is going to be shifting effort under a cap from an area that has less risk to an area that has higher risk. I hope that answers your question thoroughly.
Well, thank you. That was very thorough. I appreciate it. I was trying to follow along. I guess if you have a brief answer to right now, I guess were all of those statements around a cap on all chum, the level of risk? And would that response be different if we were talking about a cap on Western Alaska chum only?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that is a fantastic question. And when we think about this from a scientific perspective, we think about all of that. The practical reality is that when a captain goes out there and brings up 2 chum salmon on board, he can't tell the difference between the 2. And so a week later, he may learn some statistics from a genetic sampling program, what he caught. So the feedback loop is slightly broken. There's a bit of a delay, but at least it's not a year's delay like we've had in the past. But nonetheless, he still can't tell whether or not it's Western Alaskan or not. So he's forced to make that decision. Do I live with increasing risk, or do I move to a place where I can get moderate bycatch rates, but which may contain a higher proportion of Western Alaskan chum salmon at very much increased costs, traveling further distance, lower CQE, et cetera. So those are the trade-offs.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martell, for your presentation. I'm trying to figure exactly how to ask this question, but we spent a lot of time talking about the caps and what they'll do and what they won't do and the different levels. I'm trying to figure out from your experience, maybe this isn't a fair question, but with your experience in these areas and Western Alaska chum specifically, what kind of levels should we be looking at if we're going to have to deal with hard caps of some kind, if that's the case, what level should we be looking at that gives us some reasonable chance of success, but at the same time, balancing what we're trying to balance here in terms of implementation of fisheries? I'm not sure that's a fair question, but from your experience, can you help me there a little bit?
Mr. Williams, through the chair, thank you for the question. This is the dilemma that I'm facing. We've heard throughout public testimony and even through the analysis and stuff that the underlying assumption is that the rolling hotspot program and the cap will complement each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I think about it differently. I actually see them interfering with each other. And as I said, what we're trying to do with changing our IPA program to recognize that, yeah, not all chum are identical. So we want to force our areas in that. Under a cap, again, an individual sitting out there faced with the decision of, all right, I know I can get my pollock here. I've only got 30 chum left. I can run up here and do something else, but I'm going to go over the cap anyways. I might as well just stay here and burn it as fast as I can, because at some point I'm going to be shut down. Say, for example, if the probability of me achieving my cap occurs in 6 trips, but I need 10 trips to catch my season, you see the dilemma there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think caps are in the best interest of any group in this particular interest. And the reason being is that this decision of the individual captains out there making these decisions on whether I should risk shutting down my season or whether I should risk living under the benefits and the sticks that live in the IPA. And so that's the dilemma.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Martell. I'm also struggling to make this a coherent question. I think you said, I'm glad we still have this slide up, that the data represented in these particular figures are 25 years of data. Did I get that right? That'll be my first question.
I believe all of these data come from 2008. No, sorry. These data represent the window we were looking at in the DIS. So they're from 2011 through 2022.
Thank you.
And also between the periods of June 10th and August 31st.
Thank you for that, because that was my question. Presumably for most of that time series, the genetics data we had were the NOAA fisheries data. And now, of course, at least in the recent years for the inshore sector, you have the in-season genetics data. And so I'm wondering about the finer scale. That's probably not the right way to refer to it, available from that in-season genetics data. But Mr. Head made very clear in his presentation, although the two programs are complementary, the in-season isn't replacing the NOAA fishery. So how, now that you have that information in 2024 and 2025 from the BBSRI in-season genetics, how does that fit into this time series that we're looking at here, or does it?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. The colored squares on the ADF&G stat areas here reflect the NOAA, the official NOAA data that we use to calculate the annual proportions that go in the annual reports every year about. So those are what's used for the rates. The question you bring up is a fantastic question. The VBSRI program allows us and affords us more spatial temporal resolution in the genetics data. And so the fundamental difference between the two programs is they have different sampling designs. So one is a 1 in 30 sampling design. The BBSRI program is a 1 in 10, and then an adaptive sampling program for what we would consider to be lightning strike programs. One of the benefits of the high resolution spatial temporal quick turnaround and the amazing staff that work out there at Dutch Harbor is that we have been able to have lightning strikes analyzed for us in real time before I actually have to make the closure in place. This was the holy grail I was hoping for, and it actually showed up in September last year when we had this first opportunity to do that. Unlike a scientific survey where we would systematically do a design to learn where and when these things were doing, we're really using research opportunities that have come from just the natural spatial variation and where the pollock fishery occurs from year to year. So it will take a number of years for us to actually learn where do Western Alaskan fish go. I think it'll take us a lot less time to learn where these large hatchery populations from Asia are migrating through because we have more data on those fish. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. And Ms. Goen, and then Mr. Pavlick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Martell, for your presentation. I'm also thinking about the slide that you have up, and I think you mentioned that those are all chum, so not just Western Alaska chum. And I'm looking particularly at the red areas in the heat map, and also looking at the graphic that we heard from just a previous testifier this morning that kind of highlighted some of the migration corridors and numbers of chum, Western Alaska chum. So I'm trying to reconcile, especially the horseshoe area, because I'm hearing that's very important for pollock. I'm also hearing that 655430 in that area is important for chum, and it's on that migration corridor for Western Alaska chum. So I'm just, can you explain how, as a fleet, you could keep numbers down in that area? I know you have to manage the fleet by a rate, but I'm thinking like how under IPAs can you keep numbers down in these important corridor areas?
Just through the chair, Ms. Goen, can you clarify, is this Western Alaskan chum numbers or total numbers? Thank you for the question through the chair. Ms. Goen, I think if we have a lightning strike event that it would occur inside the horseshoe, we would rapidly assess depending on the timing of it. If the lightning strike occurs on the weekend, we can probably figure out by Thursday whether or not those things were of fish of concern, stocks of concern. So that's one method to sort of respond to trying to keep Western Alaskan chum salmon numbers down. As I tried to explain through the simple example, by closing the area that has the most zeros, you're displacing roughly 1/3 to sometimes up to 3/4 of the fishing effort into other areas that have a lot less zeros. So the overall total numbers will probably increase as you displace that effort elsewhere because the bycatch rates of Western Alaskan chum are higher outside the horseshoe than they are inside the horseshoe. And so that's my concern with closing the horseshoe and displacing that fishing effort. Meryl and I have gone through and looked at the retrospective analysis with her models. We would see roughly a 50% increase in the impacts on Western Alaskan chum salmon by closing the horseshoe.
Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you. A second question is on, I'm curious, the industry's been very successful these last 3 years at keeping the rates and the overall numbers of both Western Alaska and all chum lower. And I'm curious if you can explain how you were able to achieve that.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thank you very much for the question. First of all, we took tremendous advantage. Before this action even started, we didn't have this BBSR genetics program. And so the DEIS that you're considering for this action doesn't really detail any of the activities we've done in the past 2 years. So I appreciate the opportunity to answer this question. We have used the genetics information to the best extent available to try and mitigate measures where often I'm sending the fleet back into areas where there's been higher bycatch rates and away from the shelf edge, particularly north of Adak Amac Island, or sorry, and Unimac Pass, that particular area, we tried to keep the fleet out of there as much as possible. Now, this action, we're only considering the trade-offs between pollock and chum salmon. In addition to those activities, one of the challenges we had last year was with herring. We do live under a herring cap in this particular fishery. And so two things happened. As we approached the cap, the vessels sort of concentrated in their effort into a much smaller area that had no herring, but had high numbers of chum bycatch cap. And again, there's a trade-off when you have a penalty. The other thing that happened is that once they busted the cap, the incentive to avoid herring goes away. And so they went back into the area and caught a lot more herring and tried to avoid chum salmon that way. So there's a lot of things that happen dynamically throughout the season. The other thing is that there's a huge rush to get your fish out of the water by mid-September. Usually, and this year particularly, the Chinook showed up a little earlier than normal. But by October, our Chinook rates are 3 times to 5 times higher than we see in the A season. So we really want to try and get the fish out of the water as quickly as possible. This is another reason why caps is another dangerous tool. However, it might not be less impactful on Western Alaskan chum salmon if they delayed their season, but it would certainly be much more severely impacted on Chinook salmon.
Any further questions? Yeah, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Martell. Just a ton of information and insight. So thanks for putting this package together. I think I can potentially infer your response to my question, but just to ask it and get your perspective. The authors of the DEIS flagged some statistical areas in state waters and encourage the council also to consider that or just be deliberate with whether to include that or not within alternative 5. And so could you just speak to that even narrower corridor, please?
I can't really speak much to it. I do know that there's also a bit of cod trawling that occurs in the A season in that area, but not during the B season. I really don't have much to say. That it's such an infrequent occurrence, and the catch is less than 0.1% of the total. So,
One last question. Yep, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Martell. I feel like through this, I've gotten a better understanding of how you're working to incorporate the in-season genetics for the inshore fleet. In your response to Ms. Baker, I picked up on your comment that works better when there's a larger proportion. And I'm just trying to think through, we haven't talked nearly as much about the catcher processor fleet and how, because they tend to do most of their fishing outside of cluster 1 and 2, and if we had in-season genetics with the delay, I'm just trying to think through how, as Sea State, you see that might work for catcher processors, or where the pitfalls might be in trying to do that.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. If I may ask the slides to back up to the genetic pie charts, please. Nicole? Yeah, that one's fine. Thank you. For the catcher processor fleet, they do have the flexibility to travel much further. They're not tethered to a shoreside, similar with the motherships. They're not tied to a shoreside processor. What we've seen in the genetics that we've looked at so far, and these data showing here on the screen, are basically the pie charts representing the proportions of Western Alaskan stocks shown here in white, and then the red and blue show the Asian colored stocks. We do see up in clusters 3 and 4 a much larger proportion of Southeast Asian stocks, the Japanese stocks. They don't tend to come much further than St. Paul. Once you look at the Russian data, and as the Russian stocks have been increasing, we're seeing a much further west inundation of these Russian salmon stocks. And of course, they're 1,000 miles closer to our coast than the Japanese stocks, so it's not surprising. So the catch-up processes are largely only faced with dealing with large Asian stocks up there. If we were to try and, use some sort of high-resolution spatial temporal genetics to manage their fisheries, I would be cautious about developing proxies at severe distance, trying to use the clusters of the genetic proportions we see in proportions or areas of cluster 1 or cluster 2 and extrapolate them to the other clusters. I would caution that. We do definitely see very different rates at the same time between the two different areas. If there was more of a concern, then you could probably get into some pretty creative ideas about how to get genetic material back to a lab in a short amount of time, given all the cool technologies we have these days, but those are also expensive.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your time. Angela Totemoff, followed by Craig Chythlook. Is Angela here? Okay, we'll circle back to Angela. Craig Chythlook, followed by Steve Ricci.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Craig Chythlook, Executive Director of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. My folks are Joe and Molly Chythlook, and we are all originally from Bristol Bay. The Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission is composed of 44 member tribal governments authorized by tribal resolution, whose mission is to protect the health and well-being of our people, our future generations, and all Alaskans and Canadians who rely on the health of our salmon. The purpose of the commission, as stated in our constitution, is to act as a unified voice for the conservation and restoration of all Yukon River fisheries, protect our traditional ways of life and well-being, establish a comprehensive management plan and program based upon distinct customary and traditional Indigenous knowledge and practices, while striving for co-management to ensure meaningful and substantial tribal First Nation participation in all aspects of fisheries stewardship. On January 5th, our Executive Council reviewed the full range of alternatives in the chum salmon bycatch EIS. We reached consensus on a package that is enforceable, restores equity, and aligns with the NILCA Title 8, NEPA, and MSA, and longstanding federal trust responsibilities and constitutional responsibilities. We reiterated these recommendations during the January 26th NOAA NIMPS tribal consultation, and we are asking you today to adopt this package. The tribes of the Yukon request adopting the following three-part package. Alternative 2, 100,000 bearing wide sea cap for the bee season. A firm non-negotiable backstop is needed when subsistence harvests are not being met, and the ANS providing for our traditional ways of life. Alternative 4, a regulatory baseline requiring enforceable bycatch avoidance measures, including genetic informed decisions, salmon excluder technology, and transparent reporting. Alternative 5, option 1, at a 50,000 cap paired with a full in-season corridor from June through August, covering both major Yukon genetic populations during peak migration. Western Alaska and Yukon genetics. We strongly oppose Alternative 4 as a standalone measure. It does not meet the purpose and need and lacks the enforceable limits and provides no meaningful spatial temporal protections. What is notable is that even under the most conservative options, the pollock industry will still be able to fish in other areas, pursue its TAC, access federal subsidies, that include innovations of gear and conducting research. Meanwhile, our communities continue to bear the burden of conservation. During the years of just this single action, the state did not negotiate with all tribes to unilaterally enforce a 7-year moratorium on the Yukon River. Over the past 5 years, Yukon River salmon fall chum salmon have experienced an unprecedented population collapse, resulting in repeated fishery closures, missed escapement goals, and severe impacts on subsistence communities through the drainage. On top of all of this, at the last AYK ADF&G Board of Fisheries meetings, our tribes unified and came to consensus around an ADF&G fall chum stock of concern plan, accepting further in-river restrictions on our own people, on our own tribes, while bycatch continues in the high seas. As we have heard for years, these restrictions directly affect our abilities to feed our families, pass down our ways of life, and fulfill our cultural and spiritual responsibility to the salmon and to the river. And entire communities cannot meet even basic subsistence needs, pass on traditional knowledge, and live out our many traditional ways of life, have not for years. It is clear that the burden is being carried almost entirely by tribal users. Federal law and state law require action. The Magnuson-Stevenson Act is very clear. National Standard 1 requires the balance of conservation, social, cultural, and subsistence needs of fishing communities. National Standard 2 requires the use of best available scientific information, including indigenous knowledge, when provided by the tribes. National Standard 8 requires sustaining communities with the fewest alternatives, such as subsistence communities along the Yukon. And National Standard 9 requires minimizing bycatch and bycatch mortality to the extent practicable. Right now, it is blatantly clear that those mandates are not being met. Net national benefit cannot come at the expense of Indigenous communities whose legally protected subsistence needs have gone unmet for several years. Under ANILCA Title 8, federal agencies are legally required to prioritize the continuation of subsistence uses by rural Alaskan residents, including Alaska Native communities, on federal public lands. Congress explicitly found that the continuation of the opportunity for subsistence uses by rural residents of Alaska is essential to Native physical, economic, traditional, and cultural well-being. ANILCA, Section 108. Federal policy under 802 further requires that subsistence uses be given priority over all other uses when restrictions are necessary to protect conservation and ensure the viability of fish and wildlife populations. Congress declared that non-wasteful subsistence uses shall be the priority consumptive use when it is necessary to restrict taking in order to assure the continued viability of fish and wildlife population and the continuation of subsistence use of such population. Section 804 reinforces this requirement by establishing a mandatory subsistence priority for the harvest of fish and wildlife on public lands. It states and reiterates that subsistence users shall be accordingly accorded priority over taking of all other purposes. NEPA requires the federal government to take a hard look at this cultural, social, and cumulative and environmental justice impact of managed decisions and adopt practical harm-reducing measures. It's clear that meaningful action is required, which means enforceable bycatch controls, not voluntary avoidance or industrial-led initiatives alone. From a tribal NEPA perspective, meaningful action in this EIS requires an appropriate incentive for meaningful change in fleet behavior. Based on our collective analysis, our direct ask to this governing body needs to be tangible actions that fulfill the purpose and need. I just have a little bit on. These direct asks are enforceable caps, not self-regulated tools, spatial temporal protections that reduce risk during peak migrations and hotspots, formal tribal co-management roles within the IPA process and the infrastructure, and correct motivation to encourage communication and relationship building, real-time community accessible bycatch dashboards that there needs to be a shared understanding of what effective communication and data presentation looks like and feels like. Independent monitoring, and the agency must provide...
Mr. Chythlook, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that we have time for questions.
Okay.
So if you could offer a concluding statement quickly. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I think we've heard the why loud and clear in the 5 years that we've participated on this agenda item. The how, you're looking at 150 federally recognized tribes with the beautiful comments that we had yesterday. We have brilliant Indigenous leadership, and we have brilliant staff. We know the why and the enforceable measures that need to be taken based off of the trust responsibility, not necessarily by this body, but by NOAA NIMS. Actions need to be really reflective of the needs of our subsistence users, enforceable, legally binding. And we've heard loud and clear that there needs to be action. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chythlook, for your testimony. So following up on that final point, if this is too direct, I apologize. So by enforceable, do you mean in regulations versus in an incentive plan agreement, for example?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. Yes, we've heard a lot of discussion about what range of alternatives might meet the purpose and need. And based on our analysis and expert public testimony and our expectation as a government-to-government relationship with NOAA NIMS, meaningful action means not just alternative 4. And we support the inclusion of alternative 4 and codify those into regulations, but there needs to be spatial, temporal, enforceable, clear, and yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. And I think particularly the testimony we've had this morning, in addition to yours, it's the spatial and temporal management that we struggle with a little bit with respect to this particular action. And so maybe this isn't fair either, but is there a combination of regulatory enforcement and some flexibility to incorporate obviously continually changing spatiotemporal information and new data streams that might come in? Is there some reasonable outcome with a combination of those two things?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. One of the things that I've really grappled onto early on in my educational journey is the importance of incentives and not having misaligned or misinformed incentives. So we've heard a lot of discussion, a lot of options. I think it's very clear that there are very special areas north of Unimac, yeah, that are very important to, Western Alaska stocks, and they're also very important to our industry fishermen. I do think that there are options within the analysis and discussions with innovative solutions that can definitely continue to be negotiated. So alternative 5, option 2, with some sort of cap. But one of the things that we're always butting heads on is like picking what those spatial temporal things are. Yeah, we're always going to run into some sort of conflict there. What I am really advocating for, not as an analyst anymore, but somebody in a leadership role, is really encouraging hard thought here at the decision making, but for the folks behind me to really work on the infrastructure that's needed to build trust, to build communication, and include many different ways of knowing into the decision makings and what those incentives look like. So I think that's Yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chythlook, for your testimony. And I'm following up on Ms. Baker's question, but specifically on the cap piece of Alternative 5. And I heard in your testimony, you mentioned both Western Alaska and Yukon genetics are important. If we can hone in on just a Western Alaska cap, would something like that work?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Goen, through the chair. From the very beginning of this action item, it's been one of the thoughts that I think we're asking the wrong question. We're focused solely on issues and concerns and actions that are happening out in the Bering Sea. And we're not focused on how do we get more fish back home to our smokehouses. It's always going to be the position, I think, from our tribes to focus on getting as much of our stock back as possible. So that's probably going to be the best and most clear answer that I can give right now.
Yes, Mr. Abdulhamdi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Chythlook, you mentioned ANILCA maybe more than any other testifier I've heard up here. And we know ANILCA works with migratory species like caribou, things, but you're trying to suggest, I guess, that it should apply to salmon that are migratory as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, through the chair, Boyd, can you repeat the first part of your question?
Well, we just know it's easily applied, ANILCA is easily applied to migratory species like caribou that even go across the Canadian border and back into the United States or back into Alaska. But you're suggesting that ANILCA should apply to salmon as well, in that even outside of the in-river areas.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Well, you know, unfortunately, we're having discussions about legalities in two different agencies, yeah? Department of Commerce, Department of Interior. There are enforceable measures under ANILCA Title 8 when subsistence needs aren't being met that I think everybody, all of our tribes were being forced to look at and seriously consider. If we can't impact decisions meaningfully and build the relationships and the communication and the infrastructure to see ourselves reflected in the decisions under the Department of Commerce, what levers can our tribes use to meaningfully engage and ensure that our perspectives are reflected in the Department of Commerce? I think that's the closest thing that I can give. We're consistently being regulated and regulated and regulated and bearing the burden of conservation. We're working to build an MOU with U.S. Fish and Wildlife there in Fairbanks. We're working incredibly hard, and I really appreciate U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I appreciate the Department of Fish and Game. We're focusing in on ANILCA Title 8 because it has the provisions in there for rural priority. That's not ethnic, that's not racial. And then also subsistence priority, which again, in our state constitution and our federal law, it's not a racial issue. It's providing reasonable opportunity. And what reasonable opportunities look like right now, what we've heard in the last several days, is we're going without. While nobody else is, up until this point, until after 2028, is going to be held accountable. So we've got some really serious thinking to do. And we have, within our own state constitution, within federal law, standards and metrics of success that we don't need to recreate. They're already enforceable. We don't need to have more and more and more and more discussions on this, but we do need meaningful action to our tribes. And that's the point of bringing these up, is that even though these decisions are on the Department of Commerce, again and again and again, not just here, we're going to be at Board of Fish. I don't even know if I'm going to go home. I might be here for the entire month of February. Yeah. So we're fighting everywhere. And one of the things that I really want to emphasize and bring in, it's been brought up in multiple spaces, is recognizing our Indigenous leadership on the different governing bodies. Here in Board of Fish, meaningful action comes through those who have participated and understand Anilka, understand our traditional ways of life. And just wanting to say on the record here that Yukon Fish Commission is very appreciative not only of this body, but of others who have that collective understanding and feel the frustrations. But action is mandatory. And how we get there, there's a lot of options. Yeah, communication's a big one of them, but most importantly, and I'll shut up, the infrastructure, the standards, everything are clearly laid out. It's just that they up until this point, if it's our opinion, our collective opinion is my assumption, is that we don't feel like these have been met, and we're quickly running out of alternatives.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Burk, this is a little unusual, but this dialogue is very important. So if you have something brief to add.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Goen asked Craig a question. It's something that I work on for the Fish Commission about the Western Alaska component. I think it's really important to take a look in your draft environmental impact statement. There's a table that has the years, and it breaks out coastal Western Alaska and upper mid Yukon by numbers. And I shared a graph earlier that had the summer chum proportion compared to fall chum proportion. So if you think about how big this Sauyaq component is compared to the kind of much smaller side of the upper mid Yukon component, to have comparable numbers of those two genetic groups is very concerning to me. And I think we need to continue to focus on watching our numbers on the upper mid Yukon. And so I've called it out specifically. I called it out specifically on my amendment at the AP. I had to withdraw that, trying to measure the impact rate to be less than 1% on the upper mid Yukon stock. So I put a reporting benchmark in there instead. And the idea behind that is that we would be monitoring kind of your removals compared to our run sizes, and not quite an AEQ, but kind of a rough idea of what is the impact. And keeping in mind that Yukon River people are managed to 0% impact right now. And so if you think about the migration corridor and the fact that if these salmon could get through, there is no fishing, they have a higher chance of spawning right now. So just really wanted to add that kind of technical point to the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Burke, just quickly, just on that reporting benchmark, the intent was for that to be a cooperative kind of discussion with industry and tribal representatives and river users about kind of how to consistently improve on getting that refinement of data. Okay.
Yes, Angel, that is correct. We would work together with the tribal entities that have united here, and similar to what Nicole was talking about, that in-season communication to say, hey, this is what our run size, this is what we need you all to be looking out for right now, and keep working on it together, I think is very important. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for that reminder. Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, both of you. And I think one of the reasons this is a hard action, especially when I'm thinking about the fleet that delivers into Alaska, is that we're trying to find, at least I'm trying to find a solution that has some meaningful action as you've described very well in your testimony, for Western Alaska users without harming the communities and tribes that have reached out to us from Unalaska, Akutan, Falls Pass, Nelson Lagoon, who also depend so heavily on the pollock fishery. And so it sounds terrible to try to pit one community against another community. I guess my question is, do you feel like we have options in front of us that can provide meaningful action without harming those other communities in Alaska that we're looking out for? And that could be a long answer or a short answer, Mr. Chythlook, but we've talked about it on the side, and I'd like to hear your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I could provide a really long answer. I don't think we need that, but the answer is yes. We are getting very good and amazing, clear leadership from our elders, our chiefs. We're bodily represented. We're speaking with one voice here at this meeting. We're incredibly educated, and we're spending a significant amount of time collectively working as best we can within this process. I think the only thing that I would like to reiterate from my AP testimony is how intentional this infrastructure is and how brilliant the Magnuson Law is at dividing and conquering our tribes, our people. This entire infrastructure thrives on chaos. And I know we've had discussions on this on the side, but it's very intentional. And it was said again on the record at the AP that it's very intentional that we're here today having these conversations and that we have such a difference of opinion. It's by design. It's not by accident, but to very clearly answer your question, yeah, I think we're, not me, but creating the opportunity for those conversations to happen is that I know from our leadership that we're ready to work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Share your testimony. So next up is D Ricci, followed by Heather, Sauyaq, Jean Gordon.
Good morning, Steve Ricci, Quota Manager for the Bristol Bay Economic Development Corporation. Before I begin, I'd really like to recognize those that have provided testimony for the first time at this meeting. I know how intimidating it can be sitting up here, and I just really appreciate the courage and vulnerability that people have shared. It has helped me expand my perspective and learn more about this issue. So, Madam Chair, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of BBDC, one of 6 community development groups. Our organization serves 17 Bering Sea communities, ranging from Togiak to Port Heiden, and roughly 5,200 residents. We share the concerns about declines in chum stocks and their impacts on Western Alaska communities. We recognize that none of the alternatives in the EIS can necessarily rebuild these stocks, and that balancing the economic, cultural, and biological aspects of this issue is extremely challenging. BBDC supports the stated purpose and need for this action to conserve Western Alaska chum. From our perspective, all of the alternatives except Alternative 4 do not meet the purpose and need. And as you have heard throughout this meeting, a total chum cap risks incentivizing fleets to avoid hatchery chum at a potential cost to Western Alaska chum and potentially increasing Chinook bycatch. Since this analysis began, the Council has had access to in-season stock-specific genetic information developed by NOAA and the Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute that provides timely estimates of Western Alaska chum salmon encountered in the pollock fishery. This information allows Western Alaska chum to be identified and tracked separately from the substantially larger component of non-Western Alaska and hatchery chum during the season. Given that the stated purpose and need of this action is the conservation of Western Alaska chum, BBDC believes it is important to recognize that management approaches relying solely on total chum encounters do not make use of the best stock-specific information now available to the Council. Accordingly, we support Alternative 4, which codifies and recognizes the industry's effort to use in-season genetics data to mitigate chum encounters. We hope that the Council will incorporate the work that BBSRI has done on in-season genetics and the inshore pollock fishery. We recommend further consideration of using genetics-based in-season Western Alaska chum estimates to better align management outcomes with the conservation of Western Alaska chum. This would maximize the genetics work and better align this alternative with the action's intent. The request for accountability is fair. However, the accountability must be balanced against national standards and should not unnecessarily impact the pollock fishery shoreside processors or the CDQ program. BBDC is not advocating for a specific management mechanism. Rather, we encourage the Council to ensure that any final action is clearly aligned with the stated purpose and need and takes into account the best available stock-specific information now available to the Council. Thank you once again for the opportunity and for the dedication and grace you have demonstrated throughout this process. Your work on the Council to find a path forward over the last few years has been appreciated.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Ricci. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you to BBDC for funding and putting forward the money for BBSRI project and in-season genetics. My question is, you mentioned we need to make best use and maximize that new tool, which is very new, really came about during this whole process of this analysis. So do you have any more specifics on what you mean by that, or are you only referencing that in terms of Alternative 4?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I'd like to first start by saying next year, the entire CDQ sector has contributed funds. So while BBDC started BBSRI 30 years ago to help the sockeye fishery and provide not only benefits to our community members who are salmon fishermen, but for the entire region. So we're excited that now there's potential that BBSRI is going to provide benefits to a region further north and a new salmon stock. So yeah, I just want to recognize that's been a highly collaborative effort, both in funding and effort. So, but thank you for the recognition. As far as specifics go, I'll do my best from the perspective that I have. I'm not an expert. I don't manage an IPA. And I think, as I've stated several times, as a CDQ quota manager, I lack any sort of operational ability. And really, I'm more of an observer, right? I'm the announcer in the football game, not the player. So I understand and I see, and I can certainly witness some things that work. So what I'd say is I would defer to the co-op managers and C-State, who are the real experts in taking the data and moving the fleets. I think we have a very powerful tool with BBSRI. I think it can continue to improve. And as you said, I mean, we're 3 years in, and the hills that had to be overcome to get to this point were substantial. And if there's buy-in and everybody kind of pushing together on this, it can only improve and become a much better tool to focus on Western Alaska chum, which is what we all want to conserve, right? I mean, that's the goal here. So I think I got it. Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ricci, for your testimony. And I want to follow up on the point you made about sort of the request the Council is hearing from many members of the public is the request for accountability for the incentive plan agreements and performance in chum salmon avoidance. That's fair. And then you explained BBDC's position on that. My question is, and again, I really don't mean, I just really want your thoughts. I don't mean this to be argumentative, but of the many things that the Council needs to balance, and you brought up some of the, the national standards and the purpose and need, and you brought up to the extent practicable in terms of any potential impacts on the Pavlick fleet when considering National Standard 9. But as part of our obligation as the council to have effective and transparent management programs, isn't the concern we're hearing about the lack of transparency relative to IPA only management, doesn't that also need to be included in the balance of consideration or minimize bycatch to the extent practicable in terms of the management measures and the things that this council can actually put in place? I really just am asking your opinion. I know you didn't mean to suggest we should only consider impacts on industry, but what is your perspective on that particular perspective that we're hearing in terms of transparency is also an incredibly important factor to consider?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. And thank you for the question, just so that it's really clarified that at BBDC, we certainly appreciate and want to see some sort of accountability measure and are in support of that. So it's not, strictly IPA management. What I would say, again, kind of just how I had previously answered Ms. Kimball, there's people in the room that have more perspective and a better ability to design maybe some of those structures. And I would defer to them to figure out exactly what that accountability looked like, keeping in mind that there are potential significant costs, to communities, to the CDQ program. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. So Heather, Sauyaq, Jean Gordon, followed by Dan Martin.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Dr. Heather Sauyaq Jean Gordon. I'm an Upiaq from Homer, and my research in sustainability science focuses on the stability of Alaska's interconnected ecological, social, and economic systems. Under National Standard 8, this council is mandated to address humans and fisheries by taking into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities and providing for the sustained participation of fishing communities. For thousands of rural families, that participation is subsistence. Research identifies subsistence as a critical protective factor. The traditional knowledge shared by our communities here is fully supported by research data. Connection to culture through subsistence fishing improves mental health and education outcomes. Participation in the job market. Conversely, interrupted harvests correlates with food insecurity and a significantly higher demand on public health, justice, and social services. Evidence from the Exxon Valdez disaster proves that when people faced harvest shutdowns, clinical anxiety and depression nearly triple as social sharing networks dissolve, leading to poverty in our communities. By failing to cap bycatch, the council is forcing self-sufficient populations into an expensive emergency economy. It's a systemic failure when regions food secure for millennia must have their fish flown in as cargo, or that a loss of subsistence economy forces families to move to regional centers, where often expensive store-bought food can lead to housing instability. Salmon inhabit a continuous ecosystem, yet our interagency management, as Craig was mentioning, is fragmented. While the river faces closures, the trawl fleet is still allowed to intercept these same stocks. This creates effectively prioritizing the sustained participation of the trawl fleet over that of the communities, subsistence communities. A cap on chum bycatch is fiscally, ecologically, and socially responsible. This is a call for the council to fulfill its statutory duty. Under National Standard 8, the sustained participation of subsistence is really quite critical for our survival. If it's practicable to shut down human food source, it must also be practicable to set a hard limit on the waste of the food source. Additionally, if it's not sustainable to force rural communities, to absorb the costs that come from this disconnection from culture and food. And that the best available science, which really the traditional knowledge shared is demonstrating, which is directly confirmed by all the research in this space as well, that the human dimension is quite critical in these decision makings, and a hard cap is actually an evidence-based investment that prioritizes the sustainability and the stability of our families and minimizes adverse economic, social, and other impacts on the people of Alaska. Thank you for my time, and I have additional references available on request, as well as the attached document. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. And yeah, we appreciate the attachment as well. See if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
So we already heard from Dan Martin. Apologies. Kelsi Ivanoff is next, followed by Leilani Luhrs.
Working? Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Kelsi Ivanoff. I was told I couldn't do individually and form an organization, so I'm testifying on behalf of both NPA, Native Peoples Action, and myself, but I'll be keeping the testimonies separate, and I'll testify on behalf of my organization first. My Inupiaq name is Chythlook, and my Yupik name is Abuzanok. I was raised in Unalakleet, where I currently live and work for Native Peoples Action as their communications and Indigenous engagement manager. You heard from our executive director that we are statewide in nature, so I'm lucky to work remotely and raise my daughter in my hometown. NPA is a nonpartisan organization dedicated to uplifting and strengthening Alaska Native peoples and protecting our ways of life. We work as an advocate alongside Native peoples, amplifying their work, voices, and leadership, and advancing our collective priorities to fully practice, restore, and strengthen our rights as Native peoples. Salmon has sustained our people for thousands of years, whether it's chum, sockeye, coho, chinook, or pink. Depending on abundance, every salmon has its own use, its different way of preparation. This knowledge and practices passed down from generations of salmon feeding our people. In times of low abundance, these methods become interchangeable. Unfortunately, for many of our people in rural Alaska, they aren't facing low abundance, it's zero. There are children on the Yukon who have never caught a fish. When I was young, salmon was the first thing I harvested. That gave me a sense of providing for my family, for my mom, for my dad, for my little brothers. And there are so many girls and boys, women and men who are being deprived of that. The effects of the loss of salmon are felt beyond not being able to put food on the table. It's losing culture, it's losing a sense of identity, and it's losing our people. The psychological effects run deep, and those experiencing it are the only ones who can ever fully understand it. Rural Alaska experiences some of the highest rates of suicide in the U.S., with our young men being at highest risk. My little brother became a part of that statistic almost 8 years ago. While there are many contributing factors, losing one of our lifelines surely does not improve these conditions. As stated before, salmon has sustained our people for thousands of years. Thousands of years of pure omega-3s nourishing our bodies. Science shows that omega-3s are essential for brain function, and studies show the decline of these in our food supply promote the development of many inflammatory-related diseases, including depressive disorders. While supplementing might seem like the easy solution, like I said, this issue is beyond putting food on the table, and it's even beyond nourishing our bodies. It's detrimental to our values, our responsibility to our tribe, sharing, hunter success, cooperation, family roles, hard work, domestic skills, and respect for others, nature, and our elders. It is not our responsibility to feed America and put our own people at a disadvantage. Our Native people, the original stewards of the lands and waters, should not be bearing the burden when our people are struggling. Compromise does not work when only one side is making sacrifices. While the numbers may show a small benefit to Western Alaska chum, any difference makes a difference. All it takes is seeing even the smallest runs to give our people hope and to show we are headed in the right direction. NPA's recommended action is a combination of alternatives 2, 4, and 5, but I will note that we do not support adopting alternative 4 alone, as alternative 4 as a standalone is essentially not taking action. We support alternative 4's regulatory requirements for IPAs in combination with alternative 2 with a PSE limit of 100,000 for the entire fishery. And alternative 5, option 1, that establishes a 50,000 in-season cap with a migratory corridor that closes when reached. Moving on to testifying on behalf of myself. In 2018, I chose to live at home full-time when I had my daughter so I can raise her as I was on the land and water. I serve on both our RAC and our AC, and our RAC submitted comments supporting the same alternatives that many tribal voices have. I also have roots in Kotzebue, St. Michael, and Nulato. Having fished in Unalakleet and Kotzebue, our family always says Kotzebue has the most beautiful chum. When we get pretty ones in our net, we call them Kotzebue chum. This speaks to the differences you might see in our Western Alaska chum that a gentleman from the Yukon spoke to at this meeting already. Unalakleet is one of 15 member communities of our region CDQ organization. I come from a family of subsistence and commercial fishermen, and we participate in both the salmon and crab fisheries, where our CDQ's company serves as our sole buyer and whose tenders support our fleet. I graduated from college over 16 years ago, and a CDC scholarships was one of many that helped me get through school loan-free. I served as Unalakleet's mayor, then city manager, and NCDC has helped keep our aging water system running with their water and sewer fund. So I have seen firsthand just how much CDQs help our communities. All this said, while I am extremely thankful for them, I can confidently say I would sacrifice some of the benefits we receive to see more salmon return to our rivers. And I say some because we are not trying to say no more pollock fishing. We are asking industry to share the burden, to compromise, to take some of the load off our backs, our kids' backs, our elders' backs, and our salmon's backs. Even if the claims of our rivers not being ideal conditions for our salmon were true, they still deserve the chance to try to come home. You often hear every salmon counts, but it counts in a way that's more than a number. It's my daughter's first salmon that she has yet to catch. It's my first salmon I gifted to my grandparents. It's the taste of dry fish after a long snow machine drive to the caribou grounds. It's that last fillet that you've been saving in your freezer with hopes you'll be blessed again the following summer. For our relatives on the Yukon, they probably didn't realize that last fillet would be the last one they'd take out for years to come. I say we live in Unalakleet, but as of late, we live out of our suitcase attending regulatory meeting after meeting. I pulled my daughter from school because I, as a single mother, cannot be in 2 places at once. If I kept her in traditional schooling, she'd have missed 6 weeks of school since the end of November. She attends meetings with me, then we go home, and that's when our school day begins with me as her teacher. And let me tell you, teachers are way underpaid. I say all this to show the effort we are putting in. We are learning systems that were made to work against us. We are continually forced to fight for our rights and remind governing bodies of subsistence priority. We are showing up in spaces where, just in my grandparents' generation, had signs, I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
Had signs like no dogs, no natives. We, like you, spend time away from our families, time off of our lands, off of our water. Yet the effort we put in, the traditional knowledge we offer, is often disregarded and overshadowed by other interests. I'm urging you to really listen to what is being said here. We can't control environmental factors like climate change, but you have a chance here to make change with what we can control, what you can control. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Leilani Luhrs, followed by John Samuel.
Quiana, Madam Chair, and council members for the opportunity to testify. My name is Leilani Luhrs, and I am a tribal member from Sauyaq, Alaska, located in southwestern Alaska, the northmost community in Bristol Bay. I'm here to urge the council to adopt a hard limit on chum bycatch informed by the traditional knowledge of subsistence users across the region. For generations, Indigenous and rural families have depended on salmon and herring and all animals for food, culture, and survival. These species are foundational to our subsistence way of life. Subsistence users carry detailed place-based knowledge of these fish, knowledge built through lifelong observation, run timing, abundance, and fish condition. That knowledge tells us the same story year after year. Chum salmon are arriving later in fewer numbers and poorer condition. Rivers that once reliably fed families are now closed or barely meeting subsistence needs. Oh gosh. These changes are noticed by local fishers long before they appeared in data. At the same time, herring, another critical subsistence resource for a region, have also declined, not only affecting food security, but the broader ecosystem that salmon depend on. The loss of herring compounds a hardship faced by subsistence communities already struggling with reduced salmon harvests. Subsistence users have already paid the highest price for conservation, as I'm sure you've heard multiple times throughout testimony. Families have lost harvest opportunities and cultural practices, while bycatch and large-scale fisheries continues during the years when chum stocks are clearly depressed. Voluntary measures and incentive programs are not enough when chum abundance is low. A hard bycatch limit provides a clear enforceable safeguard that reflects both science and the precautionary approach long practiced by subsistence communities. Traditional knowledge teaches us that when fish are struggling, you slow down or stop, not push harder. Management must follow that same principle. Under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation Management Act, federal managers must follow several binding national standards. National Standard 8 requires consideration of the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities, including subsistence communities. National Standard 9 requires that the bycatch and bycatch mortality be minimized by the extent practicable, especially for salmon, halibut, and crab, which are critical to subsistence users. I respectfully urge the council to adopt a hard cap on chum salmon that meaningfully reduces the mortality and ensures conservation responsibility that is shared equally across all users. Protecting some chum, salmon, and herring protects our people, our cultures, and future generations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Luhrs. Let's see. Yes, Ms. Baker? Are you okay with the question?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to ask, you referenced inability for subsistence harvesters of herring. And I just wanted to ask you, can you expand on that a little bit in terms of what you were referring to?
I'd love to. In Western Alaska, Pacific herring are a key subsistence resource for many coastal and riverine communities and an important component of the marine ecosystem. From my perspective, herring provide a critical early season harvest opportunities, often occurring before salmon runs and at a time when household food stores are limited. Subsistence users harvest herring and herring spawn for direct personal use, sharing, and cultural practices, which contribute to the community food security. They are also recognized as a foundational forage species in the Bering Sea ecosystem. And looking at the weekly trawl reports this season, they've already caught over 400 tons of herring, and that is a foundational forage species for all in the Bering Sea ecosystem. Did that answer your question?
Thank you. That was great. And if you don't have an answer to this follow-up, that's fine. Are there specific areas of herring subsistence fisheries that you would like to highlight in particular that have been restricted, or is it just a general comment?
When trying to look at the bigger picture, the state is pushing for a 20% allowable catch for the Dutch harbor fleet to harvest our herring, the herring that is allocated for Sauyaq. And with the increasing push of, the increase to push the herring allocation for the trawl fishery, we are going to see it at a local level. And I wanted to address it now before it is actually put into place.
Thank you very much. Okay, I appreciate your testimony. So John Samuel is next, followed by Florence Kargie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Deputy and remaining council. I was here last year testifying. I do support CDQ and subsistence. And yesterday I heard Captain Dave Halmerson speak, and I was in very much agreement with what he said, the data. You all heard how the fishery out there protects the salmon, and over half of that is Asian farm salmon, but yet our CDQ fleet pulls in their gear and moves to protect that salmon, including wild salmon that comes to Alaska, very small portion to Western Alaska, which the data proves. But I am here to remind Madam Chair, the council, whichever option you choose, it will very much impact our village CDQ programs that we receive. Elder program, People Propel, heating fuel program. Those are some examples that our CDQ group gets through coastal villages. And another thing is, I come from the mouth of Good News Bay, and we haven't had a commercial salmon fisher since 2015 when coastal villages pulled out as the last salmon buyer. And Good News Bay Platinum has had a history of abundance of subsistence salmon, and we've protected it. On 2 different occasions, we had a dredge outfit want to come into Good News Bay and outside of Platinum on the Bering Sea side to dredge for, some kind of precious mineral. And Good News Platinum, probably Eek and Queen Hawk, said no. He said there's job opportunity, there's money you could make. And the community says, so what? We want to protect our salmon. That's what we did. So we have, and you heard our Yukon members very protective of their salmon. I like that. Us people that live in Alaska, we need salmon. So whatever you choose, choose wisely. There's a way to protect CDQ and subsistence. That's how I would choose. You have a very hard decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Samuel. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Samuels, for your testimony. You mentioned a commercial fishery, I believe, if I heard you correctly, near or on Good News Bay. And then you also mentioned the fish plant that had shut down. Would you still be commercial fishing around there if there was a buyer and a fish plant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, we've had a different outfit try to come in and open a commercial fishery. Well, it's actually open. We just don't have enough buyers. And Good News Bay, coastal villages helped Good News Bay with help pay for insurance and equipment for their tenders that they hired to come in to buy fish. And I believe they did that for 2 summers after 2015. But the way I see it is we only fish with 50 fathoms in Good News Bay, Queenahawk, Kuskokwim, Eek, and we don't have enough capacity. Well, there's plenty of fish on the ocean side, but inside of like the boundary of Good News Bay, we only use 50 fathoms. That's 300 feet of a net, versus like Bristol Bay, they use 3 shackles, 350 fathom net, and they get, in the tens of thousands of pounds. And over in Good News Bay, Quinac, we're fishing with 18-foot skiffs and 24-foot skiffs, and we're delivering at the peak maybe 4 brailers. Brailers are, everybody knows what brailers are. And during the slack season, maybe 1 brailer. And what coastal villages tried to do when they were running the plant was they accepted fish from Bristol Bay to try to increase the capacity, but that plant was run, from start to finish at a loss of about $7 million a year. Even with the extra fish coming in from Bristol Bay, that plant wasn't feasible, didn't make profit. So the Coastal Villages Board voted to shut it down. And the way I see it is if we ever to succeed in commercial fishing, the state of Alaska would have to open up the ocean side. And the way I see that ocean side is from Cape Newenham to the mouth of Kuskokwim. That's very similar to Nushagak, where they have abundance of salmon, and allow bigger vessels, maybe 32-foot like Bristol Bay, and maybe 3 shackles of gear. But I don't know, that's a whole other fight. I don't know if that'll ever happen, but yes, I would support some type of commercial fishing. And I'm sorry, what was the other question again? That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Doi. Thank you.
So Florence Kargie is up next, followed by Nate Stone.
Like Irene Cara says, what a feeling being here for 10 days. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council members. My name is Florence Kargie, and I am from Hooper Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The CDQ program did not start as a federal idea or industry initiative. It began because Western Alaska communities were being left out of the fisheries happening right outside of our homes. In the 1970s and 80s, the Bering Sea became one of the most productive industrial fisheries in the world. Billions of pounds of fish were harvested, wealth was created, jobs were created, but none of that benefit reached the coastal communities whose waters and ecosystems were made that fishery possible. At the same time, our villages faced extreme unemployment, limited infrastructure, and increasing pressure on subsistence resources. People weren't asking for handouts. They were asking a basic question. How can so much wealth come from our region while our communities remain poor and excluded? When this council approved the CDQ program in 1992, despite skepticism and opposition, it worked. Communities built governance systems, created jobs, and invested in education and training. In 1996, Congress made CDQ permanent. Not because Congress invented it, but because it recognized what Western Alaska communities had built. I grew up in Western Alaska, where subsistence is not a lifestyle, it is survival, as you have heard from many who testified this week. But I also grew up seeing the realities our villages still face: limited opportunity and the high cost of living. CDQ was never meant to be a handout. It was designed as an opportunity, a way for coastal communities to finally share in the wealth being generated from the Bering Sea fisheries happening right outside our homes. This program exists because of the vision and persistence of Western Alaska leaders who fought for fairness, when few people were listening. They understood something important early on. If quota is how access and wealth are allocated, then communities need a quota. Not grants, not temporary programs, but ownership. Because of their work, CDQ has become one of the most successful economic programs in the nation. CDQ programs have created thousands of jobs, supported scholarships, and helped provide resources that keep families going. Most importantly, CDQ has given people a reason to believe they can stay in the region and still be a future. And I want to close with one of the many words, or one of the words of one of many CDQ leaders, Joe Paniak from Chythlook, who said, "We all have to realize that we cannot go back to our old ways, but to realize how we can educate and create jobs for our children's future." That is exactly what CDQ has done, and that is why it must continue to be protected. Toyana.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Pamplin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Kargie. Appreciate the background here on the CDQs. Would you mind just taking just a moment and offer, what do you think about which alternatives would you select to protect CDQs? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Pamplin, for the question. So in looking at the alternatives, the way that I've understood it, certainly alternative 4, but given all of what's going on out there in the Bering Sea and what's stated in regulatory, like a hybrid option, maybe of alternative 5, moving off the fish if needed. But the one thing that I will say, being a lot of our board members are from the communities and reside there, there's this expectation and accountability of telling the fleet to say, or be very mindful of moving off fish. If they come across salmon, they move. And so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious in terms of, are you primarily shore-based or at sea?
Thanks for the question through the chair. So right now I do some contracting work for YDFDA and we're part of Golden, Alaska.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is Nate Stone, followed by Jack Wholecheese.
Hi there. Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Nate Stone. I'm president of the Fury Group, which is a family-owned catcher vessel company that operates 2 pollock vessels in the mothership and shoreside sectors. I'm the 3rd generation in my family to work for the company, which was founded over 50 years ago. Outside of the numerous family that have worked for the Fury Group over the years, we've had many crew members that have spent decades aboard our vessels, building a good life for their families. I'm here to support Alternative 4 as the most effective measure to address the purpose and need of this action, which is reducing bycatch of Western Alaskan chum salmon. Alternative 4 seeks to codify measures that fleet has voluntarily incorporated into their incentive plan agreements. IPAs use dynamic closures based on near real-time data to target avoidance of Western Alaskan chum salmon while continuing to prioritize Chinook avoidance. Managers and fishermen use the best available data to be nimble and reactive to changing conditions. Although still new, the incorporation of genetic testing into the IPAs is particularly promising, as it will allow us to isolate Western Alaskan chum encounters and migration patterns to better mitigate bycatch into the future. The pollock fleet has been continually innovative and forward-looking in its approach to reducing salmon encounters. As far as I know, the pollock fishery is better than any other fishery in the world at mitigating bycatch. The amount of effort put into this cannot be overstated. It is the primary focus of fishermen on the grounds and a constant source of investment and innovation from managers and owners. No one in this industry wants to hurt salmon stocks, and we do not take their importance to other user groups lightly. I remember building excluder devices in our backyard with my dad as a teenager 30 years ago. We've never stopped trying to do better. The analysis is clear regarding the pollock industry's minimal impacts on Western Alaskan chum salmon returns, averaging less than 2% of adult equivalent removals. The reality that we could be shut out of the industry we're so proud to be part of for catching Asian hatching fish is baffling to me. Alternatives 2, 3, and 5 propose caps that could result in closures affecting large geographical areas shoreside vessels rely on. Ignoring the fact that these closures would likely be triggered by catches of hatchery fish, which is not the purpose of this action, a cap would functionally change our ability to operate. Caps would be allocated down to a vessel level at amounts low enough that a single tow could end a vessel's season. As you've heard from others, unlike Chinook, chum salmon generally present in large, dense pulses moving through an area. This significantly increases the risk of hitting an individual vessel limit. In addition, caps and permanent closures would likely displace vessels into smaller, more congested areas. This displacement undermines the effectiveness of the IPAs by reducing the spatial flexibility that allows vessels to avoid Western Alaskan chum. Forcing vessels into fewer, potentially less productive areas increases congestion and may actually elevate encounters with Western Alaska chum, with no viable alternative areas available. I urge you to select alternative 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ricci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm wondering if you could just explain when you're on the grounds and you're operating and you do see chum come up. I guess I'm wondering what numbers of chum, what numbers does it start to become really concerning, where you start to consider moving or changing up what you're doing?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'm not a captain of a vessel, but I talk to our vessels every day, so I think I have a pretty fair handle on this. I think the numbers are reported as minimally as possible. I think that you get a sample. You obviously can't see everything as it's dumped into the tanks, but I think if it's in an area that's new, you report any chum. I think you would report to the co-op manager, any substantial amount. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
It does, but maybe we can catch up after. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for your testimony. Clarify on that comment. When you say you report any chum, you're not talking about the NOAA reporting that count every salmon. You're talking about reporting to the sea state group that moves vessels.
I'm talking about a captain, if during a dump, would report to the co-op manager that's informing the other vessels about where to go and
thank you. So
what's happening on the grounds.
It's reported. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Jack Wholecheese is next, followed by Gary Longaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Council. My name is Jack Wholecheese. I'm from Hoosley, Alaska, on the Chythlook River, tributary to the Yukon. I'm first chief of the Nakanaga, which means our people speak. We are the voice for our elders. I'm kind of glad I went last because I heard a lot of good testimony. A lot that I thought was negative to us as people, as stewards of the land. I grew up, my grandparents used to make us, or they didn't make us, we learned how to respect the animals and the land that the animals come from. We didn't have a shortage of food. They did. There was no moose around. Our elders used to have to go hunt days in and days out, running down the game that they have to eat. And then they get it and they bring it back to the village and they share it with everybody. That's how we grew up, sharing the abundance of food that we could get. I heard a lot of good testimony. People describing what they're going through now, what our elders are going through, what our elders want to see before they pass on. They want to see our livelihood. They want to see our food back, which is very understandable. I'm a young chief. I'm 76 years old. The village of Huslia was started in 1949 when I was born. It moved from an old place, cut off. It used to flood every year. They moved down to a higher ground, and now our village is starting to erode. You know, that's climate change. Our ancestors told us when Sputnik, I don't know if any of you remember Sputnik, but it broke the hemisphere. And our elders said, there's going to be a change. There's going to be a change. And look at that, climate change. You know, it's something that a lot of scientists don't understand. But you combine traditional knowledge with the scientists, then you'll come to a solution. They went to the village of Huslia to talk to people about climate change, getting elders' knowledge. And they worked together for a couple of years, and then they found someplace else to work with. So that went down the drain. And the other day when they were talking about scientists working, doing everything, knowing everything, they didn't include traditional knowledge on our fishers' population. They didn't ask the people, how many fish did you see go by? You know, I heard testimony of people saying that the sonars didn't even see belugas going by. How could they see a little chum salmon going by and miss a big old beluga, you know? So you really don't know how much fish are going through. It's not only climate change, it's the economical change that we're facing. There's mines on the Chythlook River. There used to be a place called Hog River and Clear Creek. They used to call that Clear Creek. That used to be spawning ground for salmon. There's no more salmon going up there. We don't know how many salmon are going to Gazaza because they have a miscount. And what's really frustrating is on the Chythlook River, we don't get that much fish. We don't get hardly any king salmon. We used to get a lot of chum. We used to get enough to feed our dogs and our people. But no more. We can't even fish. We can't even put in a fish net. And that's hurting because all we fish for is whitefish and sea fish. That's what we depend on. A lot of people say fish people. Well, you know, you get high cholesterol from food, the Western food. I'll tell you, this is experience from myself. Because I got high cholesterol one time. And I quit eating chicken fat I quit eating beef fat. I quit eating mayonnaise, salt. And I went back to get checked again. No more cholesterol. Doctor asked me what I did, and I told him. But I'm still eating bear fat, bear grease, and moose fat, and fish. And he looked at me and he said, you know, that must be something. And I told him, you know, I'm not a scientist, but I know I'm immune to the fat that I grew up with. So cutting down our fishing and all that is taking away our livelihood. You're taking away the people's food that make them survive. And, you know, you're talking about migration. And I heard somebody say, you know, we'll move the trawlers over here. The trawlers are migrating with the fish that they're catching. Eventually, there's going to be no more fish because they're wiping them out. And what for? Money. Money compared to subsistence. Our way of life. That's not right. But, you know, an elder told me one time, I was chief of Huslia. He told me, don't let money take over your life. Just keep on what you're doing right now, living off the land, respecting the land. And, you know, that's something that I always kept in mind. I'm chief of the Nakanaga because I want to be. I want to help our people. They lost their livelihood. They lost their sense of direction because of the schools that came in and took them away from their villages. They lost their language. They lost their regula. Clothes that they used to wear, they had to burn them. You'll hear stories, lots. I could step here all day and you could ask me questions. Because I learned this from our elders. Not only from our elders, but there are 7 people on our board from every region in the interior. And every region has got a different tradition or culture. And you learn, and all of a sudden, you know everyone's knowledge and tradition. And I really thank you for listening, and I hope I speak for our elders right, because I have a lot of respect for our elders. I was born in 1949, like I said, before electricity, computers, phones. I was one of those nomadic people. I was born in a fall camp, 1949. Fall camp is where we migrate to in the fall to go trapping. Then in the summer, we go to fish camp. And, you know, it was just a cycle that we grew up in. I'm glad to say, I'm really proud to say, I was one of those people that lived that life. It's a life that you'll never forget. It was calmness, it was quietness, it was nothing to worry about like this. It was something that brought calm to your body, you know. You didn't have to worry about game wardens or nothing because you knew how much to catch, how much will last you all winter, how much will last you all summer. Eventually, the moose came back to our area. And then now, guides came in, and they're starting to migrate down to the mouth of the Yukon. they're slowly moving out of our area. So, with that, I'd like to thank you for letting me talk up here. It's really, I was here last year. And if they're having it again next year, I'll be here again. Maybe with a different argument. But every year you're going to hear a different argument from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Wholecheese. Appreciate your testimony.
Oh, any questions? You don't want to learn about our life?
We certainly do. I'm not seeing any hands right now, but we will grab you on the side.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. So Gary Longaker is next, and after Gary, we will take our mid-morning break. Is Gary in the room? Oh, excuse
How
me.
about now?
Yeah. Yes.
Madam Chair and members of the council, you hear me okay now?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Gary Longaker. I fish on the fishing vessel Defender here in Dutch Harbor, Alaska for Unicy Shoreside Processing. I'm not a great talker, but I've been fishing here in Dutch Harbor for 40 years. I figure I've lived in the community for at least 25 of those 40. I'm a proud trawler. I see the effects the city has benefited by with we pay a 2% landing tax. It's equivalent to one of my crew members' share on the boat over the years. We all do that. You know, I've seen the clinic be built. All the tiles on the clinic floor have the names of everyone involved in the pollock fishery here. 15 years ago, we partnered with Native Corporation. I have great respect for the Native people here in Alaska. And the one thing they told me as captain of the boat is don't catch salmon. I've taken that very seriously. And over the last 15 years, the strides we have made are amazing. When I started 40 years ago, it was such a competitive fishery. Captains never really shared a lot of information with each other. In the last 15 years, it's transformed into open data sharing. I talk to every vessel, catcher processors, the different shoreside fleets. We keep each other abreast of bycatch issues. The Bering Sea is an ever-evolving ocean. You can see the differences of how fish react. Great abundance of black cod one year in areas that they're not traditionally in. Herring in huge abundance in areas that they're not usually in. If we didn't have the ability to adapt to real-time data like we do with sea state and communications amongst the fleet, we'd be in dire straits. I just want to say again, I'm respectful to all people in this world, and I'm proud to say that we're part of the cleanest fishery in the world. And please don't think for one moment that we're not trying to be as clean in our fishery as we possibly can. And we've always known about Asian hatchery salmon. We've always known that amongst our fleet as fishermen. But now with genetic testing, I'm so thankful that that's being able to be proven. Last 2023, I caught 50 million pounds of pollock with 262 chum salmon. Out of that, genetic testing proved that it was less than a handful were Western salmon. Any hard caps, any shutdowns of areas have proven in the past to be devastating to me. Sometimes in the summertime, we travel 500 miles from Dutch Harbor, 500 miles out to the fishing grounds where we know that hopefully there's no chum salmon. We do that out of respect for the native owner. Okay. Thank you for hearing me, Madam Chair and Council.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony, and there will be no questions after this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, let's take our mid-morning break, come back at 10:40, 10:43, give you a couple extra minutes. And I will resume public testimony beginning with Grayson Klampe. Welcome back, everyone. So we will continue on with our public testimony on C2. Grayson Klampe is next, followed by Jamie O'Connor. And is Grayson here? He's online. Okay, and there will be no questions after this testimony. Grayson, can you unmute yourself, please? Grayson, can you try *6, please? Okay, Grayson, we'll try to communicate with you, and we'll circle back after the next testifier. So Jamie O'Connor is next, and I think she's joining us remotely.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Drebnica and members of the council. My name is Jamie O'Connor, and first and foremost, I am a fifth-generation Alaskan and salmon harvester from Bristol Bay and Homer. Today, I speak on behalf of the Alaska Marine Community Coalition, formerly the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. We are a fisherman-founded and led organization working at the intersection of science, management, and the lived experience of fishing communities across Alaska. I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of the work before you and the immense effort and expertise represented by those who have traveled to speak with you this week. Chum salmon bycatch is not a new issue, but it has reached a point where the cumulative impacts are no longer abstract. Across Alaska and elsewhere, research shows a consistent pattern. When fisheries collapse or access is lost, community well-being declines alongside the stock. We see measurable impacts on physical and mental health, food security, cultural continuity, and social cohesion. These same patterns have been documented in fishing communities in Canada, Scotland, and New Zealand, to name a few. Dr. Zoe Todd, a Canadian Indigenous scholar, describes this experience as insistent public grief, a grief that persists because loss is ongoing, unresolved, and structurally produced. That framing resonates deeply with what we are hearing from salmon-dependent communities. A critical point for this council is that communities and the stocks that they depend on experience cumulative harm, not single-season outcomes. An industrial fleet can move, capital reconfigures, effort shifts. Communities and ecosystems cannot. When a run fails and a subsistence and local commercial harvest opportunity is lost, the consequences linger long after a season ends or an industrial fleet has moved on. Across U.S. fisheries, a familiar pattern emerges. Pressure accumulates, warning signals lag, a threshold is crossed, and the response becomes blunt: closures, crises, emergency actions. We have seen this in New England. We have seen it on the West Coast. The lesson is clear. If we wait until the ecosystem is on the brink, the tools available to us become fewer, harsher, and less equitable. That is why AMCC urges the council to focus on early, automatic, and enforceable guardrails, not as punishment, but as prevention. We know how to do this. State-managed fisheries across Alaska operate with near zero tolerance for individual level deviations. One fish out of compliance, a reporting error, or a timing mistake with your gear can trigger immediate season-ending consequences. Those systems work because expectations are clear and enforcement is timely. By contrast, in parts of the federal system, especially at industrial scale, large absolute bycatch numbers of various species can be buffered by percentages, rolling averages, or delayed response. When small operators and individual traditional harvesters are held to precision standards and large operations function with wider buffers, people conclude that the system is not applied evenly. That undermines trust, even when progress is being made. And to be clear, we recognize progress has been made. When attention focused on chum salmon bycatch, fleets demonstrated that they could reduce impacts. Advances in in-season genetics and BBSRI's work are a major step forward, allowing more targeted protections and a more efficient pollock harvest. These are real gains, and they matter. But progress came after pressure, after impacts were undeniable. That history explains why trust remains fragile and why transparency and enforceable limits, such as hard caps, still matter. I also want to briefly address the distinction between rates and numbers. It makes sense for the fleet to manage efficiency and rates because that is how fishing performance is tracked. But bycatch and how it is understood and integrated into fisheries management is fundamentally different. Bycatch must be expressed and managed in whole numbers because we are measuring actual fish removed from the ecosystem. Salmon are not experienced by rivers, predators, salmon managers, or communities as a ratio to pollock. Finally, AMCC urges the Council to adopt a management approach that tightens early, responds automatically, and applies evenly, so that we protect salmon and maintain public trust and community resilience. Thank you for the work that you are doing and for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. O'Connor. I'll see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So Grayson Klampe is up next. Hopefully we're able to connect with him. Followed by Nathaniel Betz. Can you try *6, please? Do we need a little more time? Okay, let's go on. Okay. Okay, we'll circle back after. Oh, looks like we have connection. Okay. Okay, maybe you can text us when you've communicated right now. Okay. One moment, please, everyone.
Is it working now? How about now?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah. Okay, good morning. May I go ahead and speak?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Hello, honorary members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. My name is Grayson Klampe. I'm the skipper of the fishing vessel Bearing Defender and a representative of Global Seas. I have made my career of the past 37 years involved in Alaska fisheries. I'm very proud to say that I work on a vessel that is well maintained, safe, and rules that are clear, and a fishery that is well managed. I also represent and deliver fish to the Westward Co-op here in Dutch Harbor. The Bering Sea pollock fishery is very important to many people. It supports the lives of thousands of plant workers and local business. Not only local business, but it also supports fisheries around the world and business around the world. On my vessel, you can clearly see a significant change in numbers in chum salmon bycatch. Historically, the salmon or chum numbers have been very low. Recently, we have had a rise in numbers due to the release of Asian farmed chum. We know this from DNA testing. The chum salmon bycatch is less than 1% of our total catch of pollen. We are talking millions of fish comparatively to hundreds. The harsh reality is a stand down would devastate the fishing industry and potentially be catastrophic to many business and people who rely on wild Alaska pollen. We have already experienced high costs in fuel and time due to running away from higher chum salmon bycatch areas. The fishermen that are involved in the Bering Sea fishery are honest, hardworking people that care about their livelihood and the environment and the habitat that their stocks thrive from. We go to extreme measures not to catch any bycatch, let alone chum salmon. I just wanted to say that, you know, with real time while we're fishing, we look at the tows. The guys are looking at the dumps. I go outside every tow and look, and we target looking for salmon to make sure that we're not catching it, and we report real time to other vessels that are in the vicinity, so we could tell them, you know, that we have high salmon numbers or where we're fishing. So, you know, the fishermen work together really well to communicate to not catch salmon. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for calling in. And there'll be no questions after this testimony.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that was accurate. He's the one who checked it. Nathaniel Betz is next, followed by Deloras Lozano.
Good morning. I'm Nathaniel Betz. I'm the Director of Community Programs at CVRF. On our team, we're deeply invested in hearing and knowing what our community members think. One of our primary tools to access these insights is a region-wide survey that we conduct every 2 years. We actually just finished up one of these, and I'd like to share a few takeaways. To be clear, I'm not here to tell you that CVRF is perfect. Of course, we're not. I'm also not here to tell you that our survey says everyone in the world loves us. Not everybody does. But I am here to say we are deeply embedded in our community. I am here to tell you that our survey tells us 88% of our adult community members knows one of our staff members personally. I'm here to tell you that our survey says 72% of our community members view CVRF positively, with another 25% neutral. We do have our detractors, just like anyone else, around 2%. But when it comes down to the fundamentals, more than 90% of our community members believe CVRF helps their community. And my message to you is this: if you know us well, you probably like us. At the very least, you probably understand that we're here to contribute to community well-being. But our problem is, sometimes when people don't know us and when people don't know what we do, they can have a difficult time understanding us, and they can even have a difficult time valuing us. That's intuitive, that's reflective of the human condition, and it's on us. It's our responsibility to get better at telling our story to people outside our community. Today, the Alaska pollock trawl fishery is in a similar situation, facing a similar challenge. This fishery is widely regarded as one of the most sustainable in the entire world. That sustainability rests on careful observation, deep scientific analysis, and a posture of welcoming to a variety of perspectives on what that analysis means in the real world. And the health of this fishery matters to our entire state. It is a driving force that helps sustain families and communities. As you consider your options today, please make a choice that contributes to the future well-being of the Western Alaska communities that are deeply invested in this fishery. And as you consider your choice, please make one that supports the fishery, that backstops Alaskans all over this state with an opportunity to provide for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for testimony, Mr. Betz. You referenced, I think, a survey of your communities, but you didn't really say what the results were. Like, can you just characterize what the most important issues were out of that survey?
Yeah, this is a survey. This is the fourth time we've been conducting this survey every 2 years. So it's something that we established to get a better sense of, one, our community members' overall perspectives about our organizations and kind of general opinions and positive or negative feelings, but more so to dive deeply into their perspectives on community needs related to economic development and their awareness and evaluation of our performance in delivering benefit programs.
And just a quick follow-up, what was identified as one of the biggest community needs from that survey?
Yeah, there's two that come up year after year. They vie for the top spot, but the top one has been number one for the last 3 out of 4 surveys. That is access to affordable housing. And the second one is making money.
And Mr. Mueller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Betz, for your testimony. I'm just curious in terms of what your population is of the communities that are represented by CVRF.
Yeah, we got about a 9,300 person population, of which are around 6,000 is part of the adult population.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Deloras Lozano, and there'll be no questions after this testimony, and then Carrie Stevens.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Deloras Lozano. I'm from Kangirinuk. I subsist and gather food from the land and fish in our waters. I work for Coastal Villages Region Fund as a community service manager under the scholarship, the internship, and the tax assistance programs. I also assist with residents that want to participate in our programs, like the heating oil, youth to work, elder program, and many more. Our residents benefit from our programs, especially when we have limited resources in our communities, like lack of jobs, high prices in groceries, and heating and gas prices. These head of households and elders are much appreciated when they benefit from the heating oil program, especially during 0 temperatures. Why? Because the fuel runs out faster. What makes my day is when residents say, like, right when my tank ran out, your program helped kept my home warm. Or I was about to charge for fuel. It's always so nice to hear when people say, Guyana Deloras for helping our communities. Youth to Work is another program that young individuals enjoy doing. We have youth that cannot wait to work when they turn 14 years old. Some would say, I have 2 more years, or Deloras, I'll work this year. It is so cute to see these young kids show excitement in their eyes and behavior. From this program, they learn a lot, like job skills, make hunting tools like blackfish trap. They use this trap during winter times. They share their catch with elders, their families, and the community. They also earn money to help their parents buy clothing, even gas just to go hunting. In closing, we have many residents from our 20 communities that look up to CVRF. I too benefit from these programs. The important thing is I am here to assist and help distribute the programs. Kuya, nakalaktif ka kalo this morning. Kuya, na for having me here and giving me the chance to share my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So, Carrie Stevens is up next, followed by Eric Deacon.
Good morning. I will introduce myself first, and I hope that my presentation is able to be pulled up. I apologize. Thought I was way down the list. So good morning to the council. Madam Chair, thank you for having us here. My name is Carrie Stevens, and today I'll be representing the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments, and that represents the tribal governments of the Upper Yukon in the Yukon Flats, which is the third largest national wildlife refuge in the nation. As I represent the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments today and the federally recognized tribes, just want to note that they are a healthcare provider, an education provider for their communities, as well as natural resources stewardship. During my time as staff for the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments, just to give you some context, I worked both in tribal education and tribal natural resources stewardship, and we negotiated annual self-governance agreements with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Land Management. And the federally recognized tribes of the Yukon Flats fought off a dam on the Yukon. Many of you may remember those days better than I. If it were not for the tribes of the Yukon Flats, we would not be here. They are the original stewards and protectors of the Yukon and the salmon, and they would like to continue in that effort through self-governance. Just in last part of my introduction, I'd just like to say that it is a true honor to represent the tribes, and I hope that I am able to do them justice in the room here today. They would very much want me to honor all of the tribes and all of the elders who have left their homes, who are here to fight for their salmon, and who their subsistence needs for salmon were first not met over 26 years ago. And hopefully the ladies are receiving it.
I'm sorry, but that attachment has not come through on email yet, so we can attach it after the fact, certainly.
Okay, unfortunately, there's a lot of charts and facts and figures, so hopefully I can address those as best I can without the slides that I sent along. Again,
we'll have staff pull those up if they do come during your testimony. So
thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. So again, I think that it has been laid clear by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game at the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim meeting that the tribes along the Yukon are being directly starved out. Their food security is in peril, with salmon traditionally providing the vast majority of their protein. I cannot bring up all the technical documents, but I am happy to direct you to those. They were provided to us by ADF&G, demonstrating the significant nature of this work. Again, we are discussing the Yukon Flats. That is the third largest refuge in the nation, and it is devoid of critical keystone species.
We ask you to refer to my testimony as an individual, Carrie Stevens at the AP, to demonstrate all of the work the tribal governments have been taking. You have heard about it here, and I cannot reiterate that they are in every space all the time. They are spending over $1 million collectively on this action alone. I just want to reiterate the legal obligations that many of you have sitting at this table as you consider your action. Even our other states that are represented here in upholding tribal sovereignty, upholding your trust responsibility to tribal citizens, the State of Alaska Sustainable Salmon Policy, your national standards, and the Pacific Salmon Treaty between the United States and Canada that includes the Yukon Salmon Agreement. The Council holds that the DEIS is skewed in its minimization of cumulative impacts to wild Alaska salmon, salmon peoples, and ecosystems, and has overstated and misrepresented economic impacts to industry. All of our comments in the room have been based on research, science, and Indigenous knowledge. And unfortunately, the DEIS is extremely limited in its time constraints, only beginning in 2011, and does not represent the millions of wild Alaskan salmon removed from the system. Your charts in the DEIS show 610,000, almost 611,000 chum removed from 2011 to 2023 of wild Alaska chum. That really is not inclusive of the cumulative impacts. We've talked about spawner recruitment ratios and so forth. And I was very disappointed there were no questions for Amber Vasca of Tanana Chiefs Conference. She spent hours and hours to demonstrate the failure of the AEQ process in encapsulating the cumulative impacts of the salmon and eggs removed from the system. Her total estimate at the high end was that only from 2015 to 2024, over 310 million wild Western Alaskan chum have been removed from the system using Western science numbers. So I urge you to go back to those charts. Again, we're very concerned about all the red herrings that we've heard in this testimony. We hear that industry would like to reach zero bycatch and that they are conservation minded, yet they weaponize apportionment on small boats and small fleets, and they weaponize the increased impacts on species of other peril. That is not for tribes to mitigate, and that is a false argument in this space. As well as that it is any benefit, the amount of hatchery chum you are catching, it is 0.0000083333%. It's like infinitesimal what you are catching of hatchery fish. We agree they are the problem, but you are not impacting that. You are impacting wild Alaskan fish. Again, we hold that the market simply cannot sustain the industry as it is, and that burden is put on wild Alaskan salmon ecosystem and tribes. American citizens are paying the price. And I refer to Libby's testimony, 142 million, really 142.5 million in buyouts from our federal government. It is not sustainable, as well as the infrastructure. That is not and should not be put on tribes. Any chum cap is a license to kill. If it's 50,000 Western Alaskan chum, that's a death to 50,000 wild salmon. We stand with the tribes and their preferred alternatives, and I'll stop there in case there are questions. Thank you very much through the chair.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Stevens. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I guess my question, Ms. Stevens, is whether you were able to go through your handouts that we didn't receive yet, or how would you like us to deal with that? Catch you on the side to talk through those? Just let me know if you got through your points for those handouts, because it seemed kind of imperative that you had those at your fingertips.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I think that I was able to cover them, but they will reiterate many of those statements, and they have a few more statistics and numbers included on them that will really help you to weigh the question at hand. And is your action upholding an industry that is being pushed in the corner due to a failing ocean ecosystem outside of tribes' control that is decimating America's wildlands of net benefit to the nation? And we believe if we had more time, more staff, as does industry, it would be very, very easy to demonstrate that this is not of net benefit to the nation to destroy Alaskan wildlands, ecosystems, and starve out American citizens. So the question again, have the ripple effects been weighed to demonstrate that this is of net benefit to the nation? That is the question of the tribes as displayed in the charts. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question.
Thank you. And Mr. Abdelhamdi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stevens, for the testimony. I think you mentioned, maybe I didn't catch it all, but that $1 million is being spent annually by somebody on this process or the DEIS review. And I just wanted to make sure I caught who. And in full disclosure, Fish and Wildlife Service does have an annual funding agreement with CATG to help monitor at Yukon Flats. So I wanted to just be clear about that, but was wondering if it's CATG who's spending that amount of money or TCC or a bigger group.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Baldi, for the question. We have been attempting to tally the cost of participation in these systems. And you reminded me that I failed to honor and thank on behalf of the council, the Tanana Chiefs Conference and the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission for serving as cooperating agencies. We hold fast. The tribes, I always am trying to envision all the chiefs behind me probably telling me what to say here, is that the tribes have risen to the occasion far beyond their capacity and their funding level to do so. When I mentioned $1 million to participate in the DEIS process alone here at the council, not including the Board of Fish, not including the Yukon River Panel, not including the multitude of other regulatory spaces we have to be in, I was referencing the Fish Commissions, the Tanana Chiefs Conference, Associated Village Council Presidents, COERIC, the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments, essentially the unified, very unified tribal voice that you have seen represented here today. It is no small feat to have over 150 tribes, as was noted in the tribal consultations with NIMFS and NOAA, unified just consensus on this issue, and that is why they have utilized the funding to do so. I want to just make a very quick note that a lot of that funding is provided by ally institutions who believe that we have a real problem in the Bering Sea. We have massive die-offs of birds. It's not well, and they're very concerned. But also tribes are expending, their very limited resources. As you have all seen the statistics on very disproportionately impacted American citizens' health and well-being and economic standing, to be the voice of salmon. Thank you for the question, through the chair. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for your testimony. And you noted one of your concerns about the draft, the DEIS, that we're considering for this action is the limited time series to evaluate cumulative impacts. Can you provide suggestions, or have you given thought to what would be a more appropriate way for us to do that?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. We really appreciate you here on the council, all of you. Unfortunately, we're all trying to put out, when I say we all, I mean the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments, crises on every front. I am here because the chair is currently in Juneau at school board meetings, and we know the education crisis in our state. I say that because we do not have any more time to waste, and I do not want there to be any inference or suggestion that I am saying not to take action because of the limited DEIS that we have before us. What I would say is that where the DEIS has gaps and failures in its statistical analysis, we must rely on the indigenous and traditional knowledge that has been provided to you over the course of this process. And that would include the multitude of scoping meetings, the previous meetings before this action meeting here with so many testifying, that we have heard the direct impacts from bycatch from elders across the board. And I just want to clarify this point here. The bycatch in the Bering Sea has undoubtedly, without a doubt in my mind, a significant factor in the decimation of Western Alaska, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Arctic wild Alaskan salmon stocks. And I think that we are lying to ourselves to think otherwise. Again, to uphold something that is considered a net benefit to the nation. And it is an affront to tribal leaders that aren't in the room from the region to in any way suggest otherwise, that the cumulative impacts of bycatch have not contributed. And I think you've heard that in indigenous knowledge and testimonies. They have studied the ocean, the corridors. This morning when we were told a fisherman cannot tell, what's a hatchery chum and what's a wild Alaskan chum is concerning, considering fishermen on the river can tell which chum is going to which spawning ground. So again, to your point is I would very much with the LKTKS, I think I got it right, protocols, that where there are gaps in the data, that is your clear answer. So thank you for the question, Ms. Baker.
Thank you very much. I really have appreciated your answers. I think we've had you up here for about 15 minutes, and I'm just worried that we're not gonna be able to get through our list. If you wouldn't mind, and we can have some more conversations with you on the side. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you to the council from the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments. Anabasi Masicho.
Thank you for your understanding. Appreciate it. So next up is Eric Deacon. I think he might have a conflict, so I'm going to put him on the list and call back this afternoon. Heather Mann, followed by Leah Woods. Okay. Okay. Heather is delayed as well. Leah Woods, followed by Jameson Yoder. Thank you. Yeah, this platform. Jameson Yoder, followed by Keenan Sanderson.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. Thank you for listening to me today. My name is Jameson Yoder. I'm from the village of Anvik along the lower Yukon River. Speaking on behalf of Anvik Tribal Council, I grew up subsistence and I still live subsistence. I know they didn't let us fish salmon this year. This is first year never fished salmon. Yeah, freezers ain't half full of salmon. They haven't been for a long time. I grew up eating salmon my whole life. Yeah. There's just way less salmon, even up the Anvik River. Anvik River, when I was growing up, used to have, during July, every bank had salmon all the way up. From after they spawn, they'll be on the banks and there'll be bears, eagles. No more bears, no more eagles, no more stink salmon going up the Anvik River in July. Long ago, yeah, all those salmon used to be along the river, but then by August there'd be no more salmon because all the bears and eagles would have ate them all. But like I said, no more bears, no more eagles, no more salmon. I'm voting for 2, 4, and 5 with option 1. And that's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that there's no more bears or eagles. I'm wondering if you could provide any information on what they might have shifted to. Where did they go? What food do you think they're eating now?
So I was talking to some people earlier. They said that there's way more eagles up north than there used to only be a few, and now there's way more. Sounds like the opposite of us. Growing up, there used to be black bears. Black bears everywhere. Black bears, used to see them almost every day. Don't see no more black bears. Haven't seen a black bear in a couple of years. There's always been brown bears, but started seeing more brown bears. Brown bears are killing the black bears. Brown bears are killing the moose because there's no fish. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Keenan will not be testifying, so we're going to move to Kathleen Peters Zuray, followed by Trent Hartill. Is Kathleen here? maybe we'll take Trent and then come back to Kathleen. Is Trent in the room? Go to Larson Hunter, followed by Ragnar Alstrom. Is Larson in the room? Oh, online. He's not online. Okay. Sorry, I'm just making note. Okay. So we'll go to Ragnar Alstrom, followed by Faye Ewan.
Madam Chair, my name is Ragnar Alstrom. I'm from the village of Aluknuk. I was born there. I've lived there all my life. I am the executive director of the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, a community development quota group. We consist of 6 villages on the lower Yukon, population of about 3,500. Those villages are close to 100% Alaska Native. And more importantly, I think, at least for us, is that the population of our villages is over half under the age of 21. We're a very young group. Saying that since the start of the program, our programs have concentrated on our youth. And this goes through, times where we're the largest salmon buyer in the Yukon, or the largest buyer of raw furs in the state of Alaska. All the way through that, our board has always maintained a strong support of our youth because they're such a big part of our population through training, scholarship, and jobs programs. And we'd like to see that continue. And that's at the AP. I testified in favor of Alternative 4. That alternative allows us to continue our programs. And I just mentioned a few. And saying that, I can't overstate the importance of salmon as a food source for our villages. Years ago, I qualified for a CFEC permit from the state for salmon fishing when they first came out. And we were sitting down there when I was a teenager down at the south mouth of the Yukon River. And we were, I'm not supposed to say, we were bullshitting, waiting for the season to open. And someone asked one of the elders, his name was Lawrence Edmund, "How often do you eat salmon?" And he thought, and then he chuckled. He said, "I think every day." And, with that, the Alternative 5 with a quarter cap looks very appealing. But it's not appealing as written, with an overall chum cap. Maybe if that chum cap focused on Western Alaska salmon within the corridor during those set times, maybe be more appealing. And I don't know how that would look. We as industry, and we have majority owners in the mothership, and we have a fleet of catcher vessels. And you heard our operation manager yesterday say, if where a captain had to move out during the time period, being a fillet vessel, that's going to hurt us because we can't move, further to the northwest of the Pribs because we have a small fish hold, freezer hold, 2 million pounds, relatively small in the industry. So from west of the Pribs or northwest of the Pribs back to Dutch to offload and back again, that's 5 days. So we're going to have to figure out if we're set out that we have to decide whether to shut down until the August 31st date. But I think, being from the Yukon River and the importance of salmon as a subsistence food, I think we as industry have to take some operational risk. And during that time period when Western Alaska salmon go through that corridor. And I don't know what the numbers are. I look back at the last 10 years, I think one of your analysis is here, and I think, if there's been times when there was 85,000 salmon taken in corridor during the closer dates that are suggested are possible closer dates, June 10 to August 31. It has to be less than that. Maybe 50,000, I don't know. Haven't had enough time of Western Alaska chum. Something like that isn't smoke and mirrors to those folks on the Yukon River that you're substituting one regime for another, right? So, without too much thought in this, I think during the corridor dates, an option of Western Alaska chum, and I don't know if that number per sector would be based on genetics or a percentage of past overall catch, but something like that. We want to keep operating. We say we have all the genetics, and we're developing more genetics, and we participate. We provide some funding to the Bristol Bay Research Salmon Institute to help develop genetics. But it would seem like if we're that confident of using these new tools, the risk might be acceptable, because we want to fish, we want to provide for our young people. They're our future. But I have to recognize the importance of salmon as a food source. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Alstrom, for your testimony. I wanted to think about that idea a little bit more about a Western Alaska chum cap in the corridor. And given that you spoke to owning and depending on catcher vessels that deliver to a mothership, so not currently part of this BBSRI project to get genetic data, do you see a path forward for motherships to be able to understand if they were getting close to a Western Alaska cap, or to be part of that genetic program such that you'd have an idea in season of where you were, not on hatchery chum, but on Western Alaska chum?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, as in prior testimony, our operational manager in the Golden Alaska there, we're trying to develop a system to get genetic results from our mothership, the Golden Alaska. There's only 2 motherships in the fleet, and I don't know if the manager, the other one, has testified that they operate their business plans a little bit different, and we are a flay boat, and we're a flay boat that is really in cluster 1, where we can get produce fillets. We don't have the option of finding small pollock and turning those into surimi, unless they're off-grade surimi from cuts. So, what I'm proposing is an operational risk for us. But if we believe the genetics that we say we do, we've got to take a risk here. I really trying to walk a tightrope here. But I just personally believe we can't say trust us without some sort of backstop. And you heard a testimony from us, and I say us as an industry. We're developing the genetics, hopefully real time we can separate out. And Ms. Kimball, I kind of forgot your question there, but
I think you did answer it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Alstrom, for the testimony. And I just want to pull on this thread a little bit more. Hopefully it doesn't take you further out on the tightrope. Thanks for talking about what you kind of think might be realistic as a cap under Alternative 5 if the council were to go that way. Am I correct in assuming you mentioned 50,000 if that would be if there was a corridor closure for all 40 stat areas? And if there was only a closure for a subset of stat areas, would you think it should be something less? Or if you could speak a little bit more to your thought there.
Madam Chair, Ms. Goen, you know, not going too far out on a limb, I think it should be a closer as described in an IPA of a certain amount of stat areas, to 19 to 29. By sector, and for those dates that are identified of Western Alaska some. And you know, I used 50. I just threw it out as a maybe a straw man. There's been times, like I referenced, that in fact, as recently as 27 and 2018, I believe that that 50,000 was exceeded. So I'm going out a little bit of a limb here, but we have to, I think we, being responsible, especially from the Yukon, have to recognize that the shortage of salmon, and that's what's harming, or I see it firsthand, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate it. So I'll circle back. Do you know if Kathleen's in the room? Yeah. Oh. After Kathleen, we'll take Trent Hartill, and then we'll break for lunch. Thanks.
I had some pictures.
Okay.
Good morning to all of you. I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then I'm going to share my story. My name is Kathleen Peter Zuray. I'm representing the Native Village of Tanana, and I'm also a member of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. Also partake in the AC Tanana Rampart Manly, executive board member of the Yukon River Intertribal Watershed Council. But mostly I'm here to represent my family, my husband and my children and grandchildren. And I'm also on behalf of the people of Tanana, around Tanana on the Yukon River. And I just want to voice some of the people that I've learned from my mother, who's 96, the late Lester Earhart, the late Lee Edwin of Tanana. Those were the elders that taught us how to process and put away food for the winter. And this is a generational, intergenerational lifestyle. So thank you for the opportunity. I am Kayukon Athabaskan. We are from the biggest cultural region in the interior of Alaska. We live with, we have a subarctic climate, which means like the whole month of January, we had 50 below weather. And In the summer, we have 90-degree hot sun. My pictures up there are my husband. We use a fish wheel. We also had nets in. We have a net. That's the salmon strips also that we processed as of 6 years ago, when the complete crash of all species of salmon crashed on the Yukon River. That is the Yukon River there, and that was our dog team. My husband ran the Iditarod twice. We used those dogs for recreation, for trapping. He was a trapper of marten, and those are the furs that we need to stay warm in the winter. That's me like 20-some years ago, and we moved to our fish camp 40 miles up in the Rampart Rapids to get away from town to raise our children there. I have 3 children and 7 grandchildren. So every summer we raised our kids there so that they would learn to take care of themselves, to provide for their families. My mother was always a part of my camp along with my other family members. I'm one of 9 children, but I was always with my mother, and she would teach me the Athabascan names for every part of the salmon, and she taught me how to preserve. It's not an easy task. Processing king salmon on the Yukon River takes, number one, you have to have a boat. Number one, you have to have the means to have a fish wheel built, which my husband built. You have to be okay with spending $5,000 on gas. We didn't care. Our life was in our camp with our children and grandchildren. During king season, we were busy from morning till night. We had to put food away fill our freezers for not only myself, but my mother and other family members. In our area, my kids grew up with their friends in fish camps all along around Tanana. Their friends learned how to work hard. We never took any handouts from anyone. I was never raised like that. My dad, my late father, built our boat when we were going to go up to the rapids as a kid. My husband was not born in Tanana, but he is one of the most hardest working people I know. And I do feel for the people of our communities all along. It's not just the Native people. I am asking all of you to think about the difference between what we had 6 years ago and what we lost. This is a lifestyle that we lived for the 3 months of summer, and we waited for fall chum. Fall chum, otherwise known as silvers. Some people preferred to process fall chum because it was cooler weather, easier to process. And it was something that if we didn't have a good king season, we relied on fall chum because of the fat level that they have, not only for our food and our table, but to feed our 20 dogs. Living in rural Alaska, we live with high prices, and that's just how it is. The economy on the Yukon River has crashed. Our culture is at risk due to the lack of salmon, no salmon, the inability to fish. We are 6 years into the crash of salmon on the Yukon River. 2 years into a 7-year moratorium. We are the most overly regulated fisher on the Yukon River in Alaska. But I am thankful for that life. But it breaks my heart because I have a young grandson that was just born in November who cannot and will not be able to learn the beautiful life on the river of hardworking people. That's a picture of our fish wheel because we stayed in camp 40 miles above Tanana until fall. The commitment that we had, it's a beautiful life. And we are just asking you to help us to have that life. We are American citizens. We are Alaskan citizens. There is a disparity with the fisheries. We're not worried about the millions of dollars that the pollock fishery brings in to whomever. I'm not talking about destroying a life for the people of Alaska that depend on the pollock fishery. We are asking for our salmon, the Western Alaska salmon, to go through, be allowed to go through to our river and the Kuskokwim River. And that is a small ask. We have taken a hit for too long. We are carrying the burden. That is not fair. It's not fair. This is a humanitarian crisis that we are in. And I just ask you to consider the lives that Alaskans are living. On one hand, where there are people living in poverty, and the other hand, there are people living in whatever life they want. I heard a young man say from the industry, we're just building a life that we want. Well, I don't begrudge that. We want the chance to live a life also, but our life is the subsistence way of life that God put us on this earth to be living. This beautiful life is no more. You have the opportunity to help us, to help everyone all the way. We're 730 miles up the Yukon River from the Bering Sea. By the time King and Volchum got to us, they were the best salmon in the world. We are desperate to feed our elders and to feed our children. So I just want to thank you for this opportunity. And I concur with what Chief Ridley, what the Executive Director of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, Craig, and everyone else that spoke. And I would just say thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you.
So we'll take Trent Hartill and then we'll break for lunch.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Trent Hartill, representing American Seafoods. We participate in the catcher processor sector and also harvest over 50% of the CDQ pollock allocation. Listening to this testimony today and the council questions, I understand that there is some interest in a cap specifically on Western Alaska chum salmon. And given that, I want to talk about two key considerations, which are management precision and stat area closures. It's critical to underscore that CPs have less precision in our ability to track in-season Western Alaska chum catch and manage in real time to a specific Western Alaska chum cap. This applies both to catcher processor sector as well as the CDQ sector, since the vast majority of pollock is taken by CPs in the CDQ sector. Any Western Alaska cap must be calibrated to that limited precision in our sector and its ability to manage that cap. So despite our best efforts, the true proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon in our catch may be different than what we estimate that proportion to be in season. Regarding stat area closures, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of focus on specific stat areas with both high chum and pollock catch. When thinking about what areas to close, it's important to keep in mind the context of each of these stat areas. They're roughly 36 nautical miles by 36 nautical miles, which is about 1,300 square nautical miles, and that's about the size of Rhode Island. These are large areas. The takeaway here is that there is a lot of room within a stat area to implement IPA closures. With the enhanced IPA provisions that are in Alternative 4, we would be closing the areas within any areas that do remain open if a cap is reached. I'll give an example. Mr. Martell highlighted a fantastic example of lightning strikes that occur along the shelf edge. We know that there are areas with a higher likelihood of lightning strikes that are predominantly Russian hatchery chum salmon. Using historical data, we also know there are areas in deeper depths along that same shelf edge that have lower chum catch. Allowing our fleets to optimize our chum salmon avoidance in productive pollock areas provides the best option for this action to balance avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon, ensuring efficient pollock harvesting, and preventing the season from extending into October and having a higher Chinook salmon bycatch. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll go to Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Hartill, for your testimony. You spoke to the challenges that the CPs and CDQs have with regard to this, trying to come up with a way to evaluate the an Alaskan, Western Alaska chum genetics issue. You talked about calibrations, and can you give me a little more about what you're thinking there and how I recognize the differences between nearshore and your fleets, but how have you been looking at that and trying to maybe come up with a way to make it work, recognizing there are some of the differences you described?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Williams, thanks for that question. It's the crux of the challenge with any cap on specifically Western Alaska chum salmon. I think the important point for the council to understand is not that we are unable to manage and track Western Alaska chum salmon in season. The challenge is our ability to have precise management response when we are approaching any limitation. So we're going to use the best available scientific information we have to estimate our in-season Western Alaska proportions. If catcher vessels are operating in cluster 2 where we are, we'll use the BBSRI genetic information. If they're not and we don't have that information available, we're going to use the previous year's NOAA genetic information to estimate a stock proportion. I think that there are exciting opportunities in the future to bring in some CP genetic samples, but that information is only valuable in a retrospective manner. It'll help us true up where we stand relative to any cap, but it's not going to help us in managing to implementing management responses that will ensure that we stay within that cap. We're going to be using imprecise information to manage to that cap. So when the council considers any cap, I think it's important to consider how effective are we going to be using incomplete genetic information and estimates of Western Alaska chum salmon to land at stopping, implementing closures, move along rules, whatever the suite of tools is before we reach that cap. So I think that providing some flexibility at those points when we are making those decisions will be critical so that we don't end up in a situation where we make an estimate of Western Alaska chum salmon using the genetic information that we have, and it's off because the actual true proportions in our catch are different than what we're assigning to our catch levels. That's no fault of the fleet. We're using the best available information that we have. We have to calibrate that response, that management response, given the information that we have.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Hartill, for your testimony. I just wanted to follow up on that point, and maybe I got this wrong. Were you also saying even if you were in an in-season genetic program, you wouldn't have that level of preciseness, or would that at least get you to a point where you would know if you were coming close? You would know if this is a high Western Alaska year or this is just a flat out Russian hatchery year. I'm hung up on whether it's your current capability versus if you were in the in-season genetic program, if that risk would change a bit.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that. I think that there's a couple key elements that overlap here. We can have, based on a suite of information, we can assess whether it is a high Western Alaska chum year, a high Russian hatchery chum year, but even if we were to take a census of samples on our vessels, the cadence of deliveries and the timing of deliveries that occur are going to be delayed to preclude in-season management. A trip on one of our vessels is 7 to 10 days. If we have a 7-day trip, and then there's a 2-day steam into town, and then a day of offload, and then 2 days to run the samples, the composition of that catch is no longer timely to inform in-season management. It is timely to help us have a retrospective evaluation of where our total Western Alaska chum catch is relative to a cap. But in the meantime, we have 8 days of fishing that is occurring. So when we reach when we are approaching whatever cap limit, we are not going to be able to have timely information to inform on-the-ground management responses.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I guess I want to pursue that a little further, Mr. Hartill. If it may not be so timely, but if you're coming into town every 7 to 10 days, if you were providing genetic samples, you could see how close you were getting. And if you were even remotely close, you could leave clusters 1 and 2 as a CP. Is that not a possibility for you?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that scenario is a possibility. It becomes complicated because we don't have a consistent cadence of deliveries with our vessels. Our vessels don't come in on a regular 1, 2, 3 day basis. There may be 3 to 5 days in between a delivery. So if we're at 80% of a cap and we have no deliveries to understand what the recent catch composition is, we're going to be very challenged to make a precise management closure avoidance area. So that's the point that I'm trying to really drill down in, is that we can track, we can understand retrospectively where we stand within a cap, but when it comes time to make a precise management decision, our precision is fundamentally different than the inshore fleet that has a regular cadence of deliveries and more timely genetic information.
Thank you, and Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hartill, for your testimony, and appreciate the insight. And so this is making me wonder, assuming that the council is interested in some sort of management response in terms of a limit, then going forward with this action. We're always dealing with we have to use best scientific information available, and we always know there's better information on the way, but we need to act now. So understanding, I think we can all agree a Western Alaska chum limit of some sort for all the sectors would be ideal. That's maybe our ultimate goal. Do you think our efforts would be better spent, given where we are now, to work on this proxy approach, or this imprecise proxy approach, I acknowledge, or maybe just come out and say the sectors are in different places in terms of their ability to have in-season genetics information? Perhaps there's a total chum cap for those sectors until such time a Western Alaska chum cap is feasible, and a Western Alaska chum cap for those sectors for which sufficient information is available. Is that a potential approach? What are your thoughts on that potential approach?
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. Great question. And on one hand, yes, that is a potential approach, but I think that the trade-off of going down the road where different sectors have different suite of alternatives applied to them is precluding the ability to innovate and to be more precise. I think that
that where the CDQ and the CP sectors stand right now is not where they're going to be standing 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now. The genetic, the evolution of genetic evaluation is changing rapidly. And I would encourage the council to leave the door open just because the CP and the CDQ sectors have a limitation at the moment. The best possible outcome is that those sectors are focused on avoiding Western Alaska chum and aren't boxed in with an overall cap where we may have unintended consequences for Western Alaska chum. So one option could be that if you choose to go down this road, that those sectors have an option to opt into a Western Alaska chum cap. I think that we would much rather be the most focused on avoiding Western Alaska chum and not have to balance the potential of avoiding hatchery chum salmon at the cost of Western Alaska chum salmon. So I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Hartill, I'm not sure if I'm gonna really structure this properly, but that just struck another question, your response to that. So just hypothetically, hypothetical where there's an opt-in option for the CPs because the in-season genetics information isn't readily available. In understanding that, according to your statements, that may in itself inhibit innovation, how would you make that decision the first year as far as, you know, the risks and trade-offs of potentially thwarting innovation as you're, you know, as you're really just focused on an overall number, and maybe not being able to fully utilize and invest in in-season genetics versus, you know, the kind of risk buffer trade-off when you're dealing with a proxy level situation.
So if I, thank you, Chair. If I understand your question, I think what I'm hearing is if we're given an opportunity to opt in to a Western Alaska chum only cap, what would be our decision-making framework to how to go about that? And I think sitting here at this moment, it's challenging to completely answer that question, not knowing what a Western Alaska chum cap may be, what an apportionment method or an amount may be to the CDQ and CP sectors, and also what an alternative 5 cap may be, and what flexibility in options 1, sub-option 1 or option 2 may be. That said, if the relative trade-offs between these two options are relatively equivalent, meaning the carrots and the sticks between these two options are equally matched, I would envision that we may run a side-by-side trial where we may operate, and I can't speak for the entire sector, just one company representative. We may choose to operate within alternative 5 and evaluate our precision methods in alternative 4 with a Western Alaska chum specific cap and test what ability we have to manage to a specific apportionment. I think the ultimate goal is to move into that approach where we have a specific focus on Western Alaska chum, but given some of these limitations, having that flexibility to evaluate, to test, to understand the trade-offs would be valuable, where we can effectively balance, you know, the obligations that we have with harvesting not only our allocations, but our CDQ partners' allocations.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that brings us, I think, to our lunch break. Let's come back at 1:40 and we'll resume testimony with someone. Let's see where we're at.
Faye? Oh, no, Faye was.
Yeah. Who is that?
Alden?
I think Marcus Alden. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we will continue this afternoon with our public testimony on C2. I'd just like to make an announcement to the public that we will be taking staff tasking off from our agenda. We have noticed the meeting until Wednesday, and at this pace, it doesn't look like we will have time to take up staff tasking. So please look out in the newsletter for an updated 3-meeting outlook and any adjustments to the June agenda. I'll be working with the executive director to determine an appropriate response to the agency as far as the council staff's role in the risk value matrix effort. And this will likely be influenced by the agency's response to a recent CCC letter. And our staff will also reach out to any testifiers who have signed up for staff tasking already to redirect them to other communications or to make sure that they're available in June to testify. So I'm going to circle back to some folks on the list who were missed this morning because they are now available and able to connect with us online. But any folks that I don't call, I still plan on calling at the beginning of or right after our mid-afternoon break. So we'll start with Aaron Bean, followed by Kristen Moreland. Then we'll go to Heather Mann, Harry Alexi, and Angela Totemoff, and then we'll go back to the regular list, starting with Maija. So is Aaron available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just tell me when I can proceed.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Chair and members of the council. My name is Aaron Bean. I'm speaking on behalf of the Craig Tribal Association, a federally recognized tribe representing the Haida and Tlingit people of Prince of Wales Island in Southeast Alaska. Before turning to my comment, I wanted to briefly reference information presented at the OSM meeting last week. In the 2026 Winter Regional Advisory Council update presented by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff, the Yukon River salmon runs remain at critically low levels. Chinook salmon passage at Pilot Station in 2025 was approximately 60,000 fish, among the lowest estimates on record. Summer chum, fall chum, and coho salmon returns likewise ranked among the lowest in recorded history. Based on these conditions, managers anticipate continuing closures and severe restrictions for the 2026 season. I just wanted to preface my comment with that. With that said, these data establish a very clear, undisputed fact. The amount necessary for subsistence have not been met. Salmon are born in the river, migrate to the ocean, and return to the river to spawn. Yukon River managers have implemented increasingly conservative measures for years, closures, gear restrictions, and emergency actions to protect these stocks. Those managers are doing their jobs. The failure is occurring in the marine environment. In the EEZ, the Pollock trawl fleet is the single largest user group interacting with chum salmon. NOAA's in-season accounting shows that Pollock-directed fisheries were responsible for an estimated 151,457 chum salmon mortalities in 2025 alone. These fish were removed from the system before they could return to the rivers like the Yukon. This has created a fundamental disconnect. Subsistence users are restricted to zero harvest to meet conservation goals, while industrial fisheries continue to operate with allowable bycatch that removes the same stocks earlier in their life cycle. This context is critical when evaluating both management outcomes and the integrity of the decision-making process itself. Although members of this council are not formally designated as officers or employees, they function as part of a federal regulatory process under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Your recommendations are transmitted to the Secretary of Commerce and as a matter of historical practice are adopted at a rate exceeding 97%, often without any substantive modifications. In effect, council recommendations become binding federal policy. Courts have repeatedly recognized that the formal job titles do not control when individuals exercise substantial influence over federal decision-making. In the case of association of American Railroads v. U.S. Department of Transportation, 821 F 3D 19, DC Circuit Court in 2016, the court held that entities exercising, quote, significant authority, end quote, over federal regulatory outcomes are subject to constitutional and structural constraints, regardless to how Congress labels them. Similarly, in Toomey v. Ohio, 273 U.S. 510, 1927, the Supreme Court made clear that decision makers not only may not participate where they have a direct financial interest in the outcome, federal conflict of interest statutes also reflect the same principle. I'm not going to quote that, but I am going to put it on the record. It's under USC 18205. Here, the public fleet is the dominant user group affected by chum salmon bycatch decisions, and the council's actions on corridors, caps, tax structure have a direct, predictable financial effect on the fleet, as this was clearly established during AP testimony. When council members employed, representing, or financially dependent on the industry participating in deliberation or voting, a conflict of interest, at least in appearance, exists, at least in appearance and potentially in substance. Given the Secretary's routine adoption of council recommendations, failure to ensure recusal undermines the integrity of the federal process and raises serious legal concerns. The governance also failures to implicate constitutional protections. Procedural due process is implicated when subsistence-dependent communities are subjected to repeated closures with zero harvest conditions, while industrial fisheries continue to operate under allowances shaped by decision makers with financial interests in those operations. As the Supreme Court held in Matthews v. Etheridge, 424 U.S. 319, 1976, due process requires fundamentally fair procedures when government action deprives individuals of a protected interest. A process that systematically benefits one class while insulating another lacks any neutrality. Equal protection is also implicated. The court further recognized in other cases that irrational, desperate treatment of similarly situated groups can violate due process. Here, subsistence users are required to bear the full burden of conservation, often reduced to zero harvest, while industrial fleets continue intercepting the very same stocks. This disparity is not biologically required and is not supported by the record. Continued interception of salmon that are necessary to meet subsistence needs raises concerns under the Fifth Amendment taking clause. In Penn Central Transportation Company versus New York City, 438 U.S. 104, 1978, the court held that regulations may constitute a taking when they go, quote, too far, end quote, by imposing disproportionate burdens on discrete groups. Regulatory schemes that eliminate access to subsistence resources while allowing continued commercial exploitation elsewhere risk constituting uncompensated regulatory takings, particularly when one group is forced to bear public burdens that should be shared. These legal principles are not abstract. They are directly driven from statute and a result of this process. The council's failure to manage conflicts of interest combined with continued allowance of large-scale ocean interception while Alaska Native subsistence needs remains unmet undermines compliance with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the federal trust responsibility owed to tribes, and constitutional protections we all share. For these reasons, we urge the council to adopt option 5 or alternative 5, option 1, including a full migratory corridor and a firm 50,000 fish in-season cap. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for lawful management, fair process, and decisions grounded in biological realities and the government's constitutional obligations to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Bean. I'm not seeing any questions. Just maybe just note for our NOAA GC that it might be helpful later on in the meeting to provide a review of our explicit recusal process, or we can direct folks to that information on our e-agenda as well. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I did read that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for your testimony. So next up is Kristen Moreland. Is she online? Okay. Sorry, I'll get closer to the mic. Is Kristen online? Did she dropped off again? Okay. Okay. And the other name is Rachel Johnson. Okay. Can you please try *6?
Do you hear
And
me?
unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. You're a little faint, so if you could get closer to your mic, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Yep, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. Good day, Council of NPFMC. My name is Kristen Moreland, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Gwich'in Steering Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the issue of chum salmon bycatch and its impacts on our people. For the Gwich'in people, salmon are just not a resource. They are a way of life. They are central to who we are as Indigenous people of the Yukon River. Our relationship with salmon goes far beyond numbers on a chart or stock assessments. It is about survival, culture, identity, and the responsibility we carry to future generations. Traditional knowledge is passed down on the land and on the river. It is taught at fish camp. It's not taught by writing, not in meetings, but through lived experiences. Our children learn by watching their grandparents cut fish, by listening to stories around the campfire, by helping hanging fish, by learning respect for the river and everything it provides. This knowledge has been passed down for thousands of years, and it is now at serious risk. When our people are unable to fish, it's not just food we lose. We lose teaching moments. We lose our language. We lose connection. We lose the opportunity for elders to pass down what they know while they are still here. Once that knowledge is gone, it cannot be replaced. The impacts of chum salmon bycatch are also being felt directly in our homes. Many of our families depend on salmon to fill their freezers for the year. Salmon is a healthy, traditional food that keeps our people strong. Without it, families are forced to rely on expensive store-bought foods that are often processed and unhealthy. In many of our communities, food costs are already extremely high and alternatives are simply not affordable. This lack of access to traditional food is affecting our physical health. It is also deeply affecting our mental and emotional health. For generations, summers meant fish camp. It meant happiness. It meant loading boats, heading to the river, and gathering for our family and with our family. It meant evenings around the campfire, hearing our aunties and uncles laugh, watching our grandparents smile, and seeing children run freely on the beach. Fish camp was where our people healed, where we connected with each other and with the land. Being on the land is essential to our well-being. It grounds us, it gives us purpose, and it brings us a lot of joy. Now, instead of looking forward to summer, many of our people dread it. And that's including all of our elders, my grandmother, for example. We are seeing empty fish camps. We are seeing quiet riverbanks where there used to be life, laughter, and learning. Elders sit at home instead of on the river. Children are missing out on experiences that shaped every generations before them. This loss is heartbreaking and is ongoing. While our communities are asked to sacrifice while we face closures, restrictions, and empty nets, large-scale
Commercial fisheries continue to operate and chum salmon continue to be caught and discarded as bycatch. It is incredibly painful for our people to know that fish we are depend on are being wasted while families go without. This imbalance is unacceptable. The burden of conservation has been placed disproportionately on Indigenous subsistence users. Even though we are the ones who have cared for these resources sustainably since time immemorial, our people did not create this crisis. We are paying the highest price. We are asking you to truly listen to Indigenous voices and respect traditional knowledge alongside Western science. We are asking for stronger bycatch limits, meaningful accountability, and real action to protect chum salmon before it is too late. We need meaningful change. We stand with tribes to support the combination of alternative 2, 4, and 5 with option 1. Just doing alternative 4 alone would not be meaningful change. Our way of life depends on it. Protecting salmon is just not about fish. It's protecting our families, cultures, and futures. It is about ensuring that our children can one day sit by the campfires that I've sat at, hear the same laughter that I've seen and heard, and learn the same teachings that has shaped us all. We do not want to be the generation that watched our traditions disappear. We urge you to take immediate and meaningful steps to address chum salmon bycatch and to prioritize the survival of subsistence communities who rely on these fish not by choice, but by necessity and by cultural responsibility. And today I just thank you guys for your time. Thank you for hearing all of our voices. And masit to all our villages that are here today. Masitcho.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, we'll go to Heather Mann next, followed by Maija Lukin.
Apologies, Madam Chair. I thought it was the 3:30 callback, so and I apologize missing this morning. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC represents 30 trawl catcher vessels, home ported in Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. These are family-owned, multi-generational fishing businesses, not large industrial corporations or what's often referred to as big trawl. Our vessels are small. They're generally crewed by 4, maybe 5 souls, including the captain. Taking relief captains and crew into consideration, each boat is supporting at least 10 families. MTC members have long supplied food, jobs, and economic stability to coastal and remote Alaskan communities. I want to be very respectful about what I'm about to say and be very clear about what this action is and what it's not. This action is not a rebuilding plan for Western Alaska chum salmon. It is a bycatch mitigation measure in the pollock fishery. The best available science does not support the conclusion that hard caps will result in a measurable return of chum salmon to the middle or upper Yukon. Treating this action as anything more than mitigation misrepresents both its purpose and its likely outcome. I'm really concerned about the unrealistic expectations that are coming from this action. I think that's unjust for people that are living on the Yukon and unfair to members of the pollock fishery. The continued blame placed on the trawl industry for everything that is wrong on the river or in the ocean has created a dangerous and toxic environment. The advisory panel, after extensive deliberation, delivered a nearly unanimous recommendation to the council to select alternative 4 and alternative 4 only. That recommendation did not come from one sector. It came from a diverse group of fishermen across fisheries and gear types who recognize the risks associated with rigid caps and closures without measurable benefits to Western Alaska chum salmon. That level of agreement on a contentious issue is somewhat rare, and I believe the council should really weigh that heavily. You also get advice from the SSC, and while they didn't meet at this meeting, in both its April 2024 and February 2025 reviews, the SSC concluded that there remains substantial uncertainty as to whether the proposed measures would deliver measurable conservation benefits to Western Alaska chum salmon. At the same time, the SSC documented real and unevenly distributed risks to the pollock fleet, including economic harm, operational constraints, and safety concerns. And I think these disproportionately impact vessels like MTC, small inshore vessels. I've heard for calls for symmetry that if subsistence fishing is closed, pollock fishery must also share the conservation burden. And some even suggest that we should be unable to fish as long as the Yukon residents are unable to fish. And while this does resonate emotionally, it's not a conservation standard and it's not the law. The science shows that the combined pollock sectors account for less than 2% of total impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon. That fact does not diminish the crisis in Western Alaska, but it does define the limits of what this action can realistically achieve. MTC vessel owners, captains, and crew take stewardship seriously. Many are multi-generational fishermen whose livelihoods and identities are inseparable from the ocean. They are not dismissive of this crisis. They are not absent from this process. We're here, we're engaged, we're accountable, and we're operating under some of the most extensive monitoring and bycatch controls in the world. The crisis in Western Alaska is real, but policy built on misplaced expectations will not solve it. Alternative 4 is the only option that aligns with science, law, and practicable implementation. It responds adaptively, distributes responsibly, and avoids imposing irreversible harm. And finally, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take any questions, but we are strongly in support of Alternative 4. And this is just to show, oh, I thought my timer, was my time up? Oh.
I think that was coming from somewhere else.
So I'll just finish what I was going to say. The crisis is real, but policy built on misplaced expectations will not solve it. Alternative 4 is the only option that aligns with science, law, and practical implementation. It responds adaptively, distributes responsibility equitably, and avoids imposing irreversible harm where measurable benefits are uncertain. Alternatives 2, 3, and 5 rely on rigid caps and closures that exceed what is practicable for catcher vessels. It reduces optimum yield. It concentrates harm without evidence that it will deliver the conservation outcomes being promised. So, Madam Chair, council members, I just included the slideshow to show that these are regular people, these are families, these are multi-generational fishing families, we're small businesses, and this is just a brief snapshot of the MTC vessels and their families, but I wanted to really make sure folks understood. We really feel that this action, anything other than Alternative 4, really hurts small inshore catcher vessels that are serving Alaska disproportionately. And we'd like to see if we can have a way to make Alternative 4 work based on science versus politics and emotion. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. And so I'll focus my question on your recommendation for Alternative 4. And I'm sure you've been here in the meeting and hearing a lot of appreciation and respect for the really, great strides that have been taken to improve chum avoidance under the IPs recently. But do you think that the recommended IPA changes in alternative 4 address some of the concerns we've heard about. You know, it's difficult for members outside of the Pollock industry to really understand what's going on with the rolling hotspot program and even what's in those IPAs. Do you think some of these changes help with some of those concerns about transparency?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I do think the proposed changes will be helpful in that. Even if you're in the Pollock fishery, they're sometimes hard to follow what's included in the IPAs. I had suggested in the advisory panel that we take a look at sitting down with salmon users and understanding what kind of information they'd like to see, but more importantly, how they would like to see it presented in a way that's digestible to them. Because for us to decide that, I think is inappropriate. I'd like to hear from them exactly so that we're ensuring that they're getting that information. I guess I'd add one other point, if I may. When you talk about the IPAs and what's included with alternative 4, a lot of people, keep saying, without a hard backstop, we can't be sure you're going to do what you need to do. And there's been a lot of talk around this 200,000 voluntary fish backstop. My captains were unaware of that, and I don't know if people have spoken to that or not. But even if it had been in place, we were able to stay under it without the regulations telling us to do so. And so I really hope people can think about that too. We really are trying to do the best that we can.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So if Angela Totemoff is here, we'll take her, and then we'll go to Maija Lukin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I appreciate your time today for this public testimony. My name is Angela Totemoff. I am here today representing the Alaska Federation of Natives as their chair of the Subsistence Committee. AFN is the largest statewide organization representing Alaska Native tribes, Alaska Native corporations, nonprofit organizations, and Native peoples across Alaska, including many rural and fishing-dependent communities directly affected by this council's decisions. In addition to representing AFN, I would briefly like to give my own background to explain why this issue matters to me personally. I grew up in a small village called Chythlook, a rural community accessible only by boat or plane. Food in the village was expensive and is expensive and often unreliable. Subsistence fishing is not a supplement or a preference. It's essential to feeding families, caring for elders, and sustaining our community. Like many rural Alaskans, my experience reflects how closely food security, culture, and fishing are connected in Alaska Native communities. That lived experience aligns with AFN's longstanding advocacy for subsistence protections and the need for this council to fully consider subsistence impacts in its deliberations. With that context, I would like to share AFN's points for the council's consideration. When this council adopted with the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence protocol in 2023, it recognized the importance of subsistence in Alaska Native and rural communities and the necessity of hearing from subsistence viewpoints in the council's deliberations. Under the National Standard 8 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the council is required to take impacts to fishing communities into account when considering management measures to provide the sustained participation in fishing by those communities and to minimize adverse economic impacts to those communities to the extent practicable. Many rural Alaskan and Alaska Native communities depend on fishing. Data collected from ADF&G show that across every region of Alaska, more than 90% of rural households eat fish for subsistence, and yet subsistence hunting and fishing account for less than 1% of the fish and game harvested in Alaska. In 2014, commercial fishing accounted for 98.5% of all harvests in Alaska by weight. The council's decision on regulating that 98.5% have enormous impacts on on less than 1% of fish harvested for subsistence. Worsening salmon runs in recent years, especially by Chinook and chum salmon, have caused severe impacts to rural villages, food security, economies, and the ability for Native peoples to practice our way of life. For decades, our AFN has advocated for more protection for subsistence and for the reduction of salmon bycatch, so we appreciate the council's attention to this important issue. AFN's membership has passed many resolutions at our annual convention calling for protections of salmon runs nearly every year for the past 15 years and have passed a resolution specifically calling on this council to reduce bycatch and protect the salmon fisheries in 2022. AFN urges the council to protect subsistence fisheries and the communities that depend on fishing as a way of life. And while we are not taking a particular stance on any alternative, we urge the council to consider each of the impacts on rural subsistence fisheries, especially salmon fisheries, when making its decisions. AFN urges this council to visit fishing-dependent communities across rural Alaska to hear from rural residents who depend on fishing for subsistence. AFN would be happy to partner with the council to coordinate trips to ensure the council members can meet with rural and Native communities. Lastly, at the March 2024 meeting, AFN invited this council to meet with the Subsistence Committee. We also extend that invitation again to further discuss the subsistence and the impacts on the fisheries and our way of life. With that, thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and for considering the impacts that your decisions have on communities and subsistence fisheries and within rural Alaska.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and it's like there will be no questions. Thank you. So Maija Lukin is next, followed by Stanley Pete. Is Maija online?
I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to the council and those of you who are attending in person. I'm on Zoom right now. My name is Maija Lukin, and I'm speaking today as both an Inupiaq person originally from Kotzebue Sound who lived there for 46 years and as a commercial fisherman whose family has had chum salmon permits since the beginning of the fishery in 1975. Between my parents, grandparents, uncles, cousins, and now my own household, my granddaughter represents the 5th generation of Harris commercial fishermen on this water and the 624th generation of Inupiaq people utilizing the chum salmon. The people who rely on the Kotzebue Sound chum permits live in one of the highest cost of living regions in the United States. Fuel, groceries, freight, utilities, everything just costs more there. And chum salmon has historically been an economic subsidy that's helped make rural life possible. It paid for our heating oil, it paid for our homes, it paid for our boats and nets, and it helped put subsistence food on the table when the store prices are already out of reach. The last several seasons have been very devastating for us, not just for the commercial fishery, but for subsistence fishery as well. The runs are weak, the openings are limited, and families who relied on this fishery for both income and food are scrambling to pay for everyday things like heat and food. In the meantime, Western Alaska-bound chum continues to be intercepted as bycatch in offshore trawl fisheries with no real meaningful cap. What we're experiencing today locally and through the Kotzebue Sound Commercial Fishermen's Association is a collapse. All bycatch offshore is treated as an acceptable externality. This is not equitable management or sustainable management for anyone. Some of the alternatives currently being advanced, they rely on voluntary measures and industry incentive plans, and that's not protection. That's a delegation of your responsibility to the fleets creating the problem. We really need enforceable limits. We need a hard cap on chum bycatch, and we need enforcement of that. This is not about numbers on a spreadsheet. Every single intercepted chum by trawlers represents lost food, lost income, and lost opportunity for coastal Indigenous communities who depend on these fish. I've listened for a couple of days, you talk about adverse economic impact on the trawlers, yet our people have had adverse impacts for many, many years because of that increased bycatch. They can go to their non-local homes while our people experience the impacts today, and they have to choose sometimes between heating fuel and food. The chum is disappearing from our ocean. Our elders tell us this, our traditional knowledge tells us this, and our freezers tell us this. They're empty. So our permits lose value and our young people lose connection to that way of life. Where we are experiencing the adverse economic impact the trawlers are worried about. So I urge this council to adopt a firm, enforceable chum bycatch cap and to prioritize migration corridors that protect Western Alaska stocks before they ever reach industrial nets. I support Alternative 5, Option 1, which establishes a 100,000 fish PSC limit with an in-season hard cap of 50,000 Western Alaska chum, paired with a migratory corridor that closes immediately when this cap is reached. If this council is serious about sustainability, it has to be serious about protecting the people most directly tied to those fish. And with that, I'll thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So next up is Stanley Pete, followed by George Smith.
Am I on? Thank you, Madam Chairman, for this opportunity. I do have visuals with my testimony. I would like to first start with my introduction. My name is Stanley Pete. I'm from the mouth of the Yukon. My community is in the CDQ group. The purpose of this testimony is to highlight the devastating impact of in-river conditions on Yukon salmon populations. The importance is to understand that specific and localized stressors within freshwater habitat are contributing to decline and to bring attention to all stages of salmon life cycle. Next. The rate of habitat loss continues to outpace any restoration efforts. When salmon are forced to spawn in degraded, heavily silted, or contaminated streams, there is no future for salmon. Currently, there are another 100 plus proposed mines in different stages of development on Yukon watershed. Numerous spills and citations have been documented. Lead, mercury, and cyanide pose a devastating threat to salmon on Yukon. Even with devastating cyanide spills, there seems to be no regard to salmon or even incorporate safeguards to protect salmon spawning habitat. Self-sustaining life cycles of salmon are not only influenced by human involvement. Natural events like glacial retreat is altering salmon spawning habitat on Yukon River. Dewatering events are also causing decline. Even without human involvement, a discrete stock can be put in an endangered status or stock of management concern. Klawani Lake produced a vast amount of fall chum stock on Yukon River. How can any avoidance measures replace these stocks? The likelihood of the Cascawells glacier melt changing directions from draining from Gulf of Alaska back to Yukon drainage is not likely. Rivers are turning orange that were once pristine and habitable for salmon. Numerous sites have been even detected close to my village. The hydrology of Yukon River watershed is changing, not only by occurrences in nature, but also by discharges of sewage into rivers that once were huge producers of Yukon salmon stocks. 11.2 million gallons of sewage a day is way too much. The concoction of sewage into river is amplified by less glacial melt waters. Seeding or stocking of trout doesn't help either. In the outmigration study, stock composition of in-river stocks are changing. In-river predators are on the increase, causing havoc on salmon. Outgoing smolts have lower energy densities than 10 years ago, putting them more at risk. While spawning grounds disappear, we all suffer. In over 80% of upper middle Yukon stocks, 28 different river streams and tributaries of salmon spawning grounds face a highly threatened status through mining activities. In closing, we must stop treating salmon spawning grounds as expendable. There is no one solution that can bring back historical runs. Managed measures to avoid Western Alaska stocks are needed, but if that's the only proposed change, how can it even have a much-needed result? The best path forward must rely on data-driven, adaptive, and negotiated compromise by all users. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Pete. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Blahovedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pete, I just wanted to make sure I understood you. As far as this item that we're talking about with bycatch for chum, are you suggesting that the council shouldn't do anything or approve any of the alternatives because it's not perfect on the Yukon? I mean, in river issues aren't perfect, we understand, but is that what you're saying, or which alternative would you recommend?
In my last statement, I stated that there needs to be a compromise. I'm a subsistence harvester of salmon. I'm also in the CDQ group. There needs to be a compromise between all users, whether it's the spawning grounds, mining, the in-river users, and the commercial users. There needs to be a full compromise by all users to try to, increase the runs into the river. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. So I accidentally skipped over Faye Ewan and Marcus Alden.
And Tidida Willekalan Sida Faye Ewan. I come from the Otna region, and I come here to support these people with their issues of salmon and the crisis and the way the government and the way we've been approached and how we in Copper River, these people are coming to my country and getting their salmon, and we've been imposed by a population that we've never seen in Copper River. By the time we get the fish to Copper Center from Cordova, they'll say there's 189,000 salmon. By the time it gets to where I live, where we used to get 1,000 fish and lots of kings, nothing. We're lucky we get 3 to 10 fish, and this is the encroachment of the public coming to the Copper River to fish. And I also been watching you guys for 7 years now with this issue of trawling. These people been begging you guys to slow down just to make it even so where some of that fish can go by and make it to the spawning grounds. Whitehorse people, tribes told me they only get 2 salmon for education per year by the time the salmon gets to Yukon, gets to Whitehorse, where the salmon spawning ground is. I been involved in salmon and game for most of my life. Was born and raised in Copper River. And we have a large encroachment of a population that is really hard on our people, but we share our food. We are not like the government and the state of Alaska that takes away food out of these people's mouths and take it for money. I watched all this here for 5 days now. I'm here on my own. I paid my own way here just to listen to what's going to happen with the Federal Fiduciary Trust Responsibility. There's a food security. There's issues that is really affecting our way of life in the state of Alaska, holding back all that food stamp and ATAP to the people that's supposed to help our people. It's not coming. And it's not right to me. I share my food. I have a fish wheel in Copper River. I invite these people to come down and get some of my share, which is only 500. I got 200 reds this year and 3 kings in Copper River. And they cut our king salmon off July 1st. I know it's not related to the chums and stuff, but this is happening in the Prince William Sound, which is going to be the next one. We're going to be sitting here next year asking you to put a cap on this trawling industry that's starving us out. They're not going to starve. They're billionaires. They're millionaires. They've been on 20 years. You listen to all the testimonies the last few days. To me, I'm very concerned about. Are you going to starve our people? Just diverse money? It's not right. We would not ever do that to you guys. It hurts my heart to see these people cry, begging for their... And then we go to the store and you see surimi, that man-made crab, whatever they call it. And I watch on YouTube how it's made. I watch a lot of these things that are happening today. I just wanted to put on your heart to consider what these people are saying and do the options they ask for. It's 1, it's 2, I mean, it was option 1, 2, 4, and 5, whatever they wanted to choose. I mean, help these people so that they can survive. Also, they just got done having a big storm in their area. And now their food security is threatened more and more. Just put that on your heart, and that's all I'm asking for. Chinan Sagut Senekdal, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
for
I
your
waited
testimony.
4 days to testify.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll see if there are any. Thank you.
I wanted to say also, I'm Katie John's granddaughter.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Thank you.
Miss Ewan? Thank you for joining us. Marcus Alden is next, followed by George Smith.
Good afternoon, councilmen, councilwomen. Thank you for being here for all of us in the room to hear what we have to say about this very important thing. I've testified this way in the past. Let me back up a little. My name is Marcus Alden. I'm the president of Westward Fishing Company. We operate 5 catcher vessels in the AFA Bering Sea pollock fishery. I have been in the maritime industry for, I was just counting, 56 years now. I look back and I look in the mirror every once in a while and I can't believe, holy man, how did I get here? Well, it's been a long road. I've been in the fishing industry directly for almost 40 years. I have a unique perspective in that I have been a crab fisherman. I built the plant in the Captain's Bay. I operated as the chief engineer. I designed that. I then took over boats, went back to my roots, which was strictly maritime, took over our boats. I come from a place in the middle of nowhere where we hunted and fished, not rural Alaska, but our tradition, my father's tradition, was you didn't take anything you didn't need. So when I talk to my guys on my boats, we talk about how we can do our best to keep from taking unwanted, unnecessary bycatch. We have gone all in on the scientific approach that says adaptive management works, and it's proven to work. We have been with UCB developing these programs that show to reduce bycatch, move us actively out of areas that were never able to be done before when it was strictly managed by nymphs and the government. They couldn't react fast enough. The adaptive management controls that we've used can move us within hours when we see problems developing on the grounds. We move We don't question it. We get out of there. We move to the next best spot. The data that we see right now comes from years and years and years of collecting data. We have to count every fish. Under IRIU, we were no longer allowed to throw any kind of fish overboard. That was, I can't even remember how many years ago that was. Every fish that comes on board goes in the tank. We don't know what we have quite often until we get back to the plant. When all of it comes off, it all gets accounted for by federal observers at the plant level. When we see a fish on board on deck, when we see a salmon on board on deck, we have to extrapolate. We have to estimate. We see one, maybe we have 5. We have to estimate that we are in an area where maybe there's a hot zone. We have to get out of there. We have to report to other boats. In the days of Olympic fishing, we were never able to do that. We couldn't do it quickly. We were not incentivized to talk to one another. In fact, we were incentivized not to talk to one another. You know, I didn't want you to go get my fish on my fishing grounds. Today, before we even leave, we're talking to everybody. We're talking, the CVs are talking to the CPs, are talking to the motherships. Where is the best efficient fishing grounds available? Where are you catching bycatch? What kind of bycatch are you catching? Where can we go that is better for everybody? And we move every single time, and we're talking. Before we go off the grounds, we're talking to the boats that are at the dock getting ready to go onto the grounds. This is a constant iterative process, and it works. For that reason, I can only support alternative 4. It's the most effective, proven, scientific method of reducing bycatch. And I see I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alden, for your testimony here. I just want to make sure I understand. You use the term extrapolate. You see a salmon. You extrapolate a number out of the volume or whatever, and then it all goes down in the fish hold. That's my assumption. And so, to be clear, when you go to deliver it on shore, there's a reconciliation of the number, and you compare them. Is that how that works in terms of getting the actual number versus maybe an extrapolated number at sea?
Through the chair, Mr. Moeller, that is correct. So if I can explain, when we haul the net back onto deck, we start spilling the fish onto the trawlway. We open up the tank that it's going to go into, and we start pushing that fish, the pollock, into it. I think we had a presentation years ago when somebody put a picture up on the screen, and it was a trawlway, and it was full of pollock. And the idea or the game was find the salmon in that picture. And you could spend 10 minutes looking for the salmon in that picture. You couldn't see it. That's the way it is for us on deck. We see one salmon. If we actually see a salmon, if we physically see a salmon, we have to assume that there's more than just that one. All of that fish goes into the hold. Everything that hits the deck goes into the hold. That hold gets sealed up. We have a little man hatch so we can look in and test the temperature and make sure it's not getting all chewed up from being frothed around. But we don't know exactly how many fish, how many bycatch fish we have until we get back to the plant and have offloaded to the plant. When it's offloaded to the plant, it's pumped to shore, goes through a sorting belt that has multiple people on it that spread the fish out. They then can identify this is a salmon, oh, this is a cod. They go into different bins. The pollock continues through into the plant. The bins are then, the PSC especially is examined by the federal observers in the plant. They weigh it, they sex it, they take samples now for the DNA testing. And they do the count. So you know exactly, when we get done with offload, you know exactly how many fish you had that you took. When we're still on the grounds, we see that one fish on deck. each boat has slightly different personalities, slightly different operating characteristics. So for one boat, he may extrapolate in his mind, okay, I've got 5. Another boat may have to say, I've got 8. Maybe my net is so much bigger. When I see 1, I have to do 8. That number doesn't get reconciled till you get to the plant. And it's really very much a rule of thumb. On the boat, we want to go over. We want to say, if we see 1, I'm going to count that as 5 or 10 or whatever. When we get to the plant, okay, you had 3. Okay, that's fine. That 5, what it did 2 things. One, we reported that back to our IC manager. We reported that back to our co-op manager. We reported that to the boats that are fishing around us. And anybody that wants to call in and say, hey, I'm getting ready to leave. What's the fishing like where you're at right now? So our goal is 0. It's a monumental task. Every time we go out, every time we see one of those fish, it tears us up because we all come from that. All of the guys on the boats, all the people on the boats, we don't want to see that. We want to avoid that. We have to avoid that. You know, there's people that depend on it. We're going through great lengths to avoid salmon of all types, not just chum, Chinook. We don't see red salmon. We don't see pink salmon. We're fortunate in that way, I guess. But it's part of who we are. It's what we do. These are our family people. These are not big industrial corporate magnates. These are people that understand what food is and where it comes from. I hope I.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alden.
Thank you.
So George Smith is up next, followed by Darlene Pete. Not online. Okay. We will circle back to George after the mid-afternoon break. So Darlene Pete, followed by Jason Tagnam Lakla.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Darlene Pete from Nunamikwa, a CDQ community on the Lower Yukon River. Our remote location, disconnected from the road system and lacking traditional industries, necessitates a strong focus on creative youth education and engagement. The CDQ Youth Employment Program has been vital in positively impacting our youth, especially given our resource limitations and the challenges within our fishing sector. For several years, I have had the privilege of coordinating this youth program, and I'm pleased to share some of its successes. We've supported dedicated youth who have embraced their duties and responsibilities, leading many to secure employment immediately after high school, with some even continuing in their program roles. This pathway created by CDQ has fostered significant growth. A notable achievement is that several young individuals were able to purchase their own motorbikes before graduating high school through their diligent work in the program. One young woman has since progressed through multiple positions and now holds a management position role within our village, a testament to the program's impact. Furthermore, the program has enabled several youth to save adequately for boarding school and provided assistance with essential education supplies, which may otherwise be financially challenging for some families. The youth employment program has positively influenced our community by providing valuable work experience and developing essential skills for academic and professional advancement. We have also observed a significant reduction in juvenile crime since the program's inception, witnessing a positive transformation in our youth, fostering a genuine interest in employment and a hope for continued success. In addition to employment initiatives, our CDQ scholarship program has been instrumental in our youth's academic achievements. My son, for instance, is graduating this spring with a bachelor's degree in social work and a minor in human services, an accomplishment made possible by these scholarships. My sincere hope is that our youth will continue to have opportunities to succeed. With no subsistence and commercial fishing in our area, our young people are fortunate to have avenues to work and prepare for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. So Jason Tegnalakla next, followed by Jean Alstrom.
Hi, good afternoon. This is my first time testifying at the fisheries meetings. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council of the Board. My name is Jason Tegnalakla, and I'm from Imanik. My parents are David and Christine Tegnalakla, and my grandparents are late Frank and Teresa Camera, and late Anna and Maurice Tegnalakla. I'm a board member for YDFJ, one of the CDQ groups. I grew up subsistently active my entire life since I was a young kid. My parents installed in me that we need a fish and put fish in the freezer to survive the winter due to the high costs of fuel, electricity, and food prices. My grandma would always tell my mom, you need to go do it. What you're waiting for, go get fish. They're not gonna wait for you, they're gonna pass. Some summers were good and our dry fish turned out. We would try to get them done before it got hot out and before the flies started to really come out. We made dry fish strips, called Chythlook, which is half dried and half raw dried fish for cooking, and Jalunak, which is king salmon in a bucket mixed with rock salt. We would put away fish to freeze late in the season for the winter. When the restrictions came in 2019, my niece went to my mom and started crying, and my mom asked her what's wrong, and she said she wanted dry fish and strips. She was crying for fish as young as she was. She was only 4 at the time and felt the impacts of the restrictions because we always made dry fish and strips each year. Even she didn't know nothing about the laws of catching the fish. Last year was the very first time we hung dry fish from someplace else. I'm very happy we got some fish from Bristol Bay, but most didn't turn out. They caught them, froze them, and when we would get them, we'd have to thaw them out. And we'd have to cut them, and they would already be really mushy and soft before we dried them. And they didn't turn out so good. I'm thankful for YDFDA for providing jobs for our youth and members in our communities. I'm thankful they give scholarships for people wanting to further their education and funeral assistance and donations for our members. It's hard because on one end, I'm a member for YDFDA trying to do profits for our communities, and on the other end, I have to think about subsistence for our people. I want what's best for everyone to get fish and fill their freezers while having to look at the profit side to help our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council of the Board. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yeah. Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate it. Jean Alstrom is up next, followed by Clinton Wetter. There'll be no questions after this testimony.
The jitters that I got before coming up here. It started earlier when I first seen my name on the screen. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Jean Alstrom. I am from the community of Alaknak that is located at the mouth of the Yukon River. There have been testimonies before me that already covered the main point of mine. So with that being said, I will make this short and simple. We all heard in many testimonies, the Yukon Chinook and chum salmon is important to our livelihood and the roots of our culture. We want our fish to keep coming back for generations to come. As we all know, salmon plays a big part of ours and our ancestors' way of life. But with the salmon population being so low, we need to make some sacrifices, both the people who rely on it for food and people who rely on it for money. My family has been impacted on both sides of this concern. With the current circumstances for the salmon in the Yukon River, I, as a subsistence user, am willing to step up and keep the 4-inch mesh out of the water all summer until the numbers return, despite how many years that might take. I can only hope that others who live along the Yukon River will consider doing the same in order to allow the salmon to pass peacefully and undamaged to reach the spawning grounds and secure the future of our fish. Whew, sorry, I'm really shaking right now.
You're doing a great job.
I understand that there may be many factors as to why our fish are not coming back in big numbers. It is not the trawling industry alone. Alaknak is a CDQ community. The CDQ program helps each of its communities with youth employment each summer, higher education and training scholarships, and burial assistance when needed. Being a brand new board member, I am eager to learn the other ways our CDQ program benefits its community members. I hope that you will make the right decision. We're all hoping for the best. The only way we can get the results we need is by it being a team effort. With all this being said, I'm advocating for alternative 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is Clinton Wetter, followed by Paul Wilkins and Oscar Yvonne. Is Clinton online? Oh, he's calling in right now. Okay, one moment. Is he on yet? So maybe we'll circle back after taking the next testifiers. So Paul Wilkins and Oscar Yvonne.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Oscar Yvonne, born in Bethel and raised in Kwagilingak, a Kuskokwim Bay Coast community of about 380 people, and grew up living a subsistence lifestyle off the land and ocean resources. And I work for Coastal Villages Region Fund. It's a CDQ group. Over the course of my lifetime out in a coastal community, we've seen different things. We've seen good times and we've seen hard times, challenging times. At times, you know, you've heard about 6 seals along the coast. there were times when they told us not to eat certain parts of the walrus due to the concerns about the metals or whatever it is that they get off of their environment. And so that leads us to concern and questions about the health of the environment that affects the resources. And so when we're able to gather, we're happy. Able to gather our subsistence foods, we're happy. When we were able to commercial fish, we were happy. And so what we're used to and hopeful for is a balance, that we want fish on both sides of the table. We want a healthy environment. But the conditions now are not so. Back in 2012, when the Kuskokwim River first closed, I was one of the first people that were among that group of people that were cited. 2 nets taken away, all our subsistence cats taken. I could have reacted a different number of ways, but our cultural teaching is think things through. See what's around you, see what's affecting. This past summer, I was happy to be able to subsistence harvest for salmon in the Kuskokwim Bay, which was better than in the years past. But unfortunately, the storm, Hailong, that hit our communities, we lost all our hard work. And so when we talk about subsistence and commercial fishing, we want both on the table. And that means we look for balance somewhere. And in our economically challenged communities, every little bit helps. The post office, the local school, the health clinic, and of course, our CVRF CDQ building. All those things add up to the economic viability of the communities. The saving grace right now is the PCE program and the fuel loan program that enables our people to survive with the cost of living out there. So we appreciate and need economic activity, and that's what the CDK program helps us to do.
For the record, this is Paul Wilkins, quota manager for CVRF. I'll just make some quick notes about the CVRF's fishing operations. CVRF over the years has made multiple investments in many different fisheries along the Bering Sea coast. We're according to table 4-11, we have ownership and control of a catcher processor, the Northern Hawk, and the pollock fishery. We also have a partnership with NSCDC, another CDQ group, in 15 catcher vessels that deliver to the island of Unalaska. And we also have a catcher vessel that delivers to a mothership, as well as several other a share in that operation. And so CVRF is very much sort of affected by any sort of decision that occurs at the table here. Let's see here. We primarily use the Northern Hawk to catch our CDQ quota. We appreciate the investments that we have, and should we want to use those investments to catch our CDQ quota, we may do that in the future. But since the beginning of the bee season, the Northern Hawk has been directed to to be far more cautious about chum interactions. We saw in 2021 reductions in returns, and we wanted to ensure that we were doing the best part that we could. Even if fish quality and size is ideal, we may move the operation in order to account for communications from Sea State, from other vessels in the fleet, to try and minimize our interactions with chum salmon. Time's running out here, so I'll just sort of sum up by saying that the CVRF is very much attuned to the concerns of people in communities that have been affected by reductions in salmon returns. And we think that there's a lot of good promise to the shoreside genetics program to understand the amount of chum that are coming into the fishery, and to try and sort of use that as a way to move forward in this fishery through the IPAs. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I did have a question for each of you, actually. Mr. Ivan, you mentioned the PCE program, and I'm familiar with that, and then the CVRF's fuel loan program being kind of the saving grace right now. Did I get that right? PCE and the fuel program?
Through the chair, Nicole, I meant the local organizations like our village corporation, Anxious Store, and also the local governments. With the economy of scale out there, it's very challenging for our local power company to make a profit with a population of 380 people. And so with the electricity cost this summer at about $1 per kilowatt hour, and the fuel costs that are past $8 per gallon, very expensive fuel. And so the local government or the village corporation, they rely on I believe it's the Community and Regional Affairs Fuel Loan Program, revolving fuel loan program, that enables the communities to purchase fuel for the winter. And even though the fuel prices fluctuate in an urban areas, we're stuck with the lift price that we pay in March or April.
Thank you very much for that explanation. My second question maybe is for you, Mr. Wilkins, and at the end of your testimony, you mentioned hoping that the in-season genetic program can move you forward into the future. And since you talked about catching quota and catcher processors, I'm interested in how you see that looking, and if the future could be now. Like, that's what I'm interested in, whether there's anything you can do to use even the in-season catcher vessel information to help better inform where your vessels are fishing.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. I think Steve Martell really sort of laid out a good sort of explanation as to why how shoreside data can sort of become involved in the process of creating hotspots and that kind of thing. We've explored on our own, just discussing with BBSRI about potentially working up some of our genetic samples from out at sea. There's some complications with that, I'm sure you've heard. And I think that through the information that's coming out of the weekly reports from BBSRI and of course the inflow that it's happening into the hotspot program and the IPAs, our captains are looking at that information and doing what they can. But for the most part, we're fishing about 30% AFA and CDQ on that vessel, and so most of our CDQ is most of our AFA doesn't have the opportunity to be caught in the CVOA, so there's a little bit more of an opportunity for the CDQ to be caught inshore. But I hope that answers your question. And I think there's a few different ways that it could be included. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for your testimony. Mr. Yvonne, if I might ask you, I appreciated you sharing your experience about the good news that you were able to harvest some subsistence fish this past year, but unfortunately, it sounds like lost your work to the storm, I think is how you described it. And so I'm sorry to hear that. If you have an opportunity to harvest some subsistence fish this year, will you be able to do that? How extensive were the damages from the storm in terms of your ability to harvest fish for subsistence?
Yeah, through the chair, Rachel, we went back, my son and I, in middle of December, to go out and check to see if we can salvage anything. And the place where our homes were located, like many other families in Kipanaquig and others, the place where my mom's house, our house in the neighborhood, all our fish drying racks, nets, the sheds that contained our freezers, everything's wiped away. So we're trying to think ahead on how we'll do that.
Thank you both for your testimony. So we'll circle back to Clinton Weter, followed by Damion Pavlick. Is Clinton online?
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Yep, we
Good
can hear you.
afternoon. Yeah, this is Clinton Weter from Hoosville.
Hello, Clinton.
Hello. I just wanted to call in and tell some stories about how much we live off of the fish around here and are dependent on it. I grew up along the Chythlook River, just right above the village of Hoosville, living in fish camp every summer. And our main breakfast every single morning was fish hearts and the stomachs, the guts. And that was a delicacy. We'd eat that for breakfast every single morning, and then later on in the day, we'd cut the fish up and hang that to dry and that away for winter. But I just wanted to talk about how we didn't waste any of the fish at all, even the heads. We'd boil those up and eat the cheeks and the eyeballs, you know, the guts, everything. We didn't waste anything, the fish. We were totally dependent on it. And to hear about the amount of bycatch that's being wasted and thrown overboard, it's really just disheartening to hear about. And we sure miss the fish along our river. I did have some thoughts that I was just wondering about. I wanted to share was instead of all the bycatch being wasted, is there any way they could have a boat with a freezer to take all of that, maybe throw it in the freezer immediately and redistribute it among the villages out here instead of just wasting it? It just seems like such a waste to me. And anyway, that's about all I had to say was we don't have the kind of fish. We don't have hardly any salmon at all going by here, and we aren't even allowed. They do go by. I'm afraid, you know, if I go try to get myself a salmon, they're going to take my boat away. So we'd just like to have our fishing rights back to live the subsistence lifestyle that we grew up living and want to keep living. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Weter. And maybe we can follow up with you about your question. There's a program called Sea Share, and it does provide an opportunity for food grade by-caught fish to be processed and distributed into communities into Alaska. So we can get you that information. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, no, I don't have any questions. I mean, it's just, I hate to see all this bycatch going to waste, and it's just really sickening.
Thank you.
Wish they could put a stop to it.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Appreciate you calling in. So our next testifier is
Have a good day.
Damion Pavlick, followed by Matthew Burkett. Is Damion online? Can you unmute yourself, Damion? *6, please. Damion, can you try *6, please?
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, hi. My name is Damion Pavlick. I'm 17 years old and I'm Athabascan in Inupiaq. I was raised in the village of Huslia and my dad's family comes from Barrow. Huslia is on the Chythlook River, is a tributary of the Yukon River. I grew up in fishing in Huslia and I miss fishing. I miss eating dry fish. I have not been able to eat that in a long time. I miss being able to go out on the boat with my family and bring home fish. I spent a lot of time with my great-grandma. The late Annie event when I was growing up, she always fed us native food, and I wish we could have more of that. My grandma would sit in the smokehouse and cut fish for hours and hours. It is how she fed us. It is how she gave food to her friends, and it is how she fed the dogs. When I was a young kid, I would help my sister Jasmine cook the scraps for the dogs. Helping in the smokehouse made me happy, and thinking about makes me miss that and miss my grandma. It is not okay that we can't finish fishing while there are big boats in the ocean that are taking a lot of fish before they can go in our river. The boats in the ocean are taking the fish while we can't even eat one salmon. My sister teaches me about how important it is to tell people we need to fish. I support what the tribes are asking for, and that is a combination of alternative 2 with the lowest cap, alternative 4 with accountability measures, be mandatory, not voluntary, and alternate 5, option 1 to let salmon through our river with the lowest cap. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a good day.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Thanks for calling in, Damion. So our
Yep.
next testifier is Matthew Burkett, followed by Rich Freyreich.
Good afternoon. If you don't mind, I want to apologize. I'm going to kind of turn sideways a little bit. I don't want to mean no disrespect to anybody. Madam Chair, Council, I also want to hope my hair's not too bad either. So, my name is Matthew Burkett. I'm here representing the village of Holy Cross community I'm from. I'm also, as you notice, we've become united with a lot of other tribes. I'm here representing them as well. For years, we've done nothing but sacrifice our way of subsistence, our lifestyle. We give and give and give, and we get nothing in return. A lot of people say that the closure started 6 years ago. Me, I haven't fished for 8 years. I haven't been able to teach my daughters, my grandbaby. It's hard. But I'll survive. I can do it. It's my elders I worry about. They're the ones that are struggling the most with not having this fish. You know, for years I was taught to look to my elders for guidance. Now they're coming to me, a young kid. Yeah, I'll be 49, but I'm a kid compared to them. We're losing our elders. And I always look to them for guidance. Like I said, they're coming to me now, and I'm here on mostly their behalf. changes need to be made. You know, for years we were told to follow the rules and regulations set forth by the boards, and we've done that. We were told our fish would return. That's not happened. So that tells me, us along the Yukon River, we are not to blame. We have not overfished that river. The problem lies elsewhere. Like I said, it's hard for me to be up here, but I'm representing my community. And I just hope that you guys look at what everybody's saying. You know, when our fish are taken away, that's not the only thing that was being taken from us. Our education, our health, crime rate has gone up in our village because we're not able to teach our kids how to fish, how to process, and how to live that part of our subsistence lifestyle. You know, I've heard people talk about wanton waste. If we've done it, our boats, our motors, our gear taken away. We're made criminals because of it. And why isn't this happening elsewhere? We need to protect our people. That's what it boils down to. It's no longer becoming about our subsistence. It's our elders. They are our subsistence. If it wasn't for them, we would not be here. We would not have the knowledge that we do without them. And because this fish being taken away, our elders are starting to die off. We need to start looking towards that and start protecting them. And the decisions you guys have to make, I know it's got to be tough. I don't envy you. But you know, we need to start putting the human aspect back into this situation. Maybe then changes will be made to our favor. With that being said, you know, I want to say thank you, but I really have nothing to be thankful for. But I will thank you for allowing me the time to speak with you guys today. I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Burkett. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none. Thank you so much. Rich Brayrick is next, followed by Louise Paul. Okay. Can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the council. For the record, my name is Rich Breerich. I'm a lifelong Alaska native that resides in the village of Grayling. I'm here representing my tribe, but above all, I'm here representing our people up and down the Yukon River in both mind and spirit. Thank you. I'm here today to support alternatives 2, 4, and alternative 5, option 1, with the lowest caps. You have heard from tribal leaders, organizations, fish commissions representing 150 federally recognized tribes on why this combination of alternatives is necessary for the survival of our chum. With that being said, I am here to ask you all some pertinent questions about why we are here today and get some answers. The Magnuson-Stevens Act was established in 1976 to govern marine fisheries management in the U.S. federal waters to prevent overfishing, rebuild overfished stocks, ensure safe and sustainable supply of seafood, etc. Federal fisheries manage 3 to 200 nautical miles off the coast of Alaska. This federal management system fails to acknowledge that without the sea, there would be no rivers. Without the rivers, there would be no sea. The Bering Sea would not exist without the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and all other rivers that feed it. These federal and state management areas fail to understand how a suffering Yukon River impacts the Bering Sea, which leads to fractured management and limited legal effectiveness. This has also created a system where CDQ is pitted against other subsistence fishers throughout Alaska. It is not fair for Alaska Natives to be pitted against Alaska Natives due to Western legal systems and industry. In September 2025, Alaska legislators met in Seattle with the wild Alaska pollock industry. Why are they not present here today? Furthermore, USDA Section 32 buyouts for September 2025 were issued within a month to Alaska pollock industries. Yet, Yukon River disaster relief funds took 6 years to issue. May I ask, why did this take 6 years? These inconsistencies with how the federal and state governments deal with the pollock industry versus Alaska Native governments, people, and organizations is illegal and constitutes a direct attack on tribal sovereignty. Year after year, industry, state, and federal governments are stacked against us. I want to impress upon you today to do the right thing. As governing body, you have all the cards. Please shuffle the deck. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Louise Paul is next, and then after Louise, we will take our mid-afternoon break.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the members of the board. My name is Louise Paul of Chythlook, Alaska. I am a community service representative for Coastal Village Region Fund. Thank you for your time to hear my testimony regarding the chum decline and my experience living off the Bering Sea. For many generations, the people of Alaska have lived off the food from the Bering Sea, such as the different species of seal, the walrus, the many species of birds that migrate, beluga, tomcods, halibut, cod, clams, blackfish, herring, and of course the many species of salmon. But currently, I am an evacuee from Chythlook and now residing in Bethel. The state of Alaska and the Chythlook Traditional Council have decided not to relocate, but to rebuild our community of Chythlook. So for myself and my family, we plan on returning to rebuild our lives and our home. If the quota from the trawling industry with coastal villages is lowered, it will impact the allocated benefits for the 20 coastal villages that Coastal Village Region Fund provides. This will definitely affect the people and the efforts of our livelihood, and the way we subsist is on the line. This is due to the equipment that we all have lost during the Helan typhoon storm, such as our fishing boats, from Lund 14-foot to 26-foot Yukon Raiders. Our fishing gear, such as fishing rods for halibut, cod, and devilfish. Drift nets, set nets for whitefish, herring, pike, and salmon. Our trawls for tomcods and flounders. Our snow machines, sleds, four-wheelers, guns for hunting. Our berry camp cabins, our fish racks that have been destroyed, and our storage houses with the freezers to store our food we have gathered for the winter. A lot of people and their homes were displaced or destroyed from the storm and floated away. I can go on, but I know they're replaceable. We were lucky not to have lost our lives, which is not replaceable. It was hard to accept the loss and sometimes unbelievable that this happened at times, but we know for a fact that Coastal Village Region Fund will be there for those benefits for the residents to help stay warm with the stove oil that is provided through the heating oil program and the elder program, or get transportation at a discount such as snow machines, four-wheelers, boats, and outboard engines from the People Propel program, or just be there to help work with our tribe to rebuild. I know if the hard cap is lowered, it'll be catastrophe across the board for both the Bering Sea industry and the small vessel boat owners. Please remember that climate warming is a leading factor, and we are seeing it through storms, rising water, and land erosion. Again, thank you for your time, and know that the decisions made here will impact our livelihood and the challenges we face in placing our lives back in the place we love. Also, to continue our traditional way of gathering food and enjoying the different abundance of food we gather during the different seasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Paul, for your testimony. You touched quite a bit on the devastation that the storm had on your community. I haven't heard recently, any updates in terms of recovery relative to you moving back to your community. And in the event that that is sometime in the near future, are there plans to get you closer to whole again in terms of being able to subsist again from your own community?
At this time, we have Chalista that hired 2 companies to go out there and do the cleanup for Chythlook. And just in the last few days, they're doing a survey asking anybody that's 18 or older, that's a Chythlook shareholder, regarding the relocation, if people are wanting to do that, and where would we move? So these are really important questions, and they did show a map. But for me, I need the visual scene of it. I want to walk out there and see it for myself. Where am I gonna rebuild, That's the hardest thing is they want us to go out there and move my house and bring it up on land, but they're asking me to stay out there if I do this. How am I going to live? The water is contaminated. There's no store source for food. There's no health service. So that means I will have to get on a plane and fly out to Bethel. It's really difficult at this time to answer some of the questions that are in the near future, because I don't know what the rest of the community wants. But talking to a lot of the residents that evacuated here to Anchorage, a lot of people were so terrified of this experience that they don't want to return. So this survey that they're going to take will give some idea of what they need to do or what is the plan for the future.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you guys again for your time.
So let's take our mid-afternoon break, come back at 3:45, and we'll begin testimony with our callback list, beginning with Harry Alexi, Eric Deacon, and then George Smith, and then we'll go back to the normal list. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we are resuming public testimony on C2. Would you mind taking your conversations outside, please? So resuming our public testimony on C2, we have a callback list of 4 people. We have to shuffle the list a little bit. We'll begin with Eric Deacon, followed by Harry Alexie, then George Smith, and then Larson Hunter.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Deacon, CEO of Coastal Villages Region Fund. CVRF represents 20 villages and more than 9,000 residents in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta, about a third of all CDQ residents. Nearly all of our residents are Alaska Native, subsistence dependent, and members of federally recognized tribes. I hear about Alaska's salmon crisis directly from our village leaders. My team and I see it when we visit our communities. The loss of salmon is not abstract. It is grief. It is culture. It is food security. Our residents care about salmon in many ways that most of us will never fully understand. Our communities want salmon recovery, but they also understand something important. Recovery only happens if we pursue solutions that are grounded in science and focused on the fish that actually sustain our region. That's why efforts like the BBSRI Stock Identification Program matter. This research is allowing managers to distinguish Western Alaska chum from Asian hatchery origin chum with increasing precision. If the goal is to protect Alaska salmon, then management tools should evolve to reflect that science. Broad restrictions that treat all fish the same risk imposing economic harm without targeting the stocks our communities depend on. The mainland CDQ region is culturally strong but economically vulnerable. Many CVRF communities lack basic infrastructure like pipe water and sewer. Jobs are scarce. CDQ is one of the few long-term development tools that has consistently delivered opportunity in our region. Scholarships, workforce training, heating fuel assistance, and local employment are all tied to the success of the Bering Sea pollock fishery. The chum action before you is a serious decision. Everyone in our region wants salmon to recover. No one benefits from their decline. The question is whether the options being considered will meaningfully improve salmon returns and whether the economic harm they impose is justified by that expected biological outcome. If pollock revenue is sharply reduced, the impacts will fall first on our villages. It could mean fewer scholarships, reduced subsistence support programs, and the loss of some of the only private sector jobs available in remote communities. Those are real consequences for families who already live on the edge of economic stability. We ask that the council act in a way that is grounded in science, proportional to the expected benefit, and mindful of who bears the cost. Our communities want salmon recovery, but they also need economic stability to survive long enough to see that recovery happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Deacon, for your testimony here. We heard in previous testimony about, some fairly detailed descriptions of some of the damage done by the storm out there, and a comment was made that, see if CVRF is in a position to assist us out there. I'm just, Mr. Deacon, if you've had the opportunity yet, or your organization has the opportunity yet to assist with these villages that have been largely destroyed by the big storm.
So we've been involved since the day after the disaster, sending aid, sending generators, sending pallets of water to communities whose water systems failed, in meetings with the governor to kind of see where the gaps were between what the governor and the state were doing and what was being done out in those communities. The devastation was reported when the event happened, but until, some of you, I think, until today, haven't really heard what's still going on out there, that people's houses are destroyed, that houses washed down the river, across the river. Some of them had people in them when that happened. The state had a really good response, and I think Chalista, us, and other organizations, AVCP, have had a great response after the fact, and we're lucky, that we feel it's one of the priorities is that type of work when it happens, and it's happening more often out there. Not just this disaster, but Merbach before it was a similar case where response needed to happen, and it needed to happen quick.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is Harry Alexi. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Management Council, and other delegates throughout the state of Alaska. I'm representing the organized village of Chythlook, which is on the Kuskokwim River. This is one of the hard subjects that we have to deal with nowadays, where food security has been an issue for past 10 years or so, when salmon decline has been happening. Unlike the earlier days where salmon was plentiful, now our people have to fish when there's an opening throughout the Kuskokwim. Having food security is somewhat concerning for all future generations if changes have not been made, or all of our pleadings in terms of I wouldn't say needing assistance, but it needs to be heard, where many of the villages throughout the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and southwestern Alaska have had to not be able to fish freely when we know some commercial fishery down in the peninsula has no cap. I think changes need to be made. Where it will further sustain the salmon numbers for our future generation. For us, food security, having access to the river and the sea, these villages has sustenance living off the sea and the waters off the land. One way, for example, a younger individual might bring anything that is caught off the land and given to an elder out of love, and that it's a soft spot within me. Each and every one of you on the council must, think about this. Whatever you grew up with throughout your life, I don't know where you guys came from, I don't know your background, but stopping or having limited access to what you guys grew up with, that's us in southwestern Alaska, where salmon was common, it was unlimited amount where we were able to catch. Just imagine yourself being unable to have access to whatever you grew up with, whatever you liked. You know, sometimes, being an Alaska Native, being a minority, sometimes I do see a difference being how I'm treated when I'm traveling. Hopefully that's not the case where the sitting council that has the voting right to this issue, hopefully that does not play a role in your part, growing up. We were taught to love one another. Every day we're told to love our peers, and my being an adult now, how I see is, treat everyone as how you want to be treated. All the testimonies, most of the testimonies from the villages that you guys hear is food security. Where we're unable to freely harvest any of these unless changes are made. I do have kids of my own, and they hear me every summer how salmon was plentiful growing up, in which our generation now cannot see themselves, because they're somewhere along the line where the food chain is going in full circle. There's something that is affecting our salmon population in southwestern Alaska. It's a very touchy subject, but I think, like I said, I think a change needs to be made somewhere along the line. I can go on and on and on, but myself and the people that lives in the villages are just the same as anybody that lives elsewhere in the world. We do breathe, we have blood, we breathe the air. We're no less, we're no much more. I think we're equal. So hopefully this testimony holds, some sort of a, for the council to think, for the betterment of our people in southwestern Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Alexi. I'm not seeing any questions for you. Thank you for joining us. So George Smith is up next, followed by Larson Hunter. Is George online? Okay. What about, he was there? Okay, if you regain connection with him, because this was the last call back, please let me know. Larson Hunter? Okay, Larson, can you press star 6, please? Unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, appreciate that. Just got the notice to unmute my phone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Council. My name is Larson Hunter, a lifelong resident of Scammon Bay, currently the Chairman for Coastal Villages Region Fund, and also serve as the City Manager for Scammon Bay. I'm going to try the testimony brief because much of what the CDQ program is well known by members of this Council. I will list a few highlights to put into perspective what may be in jeopardy if a drastic decision is made regarding chum bycatch. We are a large employer in our region. Over 100 full-time positions along with hundreds of seasonal jobs spare many of our residents the burden of getting on public assistance. We reduce the cost of living through various programs, from heating fuel assistance to people propel vehicle purchases that keep more money in families' pockets for other priorities. We provide mechanic welder services that keep valuable vehicles up and running. Alternative is to spend thousands of dollars on freight to get them fixed or leave them in disrepair until they can afford a new one. With the recent typhoon floods that have devastated our CBRF communities, the importance of having these shops in our region is massive. We were able to repair toy heating stoves, ATVs, and snow machines that had flooded after Halong, saving families thousands of dollars. CBRF is also at the front lines for disaster response for our communities. We have the resources not only to document the impacts of the severe storms, but also provide immediate needs such as food, clothes, and water for those affected. Future outlook for storms appears to be getting worse, and CBRF is dedicated to planning and prevention with this new threat that our communities face. These are several highlights I want to put on the record at risk if a very punitive decision is made against our ability to harvest pollock. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent in our region over the history of the CDQ program. We are growing as a company, so is our economic impact to our very impoverished region. There's a debate on the impact of what the pollock industry has on the Western Alaska salmon runs. The industry accepts that there is something that should be done, and we are hoping it will be done. The problem I have is the amount of blame put on the industry. There seems to be a perspective by some that the trawl industry is the only reason. The degree of impact is debatable, but to diminish, dismiss, or ignore the other factors could be a detriment that distracts everyone from real solutions to this salmon crisis. As coastal communities, we're at the front lines of climate change. This may be a very large factor to the diminished runs. Warmer waters, food reductions. What can we do about climate change? Hatchery impacts. There are billions of hatchery salmon released into the Bering Sea. The carry capacity of the ocean is limited. Is the competition affecting wild salmon runs? If so, what can be done? And this is a very sensitive opinion, but I feel it is very important to address local population growth. Scammon Bay's population from 1990, which was 300, is now over 660 in 2026. I reference this because when we had the salmon collapse happen in 2020, I asked Fish and Game what the impact was on local salmon subsistence, and they said for the past 20 years that number has been the same. And it didn't make sense to me because if you double in size and population, theoretically, you're doubling your salmon harvest. At this population rate, the carry capacity of the Yukon itself is in jeopardy. I don't know what the solution is, but I know that if we acquiesce to the idea that trawling bycatch is a sole problem, we may be setting up our rivers to a complete crash. Members of this council, Madam Chair, I thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. I'm not seeing any. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Is George back online? Okay. Okay, I'll try one last time before we break for the day. Madeline Tulik, followed by Roy David Sr.
Oyana Chair and members of the board, hui nga uirocha runga, chwhakanarami ang lilrunga, dawamai igurivarami witala. Anaka manjaruk atagalu or atairutka ayagina hulhuluni. Hello everyone, I'm Madeline Tulik. My Yupik name is Uyurajak. My mom's name is Julia Lewis, and her Yupik name is Manchok. My dad's name is Walter Lewis. My late dad's name is Walter Lewis. His Yupik name was Ayaginach. I am originally from Chythlook, but currently reside in Eagle River. I moved away from my hometown, where my friends and family, my emotional connections, and traditional ties are because of the lack of housing and opportunities for my family. I'd move back in a heartbeat if the economy in our communities improved to meet our needs. But instead, I travel home every summer when I can, to reconnect with my origins. One reason I return home that I hold near and dear to my heart is to help my widowed mom. Contributing the best I can to my mom's tasks or worries is always very heartwarming. I take advantage of fishing, berry picking, gathering plants whenever the opportunity is offered by friends and family that are equipped to travel our channels and the ocean with watercraft, a privilege we lost when we lost my dad. I also enjoy packing water for cooking, general hygiene, due to our community having no running water, and making maki or steam bath, since it's our main resource for keeping clean in the community. Before I moved to Eagle River, my family and I moved from Chythlook to Tuksuk Bay due to overcrowded living. There I started working as a CSR for Coastal Villages Region Fund, but also faced overcrowded living. CVRF gave me the opportunity to relocate to where I can have my own home and the necessities to care and raise my family in the city. I now manage CVRF's maritime program that has a mission of equipping our youth in our communities who excel and pursue maritime employment with the means to employ our youth in the maritime industry. Through this program, I'm able to see the economic impact it has on our youth when they take home a check close to that of a full-time employee, the connections all the youth have in the maritime industry that they haven't realized, and the realization that maritime is actually something they might be interested in. We've had youth say they'll use the new knowledge to help them in situations they may face as they're out hunting or fishing. Many youth already have a ton of experience driving their own boats that consider looking into becoming captains after they complete the program. It was fun, most would say, and encouraged their fellow friends and family to consider applying for the program. CVRF is a CDQ group serving 20 communities on the southwest coast of Alaska. A percentage of our revenue is distributed to the communities we serve through programs and assistance opportunities like the program I manage and others like Youth to Work, mechanic welder shops, heating oil, assistance of economic prosperity within our region. As you consider the alternatives, I urge you to consider the option that would not only benefit the subsistence lifestyle, but also consider the amount of impact your decision would have on the fishing industry. Oyana.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Roy David Sr. is next, followed by Verla Weter.
Yeah, my name's Roy David Sr. I don't know why they put Howard up there. David supposed to be senior. There's a two Roy, junior and senior. I came here to tell you what's going on and to bring good help. To bring good help to the village. I heard a lot of story about what's going on in their village. Fish, salmon getting less, fish getting less, caribou getting less, moose getting less. I tell you why. We manager in Tetlan. We got our support from Depart Fish and Game, Alaska State Trooper. We tell them what's going on, and they help us. Before I spoke out, I need to know from back there table, please introduce your name all the way around until I gotta spoke out. Please do it. You got microphone.
Oh. Can you just introduce your name really very quickly? Yeah.
Nicole Schmidt, council staff. Kayla Hillary, contractor.
Oh, I think he wants to know if you could just bring it down. Oh, thank you.
I'm Carla Bush. I work for Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
I'm Anna Henry. I'm council staff.
Hey, my name is Doug Duncan. I work for NOAA Fisheries Alaska Region.
And my name is Doug Shaftel. I'm also with NOAA Fisheries Alaska Region.
And I'm Gretchen Harrington with NOAA Fisheries Alaska Region.
I'm Boyd Blahupti. I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Ann Vanderhoven, I'm a council member from Washington State.
Brian Ritchie, I'm a council member from Alaska.
Nicole Kimball, council member from Alaska.
Rudy Tsakada, council member from Alaska.
Good afternoon. I'm Nate Pamplin. I'm the Director of External Affairs with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
My name is Diana Evans. I'm the Executive Director for the North Pacific Fishery Management Council.
My name is Angel Drobnica, and I'm an Alaska council member.
Rachel Baker. I work for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I live in Juneau.
Chris Oliver, I work for the Pacific States Marine Fish Commission, but I live here in Alaska.
Steve Williams, I'm a council member from Oregon.
Good afternoon, John Moeller, council member from Alaska.
Jamie Goen, I work for Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, but I live in Seattle.
I'm John Kurland. I'm the Alaska Regional Administrator for the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Josh Fortenberry, I'm with NOAA Office of General Counsel.
That's very good, and I'm glad to meet you wonderful folks. And not only that, but we're going to fellowship together, we're going to work together. From there, you're going to hear good news. I heard the good news from my village, and I heard about a lot of problems, but we will work together and we're going to straighten things out. I'm going to let you know how we manage right in our village. I'm the village council, and they vote me in, and I'm glad to work with them. I work with the Alaska State Trooper, Depart Fish and Game, and also Lieutenant Chief Conference, Doyan, also Tinakanaka, and also you heard music, fiddle music, that's the one. Ann Fair, that's the one got the KRFF radio station. They have good Athabascan fiddle music. That's the one I really working for people, and how we brought up a long time ago, we used to have a alcohol counselor from the manager from Juneau. It had been there 5 years in Tok. And I left. I used to be alcohol myself. I left alcohol since 1974, July 3, 1974. I work for white people. I work for Eskimo. I work for Aleut. I work for Native people like me, Athabascan, also black people. So we all fellowship together, work together. We live. People believe me because I left that booth. And I'm telling the truth. I don't make up a story. I'm telling the truth. They believe me. They believe me for the truth. And also, what's going on today? Today, my client, 16 from Tetland, all sober, thank God. They all sober. They all sober because they take my words. They did it themselves. I don't do it. They did it for themselves. And Tanner Cross, 4 of them sober. Thank God. Because the time the alcohol program, I don't know why they don't have no alcohol program no more. That's the one great help because I used to work for alcohol program and people believe me because I left that drink. Dope. Everything I left behind. Now I'm working. And I can't be a state trooper because accident happened. The pistol dropped and shoot my stomach. It hit my liver. Doctors say I'm gonna die. But I gave up to my dear God, to my dear Jesus, and my dear Holy Spirit. Tell me, spare my life. Spare my life so I can work my people. Today, I spoke out to you with truth, not with fools. I help in time of help. I tell the truth about our work program together. It's really powerful. You're going to see a lot of different. You're going to see a lot of good people. You're going to see a lot of different. I tell you what's going on in our village. During summertime, listen very close, during summertime, June month, July month, we stay along the creek. We see little fish come up, but this deep from top water. My dad and mom, my grandmother and grandpa said, don't bother them, let them go by. We all in Tetland, we let them go by. They shot the outboard motor not to run. The fish, little fish run, they say. And not 1 month later, you're going to hear a lot of different, they say. 1 month later, that old man sit on field, airstrip, start holler to people, fish are slow, there's been fish coming. Shoo, 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 all kind of noise. They all go down to fish trap, they catch all the fish. Not only that, young girl, peel those thing. And after that, they cut it's called fish eggs. They call cone, they dry it. That's fish eggs. They save it for during the winter time. And also, not only that, but for trapping, they're trapping long way. And also, moose. When they kill moose, they dry it. And after that, they bring the skin back. They bring that head back. They cut those fur out, and they peel out all the skin, and they dry it. And after that, they dry it. After that, they take the brain out from the head. They soak it, that moose skin, and they start tan it. And after that, they smoke. That's where the breast come out. That's this moccasin come out. That's the place clouds come out. Big boy, that's pretty, I tell you. That's why you see a lot of good things happen then. And also the one necklace too. They make a necklace from the same. They found it. You hear a lot of good news from downriver about where they get that thing. And also how my dad doing, because with the precious love, my mother adopted one kid from Sauyaq. Her name was Agnes. She came to the village growing. He was 2 years old. Now he's about 60 years old now. She called mom, mother. Dad, my dad, When my mother died, she come visit me. When my father died, and we visit me. So I got married. I'm married with Alfred Adams' daughter. Her name Alfred Adams from Dawson City, Yukon Territory, and also from Eagle. Eagles is married to my dad's sister, and that's how we grow together. And also my mother. That's how we get married. But so me and my, we don't have no children. So we adapt again from Dulado. And now we've got from one son from Fort Yukon, from Guinness family. Now that boy 50 years old, and that my daughter was 40 years old, they called me Dad. And Dad, he called me my son. I want to be your junior, he told me. I asked him why. You good, Dad? He told me. Well, we'll work it out. We talk it over, me and my wife. He said, yes, let it become. So Roy David Jr., he become. You see, with the loved ones. And also, a few years ago, but 2015, one white man, listened very close, came to the village. His name's Scott. He said, my wife died, but I got two sons. One 19 years old, one 18 years old. I got cancer. We help you at home. We will help you. So the two white boys become my son. My son. Also, 19 years old, his dad died. So they become to my son, two white boys. Why are you grow them? Well, I'll tell you, that's how. I got no kids. We don't have no kids. So we grow somebody else with precious love. Now, I see it make me speak a lot better, and I feel a lot better because I tell the truth about the village. And the village improved a lot. They got gold mine, they got a lot of money, and also, not only that, but I tell you, the village got to know. Village got to know because that my gold mine. I see fish getting less. I see Northern Pike getting less. I see where fishing place getting dried up. I see a lot of different. So that I came here to, what can we do about? I need your help. What can we do about that gold mine? I see a lot of clear water used to be, it's getting to muddy water. It's not like before, brother. Not like before. Fish getting less. Northern Pike is, you have big Northern Pike down north, I know, and we have less. Few little jump as well. I don't know how to say it, but I need you help a lot. If you have any question, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. We really appreciate it. I'm not seeing any questions, and also thank you so much for asking us to introduce ourselves. We greatly appreciate that as well, and we hope to get to know you better throughout the next day and a half while we finish up this issue. So thank you. So I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Great.
Well, what I say is I came to help because I see all your name. I don't have to my people all that out here because I know them all. Because we work together. That's the way it'll come out better too. I'm gonna bring my report back to village. I'm sitting on village council. I'm gonna report back. I'd really enjoy to be here with you. I learned a lot of things already. So I know what to say, what to do. And also back to the Northway, Alaska, they did my help. And also Tannacross, Dot Lake, Toke, Mentasta, all. I work there because they depend on me. I love you guys all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any question?
I'm not seeing any, but I'm sure we'll have time to talk with you in the hall or in the room after we break. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Verla Weter, followed by Ben Juneby. And is Verla online? No. Do you see the number? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Verla Weter, and I'm calling in as a member of the Huslia tribe, and my parents are Colleen and Clinton Weter. I'm calling in to urge the council to make decisions that limit the cap on salmon bycatches so salmon can return to their proper spawning grounds, which is the Yukon River. The salmon won't be able to reproduce to survivable numbers if they continue to waste thousands of salmon as they currently are now. This is also affecting our subsistence needs, which are not being met, which is debilitating for our cultural heritage, for we grew up on the nourishment provided by salmon. So as one can hear, this not only causes us to struggle as we cannot meet our dietary needs, but cultural needs as well. It's devastating for our community that the pollock industry is allowed to continue to fish without sustainable caps on salmon bycatch, while we are unable to fish on the Yukon River. Thank you for hearing my concern regarding the uncapped salmon bycatch.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions. Appreciate you calling in. So next up is Ben Juneby, followed by Don Ashley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. Before I start, I'd like to, Madam Chair, if it's okay, if I could ask Board a question?
I've heard a lot of concerns about how our forum is structured, and that we receive testimony, and unfortunately we're not set up like that, but we do like to provide a lot of time during breaks and after we meet to be able to answer questions. So I don't know. I've been asked this before, and I've tried not to open up that door just because we don't have the time to get into that dialogue. But thank you.
I grew up on the river as a little kid. I used to peel willow sticks to fish for grayling, whitefish, suckers, lingcod. And later on through the years, I graduated into help building fish wheel with my dad. And also went from fish wheel to fishing it and fishing with a blind man up in the 70s and the early 80s when he had to quit kind of heart condition. During this time I was fishing with this blind man. His name is Matthew Malcolm. He was a very amazing guy. He would show each and every one of us how to mini or knit. And you can't even see it. He would hang his net every spring, every summer and get it ready for fishing. Then we'd go out with him. He passed on a few years back. And now nobody goes out anymore. And I still throw in 2-inch fish net 60-footer. I found a spot where I catch whitefish. So I got me for a whitefish spot. So far, the salmon I caught, it's hard for me to let them go, but I do let them go. My fishing spot is about a quarter mile this side of a Canada border. And I do have a good fishing spot. And a good run, I catch over 300. Then I quit. That 300 fish I shared with everybody in Eagle, and then the city, and then even people from Dawson come down to get fish from me. Now I don't even get visitors from Dawson no more to get fish from me. I can't even get fish. I can't tell you, I got 14 grandchildren, 1 great-grandchild. And some of them, some so little, they didn't even know what king salmon is. Let alone learn how to cure, cut, clean, dry, smoke, and put away for winter. That, I feel, is my responsibility to teach them, and I can't. So, with a lot of hope and prayer, I pray that you guys will come to a conclusion and agreement where we will be able to fish and share alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Junby, for your testimony. I didn't catch where you were from. I'm assuming on the Yukon River, but I didn't catch your village.
I'm where the river comes out of Canada, Eagle.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Blahovdy.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned 300 sheefish or whitefish that you're catching now. Is that in replacement, like basically trying to replace salmon because it's missing, or did you always catch that many?
Excuse me, I meant about that 300 was when we had a good salmon run before the big crash. Now this whitefish one is where last summer I found a spot on the river and I caught nothing but all kinds of different species of whitefish. And I got about 118, 119 of them at the end of summer.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. I wish you guys would agree with our proposal to you guys. And we're asking for please adopt 2, 4, 5, and option 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Don Ashley is up next, followed by Austin Amasuk.
Hello, yes, Madam Chairman, this is Don Ashley. I believe I've unmuted here. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm Don Ashley with the fishing vessel Gold Rush. We're a 99-foot trawler from Kodiak. We're pollock dependent, small family business fishing in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. My brother started fishing in Kodiak and the Bering Sea in the 1980s. I started fishing in Kodiak in 1990. Healthy fisheries and communities in Alaska are critically important to our family and everyone on the boat. We have used and continue to use every tool we have had available to minimize bycatch wherever we have fished. In addition to gear and electronics improvements, we were early adopters of EM. Before that, always opted for 100% observer coverage in the Bering Sea. Under electronic monitoring, we're required to deliver everything that comes on board. No salmon go back overboard. We're in support of Alternative 4 as the only balanced alternative to allow for a successful Bering Sea pollock fishery while better understanding and minimizing Western Alaska chum bycatch. Especially hit hard by other alternatives are the small family-owned vessels such as ours. We do not have the capacity, the size, or the horsepower to travel long distances from our processing partners and still deliver the quality product that we must. The introduction of billions of Asian and Russian hatchery chum has exponentially complicated and clouded the Western Alaska chum bycatch issue. These fish represent the overwhelming percentage of chum bycatch. What impact are they having on our Western Alaska wild stock trying to return to this river system? There doesn't seem to be a positive answer to that question. There simply is no commercial fishery that has no bycatch, but we have made and will continue to make investments in time, treasure, and push to close to that goal as possible. I agree with previous testifiers that the close to real-time management of catch and bycatch in the pollock fishery is the most effective in the world. It is critical that we find solutions to successfully get salmon back into a healthy Western Alaska river system. It is also critical that we avoid damaging or canceling another fishery, its fishers, its processors, its communities, while trying to find those solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Ashley.
Thank you.
Okay. Austin Amasuk is next, followed by Jason Acarel-Ria.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. You got me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay, loud and clear. Thank you. For the record, my name is Austin Amasuk. I'm Inuit Belt from Nome, Alaska, lifelong hunter fisher. And very briefly, before I get started, I won't go into impacts to Western Alaska communities. The many people who have gone before me have done a really good job of doing that. I'll be talking about the EIS specifically. The EIS is technically dense, but on social science and TEK is quite thin and does not incorporate TEK into the core of the analysis. The EIS reads like it knows something is wrong, yet doesn't do a good job of confronting what is wrong. Instead of responding with the urgency the situation demands, the EIS leans on uncertainty. When abundance is low, risk should be low. Yet the EIS argues that uncertainty should be justified as a course of inaction. The EIS and testifiers have suggested that a hard cap may not guarantee reductions in chum bycatch. That is a profound contortion of logic. A hard cap does one thing reliably. It limits mortality caused by this fishery. The EIS recognizes that chum mature across multiple ages and that reductions in a single year can affect returns over future years. However, the analysis then treats this time lag and variability as a reason to question the effectiveness of bycatch caps. That conclusion does not follow. If impacts from bycatch echo across years, then avoiding chum bycatch today has greater long-term value, not less, even if the benefits are delayed or difficult to attribute. We are here because salmon are in very severe decline. The real question is not whether management tools are perfect, but which tools actually prevent contact between gear and salmon, and which tools allow that contact to continue. The EIS repeatedly suggests that outcomes depend on too many nuanced factors to justify firm limits. That framing prepares us to tolerate failure. If complexity disqualifies decisive action, then limits are never possible. That is not precautionary management, that is giving up. A hard cap will not control all variables, but it reduces one: mortality imposed by this fishery. That alone is sufficient justification. The EIS states that a limit of 100,000 chum would not provide measurable improvement in very low abundance years. If that is true, then the only honest response is to set a lower limit that does. Rolling hotspots respond to salmon after contact has already occurred. That is reaction, not prevention. Caps, automatic closures, move-on rules, and genetic monitoring are preventative tools. They can stop harm before it happens. The CDQ reserve pool is described as an allocation adjustment, but if bycatch can be shifted into a reserve that does not count toward the cap, then the cap is not a boundary. It becomes an accounting exercise, and the fish will be just as dead. Without a hard enforceable cap, bycatch is effectively unbounded if encounter rates spike. I urge the council to adopt a hard cap of 50,000 chum salmon with automatic closures. The number is not perfect, but neither are the numbers in the EIS. I am proposing prevention versus paper compliance. We do not have the luxury of waiting for perfect data while salmon runs collapse and disappear. When management fails to prevent harm, the question should not be how to justify its continued use. And lastly, it doesn't matter if Alaskan fish are bycaught with Asian fish. The choice before the council is not about certainty. It must be about responsibility to communities whom are experiencing severe declines. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. Jason Acarel-Ria is next, followed by Anthony Zook. I apologize. Pre-apologize.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Jason Acarel-Ria. And
I was never going to get
that. I currently serve as the president of the Tribal Council and as the programs coordinator for Coastal Villages Region Fund. One of my responsibilities is working closely with our mechanic welders. They do an incredible amount for our people in their communities. Their work ranges from small but essential tasks like oil changes on ATVs, snowmobiles, and outboards, to larger and more complex jobs such as diagnosing and replacing engines. They hold certifications on Honda ATVs and Yamaha outboards, but their skills go far beyond that. They also work on snowmobiles and boats, on all the equipment our people rely on for subsistence and everyday living. When Typhoon Halang hit and wiped out a couple of our villages and flooded several others, CVRF stepped in to help all the communities we serve. Countless hours were spent getting critical supplies out. Generators, water pumps, chainsaws, kerosene space heaters, parts for toilet stoves, outboard motors, and snowmobiles. Electrical wires, pallets of dried goods, and water. Every service our mechanic welders provided, and every part that was used was given free of charge. What CVRF and our mechanic welders provide is more than just mechanical work. It is stability, safety, and dignity for our people. In times of an emergency and in everyday life, they help keep our communities running and our families provided for. Their work protects our subsistence way of life and ensures that our villages can remain strong and resilient. I want to thank CVRF, our mechanic welders, and all those who support this work. On behalf of the people of Scam Bay and the villages we serve, I respectfully ask for your continued support, not only for the services we provide, but also for the policies that recognize the real impact on our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So, Anthony Zook is next, followed by Kimberly Nicholas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, for allowing me to testify. My name is Tony Zock. I'm the Regional Fisheries Director for BBEDC, and I own and operate a commercial set net operation on the Nushagak River in Bristol Bay. My family and I live in Dillingham year-round and care deeply about all Western Alaska salmon stocks. As a set netter and subsistence fisher, I understand how important healthy salmon runs are for local people and communities. I've always been impressed with the programs that BBEDC offers, and I feel grateful to have been a part of helping to distribute them for almost a decade. Our fisheries-related programs are geared towards mitigating permit outmigration and keeping watershed resident fishers on the fishing grounds. Our community block grants help support our 17-member communities with infrastructure projects, heating fuel assistance, and many other community needs. We also offer educational scholarships and vocational training programs that help local residents obtain in-demand skills and strengthen both individual livelihoods and local economies. The programs that BBEDC offers are impactful and important to our region. BBSRI has been supporting the Bristol Bay sockeye fishery for 30 years. Their data-driven projects support improved stock assessment, strengthen sustainable management, and help ensure the long-term health and economic stability of the fishery. BBEDC supports BBSRI's efforts to advance science-based solutions to Western Alaska chum bycatch in the trawl fishery by backing research that uses genetic testing and transparent reporting. Identifying the origin of chum salmon improves our understanding of stock-specific impacts and strengthens management decisions. BBEDC supports more accurate data, better accountability, and the development of practical strategies that reduce bycatch risk while protecting the long-term sustainability of Western Alaska salmon resources and the communities that depend on them. With the tools and accuracy now available through genetic testing, hard caps do not appear to be the most practical or effective solution. We want to emphasize our strong commitment to the health of all Western Alaska salmon stocks, alongside our responsibility to the roughly 30,000 Western Alaskan residents supported by the CDQ groups. For these reasons, we believe Alternative 4 represents the most balanced and effective approach to reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch while continuing to sustain our member communities. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council members, for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Next up is Kimberly Nicholas, followed by Ron Yatlin. Is Kimberly in the room? Okay, I'll put her on the list to call back in the morning since we're so close to the end of the day. Ron Yatlin, followed by Gail Vick.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Drobnica and council members. My name is Ron Yatlin. I'm a tribal member of Beaver. I am a veteran of the U.S. Army, 82nd Airborne Division. I was a squad leader in Charlie Company, 1st of the 508. I am presently an elder of the Beaver tribe and on the Yukon Flats AC. I am a 19-year diabetic survivor. I am speaking on behalf of myself and the village of Beaver. All of the leaders on the Yukon Flats are very concerned about the survival of our people and our way of life. In our village, we have no store. We are very dependent on the air service, which operates 5 days per week for groceries and medical treatment travel. And sometimes we can't make it to meetings because of bad weather. About 35 years ago, I decided I wanted to have an income when I became old enough to retire. If I continued to live in Beaver, I would have little to no retirement. So we decided to move to Fairbanks, where the employment picture was a little better. I ended up working for the Teamsters Union in the winter and the Alaska Fire Service in the summer. All the time I was working, I was thinking of moving to fish camp when I was able to retire. Over the years, I was building up my fish camp. Well, the time finally came when I was old enough to retire, and I would have a retirement. Now I could move to fish camp, and I put a net in the Yukon River. That first day, I caught one fish. The second day, a Fish and Wildlife float plane landed at my fish camp. They informed me I was fishing in a closed period of fishing, and they cut my net and fined me $250. And my thought was, this subsistence fishing is pretty tough. Anyway, that first fish cost me a lot more than $250. I don't know how I learned patience. It's not given to you. You have to earn it. In order to get anything in this life, you have to have a goal. It really helps if you have a unified goal. I really believe we will achieve that goal of limited fishing, and everybody will get at least one fish. We are a resilient people, and most of us have earned patience. If this council is not the one to help us accomplish our goal of 1 salmon per person, then we will just have to wait for the next one. The one thing our diet is lacking from not having fish to eat is omega-3. There are other sources, but it's not the same as you getting it yourself. A major concern of the Yukon Flats people is food security for our elders, many of whom only have a few teeth or no teeth. They want to continue to eat their own type of food, and fish is the only food that is soft. The people of Beaver respectfully request the council to adopt Alternative 2 and Alternative 5, Option 1. I also would like to thank the council for having this meeting in an open public place. And thank you for taking the time to listen to the people's comments. It means a lot to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Blahavdi.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the year that you said that you had the citation and the net cut. Do you remember what year that was?
I retired in 2017, so I believe it was in 2017.
Okay, thank you. Well, sorry you went through that, but thank you.
Yeah, it was a guy that was not even was from our area, but the fishing was over down in the lower Yukon, so he came up to our area and he started regulating up in our area.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
So, is Gail Vick online? Okay, we'll take Gail Vick and then Elmer Beans. And I think Elmer might be our last testifier of the day.
Good afternoon. I'm Elmer Beans, Mountain Village. On the list, my community is listed by my name. I'd like to the record to show that I'm testifying here on my behalf. Mountain Village is located on the Lower Yukon River, about 100 miles inland from the mouth. I'm a subsistence fisher, and my community is a member of the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, a CDQ group. I support Alternative 4 because it addresses the need for gathering genetic data and data on salmon presence. Alternative 4 will give the managers better tools so that the pollock fisheries' impact on salmon bycatch will be effectively reduced. The data collected will give a clearer picture of the species of fish in the Bering Sea during different times of year. Knowing where the salmon are will help managers to make informed decisions that minimize and reduce salmon bycatch. I also support Alternative 5, Option 2. It closes 19 to 29 of the 40 stat areas to fishing when salmon are detected. It establishes in-season corridors with closure provisions during salmon migration. I've seen a form of this strategy work firsthand when fishing for salmon about 10 years ago. There was a very big pulse of salmon coming up from the lower river, and it seemed that they would have been in front of Mountain Village when our fishing district opened. Before the opener, ADF&G canceled that fishing period, and the reason they told us was they're allowing the salmon to pass, and so we didn't fish. In the same way, Alternative 5 will let salmon pass to the rivers they originate from. As a salmon fisherman, I'd like to see salmon return in great numbers as they used to a few years ago. And at the same time, I'd like to see the pollock fishery using effective bycatch reduction methods while fishing. I remain optimistic despite ongoing climate change, ecosystems change, and environmental impacts. The Yukon River is very long with many tributaries, so the threat of pollution in localized areas is there. We don't control anything on the Canadian side of the Yukon River, but in the Bering Sea, you have the ability to make a difference in chum bycatch with the outcomes you decide on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Not seeing any questions. Thank you. I think we did a little swap there. So if Gail is available, we'll have her testify. And then actually George Smith will be our last testifier. I'll do one last call back for George. Gail, can you unmute yourself and press *6, please? Gail, you're not unmuted yet, so can you press *6, please? I'm not hearing anything either. She's not online anymore. Okay. Is George online? Okay. So We'll do a call back for Gail, and if we can't communicate with her, we'll put her on the list for the morning. Thank you. George Smith?
George.
Hi,
This is
George. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is George Smith from Scammon Bay, the oldest son of the late Teddy and Marianne Sundown. I just turned 67 years young on Friday. I am a lifelong subsistence hunter and fisherman. Today I'd like to talk a little bit about the traditional ecological changes that I have seen in my lifetime. Scammon Bay has grown from 12 houses and 40 people to 650 and over 100 homes in my lifetime. Salmon was a necessity to my parents and our family, and as I married and had my own family, it's still a necessity, but we have learned not to wholly depend on it for our sustenance because times have changed. And the one thing I have learned from my parents was that if I don't adapt to circumstances, I will not survive. Scammon Bay is located 50 miles from the mouth of the Yukon River. Our river, the Yukon River, is not a tributary of any river, and it is not known to be a salmon river. Thus, we have to make the 40-mile trek up to the Black River at the mouth of the Yukon to harvest salmon when there are openings. State management guidelines are already in place to protect the lower returns of summer chum, fall chum, cohos, and Chinook salmon. I firmly believe that more focus and attention should be given to the biological and environmental factors that have a greater impact in the lifespan of a salmon. There's also a new proposed federal legislation that was introduced just recently aimed to curb bycatch by the Alaska Trawl Fleet by Senators Murkowski, Sullivan, and Representative Begich, which is called the Bycatch Reduction and Research Act. The act builds on the recommendations of the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force, which came up with the recommendations for that act. The fishing gear restriction, the 7-year moratorium made with our neighbors in Canada, up and down the coast and up the Yukon, managed by the state of Alaska in partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service managers, seem to be making a difference. This is just based on the salmon passage at the pilot station Sonar and further up the river along the Yukon, and notably at Eagle. Much is said about traditional knowledge, and you now and say then and now. What changed? Traditional knowledge is only a memory now. Too many changes to the environment, the habitat, climate change, the eroding ecosystem has avoided that traditional knowledge from my dad's time. He died in 1996 when there was still unchanged habitat, no climate change. The ecosystem was still unchanged. That was the base of what I believe that everybody calls traditional knowledge. We are now going through cultural and generational changes. 30 years later, we have warm oceans, little or no sea ice, longer summers, shorter winters, typhoons and flooding, oil spills along the upper Yukon this past summer. Dead salmon floated down the river several years ago, and we still have dead seabirds all up and down along the coast when we head out and try and get some halibut during the summer. 30 years ago, the wild salmon stock in the Bering Sea and Gulf waters did not compete with any hatchery salmon stock because there was no farmed or hatchery salmon. Traditional nesting areas for the emperor goose and black branch are all mud now due to frequent floods, and the birds all have moved away to nest. None of these existed 30 years ago, and I think this chapter is the new base for traditional knowledge that my children and grandchildren will know when I'm gone. Now I ended with any cap considered by the council should be based on science and genetic samples. It would be pointless to place a hard cap on CDQ groups if 100% of the bycatch was of Asian or Russian hatcheries. If the bycatch was 100% AYK chums, then it'll be a different story. There has to be a balance, and and the least restrictive to everyone involved. Industry that provides for the region residents need to survive as much as subsistence users. Good luck with the rest of the meeting, and you guys are in a hard place, between a rock and a hard place, and I wish you well, and I hope that you come up with a decision that everybody can walk away, be happy with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, it looks like we have a question for you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your testimony and for sharing your knowledge. I just wanted to make sure, I believe you said your village was Scammon Bay. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Have a good rest of the meeting. Thank you.
So Gail Vick is going to join us in the morning, correct? Okay, so let's break for the day. We'll come back at 8 a.m. And resume public testimony. We're hoping to get through public testimony before lunch tomorrow or close to lunch. And then we will plan on breaking for the day to consider all of the testimony that we've received and working through potential action. And then we'll be beginning deliberation on Wednesday morning at this point. So public testimony will begin with Gail Vick, followed by Kimberly Nicholas in the morning at 8 a.m. Thank you.